Hey, hey, hey. Welcome, welcome. Welcome all to Theme Cento. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. This is actually coffee. How is everyone doing? You all have the right to roast me in the chat. Mm, Couple of things. Welcome. I missed you guys. Like, so let me just tell you how serious this YouTube thing is. This week, I worked so much because I wanted to be able to come live on Friday. I obviously can't talk about my job, but I ended up staying up till 12 in meetings after meetings after meetings. It was just not like I even after I made the post that I was going to go live yesterday, I was going to try to squeeze one in at night, but I woke up at 4 a.m. on Friday because I knew I had a ton of work and I was trying to get everything done before 6 o'clock, but it wasn't reliant on me to get it done. So it was just too much. So couldn't come on yesterday. So I'm on today. Um, Missed you and your sites swept bang. Hey, uppity, how are you? Wake up, makeup slay. Hey everyone, we're now into the Christmas season, so things are a bit hectic just generally. I hope everyone is being safe. Um, I hope people stop going in my emails and messaging me um, because I know y'all are lying. And so let's start with this story right here. I know you guys are lying. And what I know you guys are lying about is simply that I got an email. Let me pull up this email. I forgot to pull it up because I wasn't gonna talk about it, but now I'm gonna talk. Um, all right. So I got an email, and the email was a while ago, so I was late. I was late on this, but anyway, the email said that um, there's this school. I'm not gonna say which school, university, for their Black Student Association. They wanted me to be one of the keynote speakers, or no, the keynote speaker, because they were doing a series. And I read the email like 3 times. Like I was a couple months behind on the on the email, and I know one of y'all are playing. I'm pretty sure one of y'all are playing in my inbox, and I'm gonna need y'all to stop. The reason I'm gonna the reason I'm gonna need y'all to stop is who told y'all? Who told y'all that I do speaking engagement? Because I've never done like there was even this idea that the price was like I could negotiate the price, and I'm sitting there like y'all play too much. Yeah, I know that wasn't real. I I need to send it to my mom. I completely forgot. I need to send that to my mom. I hadn't sent it to my mom, but I need to send it to my mom. Uh, I don't think it's play. Congratulate. No, no, no. I missed it. It was like 3 months. Like my inbox is so backlogged at this point that I'm just going to pretend like the thousands of emails there currently don't exist. And if it's that important, people will like re-email it. I don't know. But at this point, I'm done. Like I'm not about to try to go through. I think it's over 2,000. Let me look at it. Yep. Yeah, it's over 2,000 emails at this point. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. That is a second job. I'm not about to do this. Someone said, Theme, if you would be awesome keynote speaker. I wouldn't. All right, so I do. I've come to like how I sound. I don't want to listen to it, but like I can appreciate it from like my ear, not record and then played back to me. But that was one of my biggest insecurities until undergrad, where everyone wanted me to speak at something in clubs or whatever. So now having people like, oh, I'll pay you to speak, it's really frightening because I think, no, I really do think this. I don't have I don't have the kind of loud, boisterous, get energized approach to speaking that I think when I think about a public speaker, that's what I think. Like, I think someone who is very much um, able to make you feel excited for a moment. Um, so so for me, I'm the worst kind of public speaker in my mind because like I'm going to come and I'm going to talk calmly. Even on YouTube, when I hear myself speak, like it sounds a lot louder than I speak in real life because the mic is a bit away from me. So I feel like I have to like kind of shout into it and then I lose my voice. Right. In real life, I'm not loud in that way. And so like people are going to come to my speech trying to get encouragement and then leave depressed. I'm- people are going to go. Anyway, I don't know. This is not a story. I don't know why I don't know why I'm doing this. Let's move on to the first story. All right. So Lori Harvey is the backdrop of this thumbnail for a very specific reason, right? I appreciate the way Lori Harvey moved through the world. I don't like I like that she's mostly quiet about her life and that she doesn't really push back. She'll say one or two things here and there. Like the other day was the first time I ever heard her speak like a while ago though. And I was like, oh, she speaks. Um, and I can appreciate someone who is unabashedly trying to figure themselves out. Unfortunately, it's in the public eye and everyone has an opinion, blah, 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 blah. Anywho, I am like looking on my Twitter during work. I'm on Twitter, like just scrolling sometimes, and I saw a tweet from a young lady. And then I saw a response. And then I decided to go on the person who made the response page because I was like, people make mistakes. He might be having a bad day. Nah, no, 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 no. He's not having a bad day. He's having a bad life. And so let's look. Let me look. This is not even part of what we're doing, but I want to include it. So this lady says, Lori Harvey is dating Damson Idris. My goodness, she really doesn't miss. And then this guy is going to go on and respond talking about no one, literally no one at all. No one cares. He goes, first of all, the first word when you're about to drag someone, or when you're about to go off or buck up, and is that the phrase buck up or be boisterous and loud and obnoxious on Beyonce internet, make sure that your first word isn't incorrectly spelled. like like make sure that your first word isn't incorrectly spelled. Make sure that you got hooked on phonics. Make sure that make sure that there is something monitoring the words that you're putting out there before you put them out there, because at this point you are now just a joke on the internet, because you the first word out of your mouth is sense. It's sense. So I'm gonna be like, okay, what do you have? So he goes, since when has dating been a win? That's a question mark. All right. So here's the thing. I'm not about to sit here and do what Grammarly should have done for you, what your high school, middle school teacher should have done for you in terms of editing. But let's say that the first sentence is incorrect from the beginning, in that it is the first word and you're wrong. And it's also incorrect at the end, where there should be a question, a question mark, right? So already we're off to a bad start. This is an F if I've ever seen one in my class. Like, you're going into the corner. Um, get Grammarly, and that's on period. Since when has dating been a win? Do she do she got the last name? Y'all in this marriage thing, period. Does she have her name on his accounts? Did he buy her a house? How is it a win when she's the one getting passed around? So it's like, all right, this young man seems very perturbed. This young man seems very perturbed. Let's go see what it is that he's tweeting about on his days. I'm like, all right, nothing here, nothing there, nothing here, nothing there. And I'm going through and I'm like, yeah, it's just some anime stuff. No, then I saw this. I was like, oh, all right. What did he have to say about Brittany Griner? What do you think? I hope I passed it quickly enough. What do you think he had to say? Because literally, I wasn't looking for this man. Like, I wasn't. I was looking at Lori Harvey living her best life, and I'm like, period, period, period. So I'm like, okay, what does he have to say? I then go up, and he had the following. I wish I had someone to read. Is the rock girl here? I wish I had someone to read. I hate reading out loud. But he goes, I'ma say this. Black women are put on a pedestal in America. Women, period. I don't want to hear shit else about how women are treated. They traded arms dealer for an effing WNBA player. So not they traded him for a citizen, an American citizen. They traded him for an effing WNBA player. Does the fact that she's a WNBA player makes her less valuable in your eyes? Like, I'm confused. I'm confused because it's interesting. I went to get a haircut, and I had, like, for the first time I had an hour free in my day, and my dumb self decided to go get a haircut as opposed to relax. But whatever. I went to get a haircut, and during this is just serendipity. Like, honestly, I wasn't looking for this man or this tweet. It's just coincidence at this point. I was in the barbershop, and I usually don't really argue or talk to people in the barbershop because, like, that's when a lot of mess happens. But the Brittany Griner incident popped up on the screen, and one of the gentlemen in the barbershop just kind of bursted out. They were talking, and one of the guys bursted out and said, you do the crime, you should do the time. And I promise you, I didn't even realize I was saying it out loud. It was in my head. I thought I was saying it in my head. And I said, what do you mean you do the time, you do the crime? And I was like, oh, no, never mind. Never mind. And he was like, my barber was saying, no, say what, speak your piece, speak your piece. And I was like, no, it's fine. It's not important. And then he goes, you do the crime, you do the time. So I'm like, okay, since you want, to go there, let's do it then. So do you think you should serve? Let's ignore the reality of the crime, right? Do you think, on principles alone, that there are crimes, there are statutes and laws for which people should breach because it's not good law, it's not moral law? Do you think there are ever a time in life where someone can break a law? He goes, That's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about now is the laws in place. And I was like, no, I'm not saying you're wrong or right. I'm obviously annoyed and I disagree with you, right? But I just want to understand where you're coming from in terms of principle. Do you think there is ever a time where laws are in place where you should not follow the laws in place? He goes, you should always follow the law. So it's like, okay, but you wouldn't say slavery when it was legal, people should follow that. Like you think being a slave and you not being human and you have to be subservient to someone that you should agree with that. You think we should fight back against that law. He rightfully says that is different. I'm like, got it. But I just want to understand the principle, right? I want to understand if you believe there is ever a time where the law is unjust, and because of that we can disregard, or we should disregard in order to change it or something. And she was like, okay, cool. He said, yeah, but that's not what this is. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm not, that wasn't the win. That's the build up, right? I just want you to accept that. All right. So if you go to Singapore and you spit in public, you can be locked up for this. Do you think that's right? He goes, yeah, no, that's not right. But if you're in the place, you have to follow the rule. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. What if you don't know the rule? He goes, well, if you don't know the rule and you break it, you should be punished. So it's like, in those cases, do you think there should be mercy? Because one, the law is unknown. Two, it's not ridiculous. It's to keep the place clean, right? And three, you might be ignorant to it, and ignorance of the law is not a defense. So what we're asking for is grace in the moment. He goes, all right, I see where you're going, but like everyone know weed is weed. I was like, do you know what vaping is? He was like, yo, you're just gonna justify it. So I cut all of that out. I cut it all out because where I was going, I don't think he quite figured it out. Because I was building on unjust laws, right? A citizen's responsibility or human's responsibility in response to unjust laws. And then we're going to go into even where a law is just, right? You should not smoke weed or have weed on you or anything associated with weed in Russia, even where it's just, right? Do you think 15 years is appropriate? 14 to 15 years. Let's cut it back. Do you think 10? Do you think 5 years is the time one should do for smoking or having weed? So he was like, oh, no, that's not what I mean. No, that's what you said. When you oversimplify a political reality, when you oversimplify geopolitics, when you oversimplify laws and regulation in place to say, when you do the crime, you should do the time, you are literally being reductive. It annoyed me, and I'm glad we didn't really fully flesh this out, right? But when you're oversimplifying foolishness like this, you're going to piss other people off. It does not make sense to me that some of the most disenfranchised people historically would make a claim that, quote unquote, when you do the crime, you should do the time. And then I hear people who are let me not go there about she doesn't like America. I am not gonna go there because y'all are only patriotic. Y'all only recognize the importance of being quote unquote an American citizen so long as only, literally only, when the people who are benefiting are in alignment with your political belief. That is a problem. Now, I don't think an arms dealer should be just let free, but I can analyze the political reality of what happens, right? Because this is now geopolitics of what happens in terms of Brittany coming home, and separately the analysis of what happened in the negotiation, that the Kremlin flexed power in a way that is on becoming for us, the American citizen and America as a whole, to acquiesce to, right? Does this make us look weak? Does it set a precedent for political prisoners internationally when you have a huge public profile? There is a ton of unanswered question that it's good for us to literally go into it and dissect it and actually talk about it. But more importantly, we could be talking about how America is showing her hypocrisy, because while we are fighting about freeing Britney, which, yes, we should, from Russian prison, there are still people in America getting locked up for the same. Look, I don't understand. I don't understand this analysis. Like, there is so much meat in this analysis for you to get into, and you are going to just absolutely reduce it to the lowest common denominator, the most irrelevant point. You're going to dismiss all of this by stating things that are absolutely ridiculous. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. How are we this willing to lack depth? Right? Like, we are so willing to forego any meaningful analysis in an effort to get a gotcha moment and a one-up point. Like, you're in a barbershop full of men who literally don't know how to. Sorry. I'm frustrated because I'm in the barbershop and everyone is like kind of shaking their heads with him in the beginning. And then they're all pretending to be thinking while I am talking. But like, I should not have to introduce nuance. Nuance should be introduced immediately. Like, it's not, it shouldn't have been my responsibility in that moment to say, do the crime, do the time is one of the dumbest statements you've ever made, particularly when someone is going to get years for having a vape pen. Like, that is literally ridiculous. No one, absolutely no one, should have to tell you, yeah, that's probably not the kind of analysis you want to make. I am not saying you need to be well read and well versed about anything. Like, I'm not the police of how to engage in dialogue and discourse about geopolitics, about prison system. I am not. But it does bother me that the people who will talk, us, myself included, about being victims of an unjust system in America will not extend the kind of grace they want extend to them to other people. I don't understand it. I am not getting into the political reality about the conservatives talking about how she should have stayed over there. She doesn't like America. Well, that's part of what makes America beautiful in my mind. If you don't like it, that's on you. It is the reality that we can be very loud and obnoxious about that which we do not like within the system while still being protected, hopefully, by said system. Some of us more protected than others, but it is the beauty of the American system, the First Amendment, that allows us to speak up. Without that, the system crumbles. So, and I don't value much of the founding fathers in terms of what they created, because it was created where Black people weren't even human, and I'm not going to dismiss that reality. So the idea that we are now in 2022 talking about let her stay over there because she didn't want to stand and for the national anthem and she is out here fighting against police brutality. By the way, random thought. This woman was very much in alignment with trying to at least use her platform to speak about the realities of Black people in America and how horrible it has been for certain groups of people. And those same people, the men in the barbershop, were so willing to throw her under the bus for no reason. You, sir, individually and collectively, we did not lose anything by having her back. And so why are you upset? Why are you upset? Why do we have tweets like this? Why are people online having a fit about someone being able to come home. We can have a conversation about who was released to get her and whether or not that was right, how America can and should engage in geopolitics, what it says about the state of the world when we're acquiescing to certain kinds of negotiation. I am here for it. I'm not going to do it, but I am here for it. Don't say some foolishness like, oh, you do the crime, you do that. No, there are unjust laws that people shouldn't follow, and there are times when the law is broken and needs fixing, and there are times when you might engage in conduct that is criminal, but the time is in fact unjust. You did not do any kind of thinking in that statement, and that's why I said what I said. We have to let the intelligent adjacent have their way, their say, especially in the of the barbershop, right? Well, I just know that I shouldn't be speaking, and I'm very annoyed because, well, I'm not. I do like the barb my barber, cause, but I don't like when I'm in the barber shop. I listen mostly, and I don't like people like trying to get me involved in conversation because the conversations tends to be kind of useless. Um, these same guys, uh, free R. Kelly, jail Britney. No, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember this conversation very well. Hurry up and eat. But I'm pretty sure there was a conversation about Bill Cosby in that barbershop. Because I don't change barbers very often. I remembered when I changed this one and they messed up my hairline. I do remember that, and so I've been correcting him about um, how I want my hair done or whatever. But I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna put it on them because I'm not sure. But I do remember one of the barbershops that I was in. Um, they were talking about the Bill Cosby thing, and I was just like not here for it. It was not good. 2023, I'm engaging with people who as adults are stuck in the ID phase. That's it. I'm only here for the limitless thinking. I just I feel like the OMG, I'm late alone. Hey, I just feel like it's uncalled for. It's annoying. It's like I understand that we want to shut our brains off in certain environments and just like quote unquote chop it up. But like I don't think your brain have to be all the way on running on all cylinders to know that, well, maybe this is a bit more complicated. So I found that kind of annoying. In any case, this took up way too much time. It was supposed to be just a passing comment in the beginning. So we haven't even gotten into the actual video. So let me click this intro and let's get into this video together. Themis and Thoth, and I thought the barbershop is an echo chamber. There is no room for opposing ideas. Yeah, I am quickly finding. I mean, to be fair, they did come around to my point, but I didn't like how they came around. They came around to my point, but all right. My barber shouted out in the shop that I was an attorney. And I felt the room change, and I don't like that. I don't like the fact that I had like I think if you're online or if you're doing things, you should provide credentials. Like I think that's fair. But I think in like a regular barbershop setting, my credentials should not it should not be a topic of conversation. We should be able to focus on what is being said. And I don't know, I didn't like how it was done. I'm not quite sure if it was to mock me or to praise me. It sounded more of a praise, and it kind of, the people in the room kind of, I don't know, were deferential to me after that. But I don't know. It could have gone. I don't know. I just didn't like it. Um, I didn't like it at all. I didn't like it at all. Anyway, let's move to Gabrielle Union. I am disappointed with Gabrielle Union. I'm very disappointed with Gabrielle Union. She didn't deserve any jail time, but she also shouldn't have been treated for a demon like that. This is a hard convo because she deserved to come. Yes, this is why the conversation is hard. This is why the conversation is hard. Like it's not that difficult to like wrap your brain around why this conversation is hard. But not you do the crime, you do the time. Like that's not even in the realm. Oh my god. Thank you, Keke. By the way, we're gonna get it's not spelled that way, but we're gonna get to Keke in a moment. All right. I'm disappointed with Gabrielle Union because I really, really like Gabrielle Union. And I thought she was, well, actually, let me see. If Gabrielle Union is using Little Boosie or whatever his name is to start controversy and get her name out there for some kind of project that she's doing, then it's a win, right? That's a win. And I don't like people doing that to get ahead, but whatever. There is a video that was a while ago that is now going viral again. And I'm hoping that she's purposely making this go viral because she knows that little Boosie is unable to regulate his emotion and he's going to come out and do what he does. And then she can use that to propel her voice to be even louder and do what she wants to do and get more promotion for doing something. I hope that's what she's doing. I hope that's what she's doing. Because if it's not, I'm having a problem with, and not even a problem. I am disappointed with Gabrielle Union. You do not get in the mud. All right. Certain people do not deserve your response. I'm saying this, I'm not trying to police Gabrielle Union, right? Here's why. I'm trying to be delicate with how I talk about Little Boosie because I don't the vibe I get from Little Boosie is even as rich as he acts as if he has nothing to lose. The people who have nothing to lose, you do not get in the ring with them. You do not befriend them. You do not talk about them. You do not talk to them. It is very difficult. It is extremely difficult for you to win in a battle against someone who has nothing to lose. And I find it disheartening when we have a Beyonce in the world who knows her star power and will not shine light on anyone. She's just going to not to speak about it, right? So when I see Gabrielle Union taking shots at Boosie, as she should, she like the whole thing is Boosie has been antagonistic this entire time. Believe what you want to believe about who you want to believe it when it comes to their children. I'm not going to get into that at all, so you can believe what you want to believe on that. But I know that they must be furious to have someone attack them like that. And so Gabrielle Union talking back isn't new or like huge news or anything like that. But it does bother me because I thought she was better than this. I thought she was above this and above him and do not engage with certain people. Like it is ridiculous to have a man who just comes online. Like at this point, he's just a public figure of sorts. come online yelling about things and having women do all kinds of things online, right? To have him do that, don't give him any power. Don't fuel him. Let him choke on his own degeneracy, right? Don't, because the thing is, now he has something to feed off of. Don't feed the. I'm. I can't fully say what I want to say. I can't. Um, yeah, the people like, oh, she's human. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Yeah, well, you can protect the child, right? You can definitely protect your child. You don't need to address little Boosie. Like I see. Maybe this is my philosophy, and I am not about to impress that upon anyone. I was disappointed because I thought Gabrielle Union was cut from the kind of cloth that would literally just like absolutely not. I'm not about to engage with this person obviously looking for some attention. I'm not about to give this person any attention. I thought that because like the point is for certain people you can't even engage. Little Boosie is loud and obnoxious, and people like that, it's very difficult. One, you're not going to get through to them in my mind anymore. Two, it's like you're just wasting time and energy even addressing this person, right? So my own philosophy is, look, if I don't believe you're of value, like you're not adding value in terms of a conversation, I am not about to engage with you. Like, I'm not, like, I don't understand how this is like a lost art. Like, there are certain people who are just loud and petty and obnoxious, and those people sit in their corner and do what they do away from you. Do not engage with people like that. You cannot win with people like that. And I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed with Gabrielle Union because I don't like this for her. I don't like it because Lil Boosie will not stop anymore. Like he just, I promise you, he's probably thinking about how to make more live stream about this on. Is he back on Instagram yet? Like while he's talking about other people's children, believe in it, don't believe in it, whatever you want to think about, he is over here having grown women, whatever, with his children. So I'm not about to listen to Lil Boosie on this, but this is what Gabrielle Union had to say, and I'm like, why? Why?
Good, you know. Sorry, Boosie. He's so preoccupied.
Yeah, he is. Very
It's
much
almost
so.
like thou doth protest too much, little booze.
I'm gonna
You got a lot of dick on your mind.
I mean, it's
Throw
like
that out there.
It's like Zaya and Lil Nas X living his head.
Rent free.
Like what?
It's like, sir, something you want to just go ahead and tell us. This is a safe space.
No, for real.
All right. So there are also the LGBT community are like, oh yeah, we love it, but why are you attacking him for being gay? I think, and look, you might think I'm wrong for this, but I think there is a very big difference between attacking someone for lying about their sexuality and insinuating that they are lying about their sexuality and talking about someone being gay, right? I think those are two very distinct things, right? And so I don't have a like I don't think it's cool the way she weaponized homosexuality, but I don't see her as weaponizing it in the way that it's like homophobic. But I'm not about, again, be the gatekeeper. Y'all feel how y'all want to feel. So Little Boosie came back and he said a lot of things, but this is the part where go bang him with that dildo and wait on a script, you little white girl. That part, the last part of this is what I'm thinking about. Um, little white girl, you don't engage. I'm not even. I have a thing about calling black people white because they speak differently than you. I have a problem with this, but I'm not going to get into it because I don't actually care about a little Boosie. I'm going to tell you guys a story. It's not a long story, but I'm building it up before we get into the topic about Keke Palmer. I think I want to go to Tory Lanez before we get to Keke Palmer, though. All right, so here's the story. When I was in Jamaica, I spent I think I spent most of my life in America. Never mind. I spent most of my childhood life in Jamaica, collectively. There was this one guy in my school that, for some reason, came out to me. And we're in school. He came out to me, but there was one time he was telling me that his mom kicked him out, kicked him out of the home, and he lives with his grandmother. And he and his mom are estranged, and they're not whatever. Right? This person and we were never really friends, whatever. But like he told me, and I didn't know he was gay. No one knew. I don't think anyone know he was gay now. But anyway, report card day comes, right? This is within the same year, but like a long time after that. I see him and his mother, right? Collecting a report card, right? And I asked him later, hey, I thought your mom abandoned you. Wasn't that your mom with you at the report card? And he was like, yeah, no, I forgave her. She is learning to love me and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, but you said she hit you in the face, kicked you out of the home. You were bleeding, you said, and you went to your grandmother and she just stopped supporting you. How can you like forgive someone like that? And it didn't go anywhere. Nothing happened. It is what it is. I remember like in undergrad, it was in the US. I was talking to my mom about this. And my mom reminded me that, well, if he's a child, he probably still needs his mom to take care of him. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then she said this: you have to allow yourself to give grace to people who don't know how to love you. And I wanted to ask, I did later. So let me just jump to where I asked her about it. And she said, in Jamaica, homosexuality is illegal. People die over it. Like it's not accepted, right? And so, and we in Jamaica, it's very Christian, right? And so what she explained to me is that a mother with a son who was gay might think the only way to love the son is to try to make him not gay or try to change him. And while that's not right, that's the way people know how to love. If you're Christian and you think someone is going to go to hell because they're gay or something like that, then it kind of is your responsibility to make sure that they're not. And so she was like, you have to give grace to people who don't know how to love you while maintaining standards, right? Because in my mind, anyone who attacks me in that way, I'm done with, right? And I am sitting there like, that's interesting. I'm gonna explain why why I'm telling this story in a moment. And I had to look back and see that most of the culture, Jamaican culture that I grew up in, was extremely homophobic, right? They were extremely anti everything, and it didn't really register, right? Because, like, obviously, no one is talking about it like overtly, but there is literally a song by TOK talking about offing people who are gay, like, and it was a number one song in Jamaica. Like, most people, including people who are gay, sing that song. And so I grew up in a very different world, I think, to a lot of people. Now let me explain why I told that story. A lot of people have divested from this channel and they've made it known to me that they're leaving. And I appreciate them for letting me know. They say things like, you have allowed too much transphobia. You have allowed too much homophobia. You have allowed too many things on this channel. And I'm not going to stick around for that. All right. First things first, that is a straight up lie. I have made it very clear that we act in terms of how we relate to each other with respect. And if you go to other content creators' channel and they're doing what they're doing over there, and then you see them here, what they do here is what you can hold them and me accountable for what happens here. I do not go across to other content creators to figure out if they are doing what they're doing. And to the extent that I find out, then I now have to make a decision. The issue is, and this is where you might have a problem with me, I have a high, extremely high tolerance for people. That is not because I'm some good person that is on the internet. No, 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 no. It's because my mom beat into me the need to show people grace who do not agree with me. It is because people are unwilling to accept those kinds of people that I will accept, right? And not accept like, oh, come, let's talk. No, if we're engaging critically about your beliefs, right? I don't just coddle people and let them come in and we don't talk about what they believe. I do. But I recognize that it's the push for equality and justice that has allowed people to have rights, and I don't negate that. And I would never, ever, ever tell you or anyone that you're associated with to be friendly with someone you think is transphobic, with someone you think is homophobic, racist, or anything like that, right? I would never tell you to associate with someone like that. Please don't associate with someone like that if you don't want to. For me, I would not be around someone who is homophobic if I can say, hey, let's talk about this. And they're like, no, I don't want to talk about the gays, right? Then I can't be around you. I need to know that you're actively working on who you are and figuring it out. I don't have the answers. I don't know if homosexuality is something biological, spiritual, or just a choice. I don't know anything about gender and understanding gender. All I know is I respect people, how they come, and who they are. Please stop pressuring me behind the scenes unless I ask you specifically about things that have nothing to do with me. If you see me over here allowing transphobia over here, then yes, you have the right to critique me. Don't critique me for what people do on their channel, right? You can tell me what someone said. I can talk to that person about what they say. You can then decide, wait, is what they say bad enough that if Themis let them on their channel, that I'm going to disassociate with him? If you believe that, then do that. That's fine. Like, that's completely fine with me. I am here not just to like teach, I'm here to learn. I'm here to understand. And part of that understanding is allowing, literally allowing manosphere men who I disagree with on here. We talk on here for hours, and y'all have no problem with that. But as the minute I start talking to someone you don't like, you guys decide, oh no, I'm going to curse him out and then I'm going to leave. It's fine, you can leave. I am not about to stop conversations because you're uncomfortable. Like, unless the only way this works is if you believe these women are transphobic and homophobic and so I shouldn't associate with them. The truth is, I don't associate. I I talk to everyone online. There's literally only two, and maybe even just one, content creator that I would never associate with. And I don't associate by connecting with people. I'm saying if I have an open panel, you guys are welcome to come on. I'm not about to stop someone from coming on because you don't like them. Like, and if you want me to stop them from coming on, you can explain to me what is happening and I can make the um thank you, Curry Up and Eat. Um there's more nuance. I don't know what you're talking about, Vitamin. See, see, that's the problem, because that's not what I'm talking about. But that's actually, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I'm not actually. I'm laughing because I'm not talking about my Discord. I specifically asked my Discord a question and you guys were responding to me. I'm not talking about my Discord. Let's be clear. I don't know if I said this up front. Let me say it now. If I'm asking you for a specific question, if I'm the one initiating a conversation, I cannot then be mad at you for giving me your opinion. No. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about my DMs and my emails. I'm talking about my DMs and my emails. And this idea that there are so many people who are telling me that I need to disassociate, where it's like, I don't understand this. The, that people come to my channel and I go to their channel does not mean we agree. People keep saying Cynthia G. Let me say something about Cynthia G now. Cynthia G came on and we talked about selective breeding, and her and I very overtly disagree on this channel. So this idea that I'm just like acquiescing to people literally doesn't make sense. Crystalline, the pink pill, came on and we very overtly disagree about Candace Owens, right? Like, I disagree with people, and when I disagree, I make it very clear. I don't allow transphobia here. I don't allow homophobia here, xenophobia here. I don't allow any other phobias here. I try to make this as respectful as we can be, and we go into the chat box and we correct it. I'm saying all of this. Let me just simplify all of this. If it hurts too much, you can leave. And I don't say that with any disdain or hate in my heart. I say this with love. If being here cause you emotional pain, please leave. What I'm not gonna do is have other people dictate what I do and who I am. Part of what I do online is a very specific extension of who I am in real life. And I don't think it's right that everyone is saying, hey, don't allow this person on and don't allow that person on. But you won't say it for some of the people that I very clearly think that, like, I literally have never, like, I don't understand like how you can be that against one group but like allow me to talk to another group. Like, this allowance of me to do this and allowance of me to do that, I don't like it. I don't like it. And we are not, I'm never having the trans conversation on this channel. And if it's happening in the comments right now, please stop it. We're done. I am never having the trans conversation, because if you ask me to define woman, womanhood, if you're asking me to define manhood, like, girl, I don't care about a manhood. Obviously, like, I don't. You're not gonna convince me that I'm not man. I am man, and you're not gonna convince me anything else. I don't think calling me feminine is an insult, because I don't think femininity is a bad thing. I think it's a good thing if I could define it, and I can. So, like, I'm the conversation for me is old and over, and also way out of my range. So I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to have any part of it. Trans are men. I don't know what y'all are talking about. So it is what it is. hopefully we never have this conversation again. I'm glad we had this discussion. I'm not about to sit here and be annoyed and gaslit into foolishness. Like, no. All right. Whew. Let's continue. Sorry, I'm checking something because I need to go into my Discord because I think I need to talk to my Discord because I need to clean it up and then reopen my Discord because I'm kind of annoyed. Not at my Discord, but like generally. I don't like people trying to tell me what to do. Unless I ask for your opinion, I don't. All right. All right. So I needed to refresh. Let's get into Tory Lanez because he is going at the ruin. So, rapper Tory Lanez faces new felony charges over alleged shooting of Megan Thee Stallion, right? So, this is not important. He's still facing up to 24 years. He is still facing up to 24 years, and the Canadian rapper will they just went through voir dire, and the jury selection, obviously, that's what I just said, is during this, there was another charge that was added, and nothing is funny about this. It's just very strange to me that there are people who are like, he did nothing, he didn't do it. I don't know if he did it or if he didn't do it. I know his track record. August Alsina knows his track record. At this point, if he didn't do it, I would be surprised. But he had a message. Are you guys listening? I'm going to play. He had a message for people after the new charge dropped. After the new charge dropped, he had the following message for people.
Your husbands and wives become widows. Let your children become fatherless. Let your seed become vagabonds on the earth. Let the words of your mouth and your words of your hands be returned back to you. Let it go down your throat and choke you slowly until your days become few on the earth. The word of God says, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. You've been warned. And if you want to know where that is at in the Bible, go to Psalm 109, go to Psalm 35, go to Psalm 140, go to Psalm 141, and keep our names out of your mouth in the name of Jesus.
So I don't know what just happened to my I don't know. I literally don't know what happened to my camera. What Sorry, I can't believe I did that. Wait. So Tory Lanez had that to say to y'all. There are almost 8 million humans on the planet with individual experience and beliefs. People need to get over it. It takes a level of narcissism to think they all have to agree with your one worldview. Thank you, Keke. That's not, for me, that's not the issue. Here's the thing. Here's my issue. Like, since we're going back to this, I appreciate you, Keke. My issue is I told the story because a lot of people have asked why or how I'm able to like talk to people in this way and that way. And it's because I'm trying to understand, like I'm actually trying to understand. And there are people, I think there are people who are definitely transphobic and homophobic that I have met in real life. And I've spoken to them, and there is a lot of ignorance, there's a lot of anxiety, there is a lot of people who really don't even know how to show love, right? And part of a Christian approach to showing love is trying to change someone and to stop them from doing that which they think is bad, right? And that's from a Christian perspective. And I think I, I I'm not critiquing a movement because let me say what I think first. I think we're doing each other a disservice when we don't engage in certain ways. Now, I will point out that there are some people who are not worth engaging with about your humanity, and you have that right. I am not living certain experiences, and because I'm not doesn't mean I can't be aware of it and cautious of it, but it also means that I can be distanced enough to try to analyze it from a different perspective. I don't think it's fair that I am trying to create a community where multiple people with different ideas can come together and converse. I don't think it's fair to try to narrow the community down to something that would exclude pretty much a lot, too many people. But like, if you think someone is transphobic, call them out on it in your time. Call them out on it directly. You disassociate from them, right? Don't. Here's one annoying thing that I hated. I don't like someone who is like very much aligned with this person and that person, and they're like in bed together, so to speak, and they're not willing to block this person or that person, but they want me to block this person and that person. Nah, how absolutely dare you. To my professors reaching out to me, love y'all. I do. I'm glad that you guys watch my videos. But one of y'all did something really obnoxious, and I'm going to talk to you directly about this. But I'm going to say it out loud here because it's really annoying. Don't tell me I am better than other people. Don't do it. I don't think it's right, and I don't think it's appropriate. So I'm just gonna leave that there. You know who you are. We'll talk later, I'm sure. You're gonna call me probably tomorrow. So that's that on that. I don't like that. I also don't like this idea that we don't believe people can change, and I don't think we want to give people grace. And when we already know that from the get-go you hate these two people who came on my channel, you hate them, you literally hated them from the minute they walked onto the onto this platform. I know you hate them. Now you're waiting and you're like, oh my God, here it is. This is the smoking gun. Disassociate from them. Nah, you were just waiting, and you could be right. You literally could be right, and I could be taking a huge L publicly, and that's fine. But the fact that I know you've been waiting and conniving to pounce out and say now you need to. No, my channel is operating the way that it always operates, where everyone is allowed to speak until they say some foolishness, and then we collectively remove them. Right? Like, no. I have put in policies and procedures, and if my moderators are afraid to block people who are disrespectful or homophobic or transphobic or whatever in the chat, then I need new moderators. But I don't think my moderators are afraid. I've gotten emails upon emails telling me to unblock them. I asked them what they did. They don't want to tell me what they did. Nah, you're fine. You're fine blocked. You're fine blocked. I trust my moderators. And those are the people, by the way, that I go to on Sundays to say, hey, what did I do wrong? They can hold me accountable. I've given them the right to hold me accountable. But like, for real, y'all need to stop. Because I realize a week ago when a very specific person left. When this very specific person left the channel, I realized I am too invested. This is gonna sound bad. I'm sorry. I am too invested in the people who I know their names on the channel. Like I'm way too invested, like to the point where it actually hurts when people leave. And to not hurt, like I'm the one who is going to have to take accountability for this channel. For it to not hurt and for me to not care, I have to step a little bit back, right? The parasocial relationship is operating the opposite way on this channel. And like me bending over backwards to make sure that everything is going well and trying to be available and care, truly care for the people who I know their names here and try to invest in them. I recognize that it's very difficult for me to engage the way and continue to engage the way I do when literally I will do everything you ask me to do and then you'll still be mad because ultimately what you wanted me to do was reject someone. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. And I respect, there's been like 8 people in the last 2 weeks that have told me they're going to leave because it has become too toxic. One of those people, by the way, I absolutely love and adore. I mean, all 8 of them I like, but one of them specifically, I love and adore. And so, like, realizing that people are going to leave at a certain point and people are going to come and leave, like, I have to recognize that this is what happens on YouTube. And like, because I know these people's name and because we talk online and because we engage offline and we're talking, like, it doesn't truly mean we're friends in each other's lives. And I have, like, I'm such an idiot sometimes. Like, I literally was like, oh, wait, I feel like I'm going through a friend breakup right now. Like I feel like I went through 8 friend breakups in the last 2 weeks. Like it felt like I went through 8 friend breakup in the last 2 weeks. Like I was like, whoa. And then I'm like mourning the loss of this person, and 2 other people come. Maybe they actually came together and decided to do it together. So I'm gonna have to step back. It is what it is. I'm absolutely not about to do that. Demas, keep in mind, some folks gave Stan a chance when he ranked them. Exactly. People really pick and choose when and where and when to not to have a problem with. Yeah. But I think I also rightfully, I created an environment where I can be critiqued. I love that. Critique me here. Do it here publicly. Let's start doing that. Unless I ask you privately, let's critique me here publicly. Let's do it because these private conversation, unless I like someone will message me on Insta. I'm only saying this because I'm no longer do it. Someone will message me on Insta and say, "Hey, Themis, can we talk?" I'm like, first of all, hello, who are you? First of all, hello, who are you? And second, since you really need to talk, let's talk. I'm gonna leave your channel if you don't do this. I'm like, all right, I have 2 options. I can tell you to leave because I don't care, or I can actually ask you who you are, what's wrong, how can I help? I'm going to do the second because that's who I am, or at least who I want to be. So I'm gonna do that. But I feel like after the 50th time of doing that in like a month, I feel like I should stop. like I feel like I should stop because I can't because like I don't want to feel like I am someone removed. But like if everyone wants to talk and everyone, by the way, I just recognize as I'm talking, this might actually not be a problem, so to speak. um, I think each individual person might not have had a major thing that they need to talk about. It feels major when you're hearing it for the 50th time. So that's why it feels major. All right. Anyway. Someone said that's manipulation. Yeah, no, I know. I think, I mean, I'm going to make some changes. By the way, I'm not announcing this, but I'm not, whatever. I'll talk. Next year, everything about the, not everything, but my approach to this channel is going to change a little bit. I need to make it formulaic. I need to build. We need to be helping people. To help people, we need to build this a different way. And I need to be doing more things. Anywho, that's not on that. So we're going to have some changes next year. I'm not going to talk about Derek Jackson. Apparently, they filed for divorce. So Derek Jackson announced divorce from his wife, and that's neither here nor there. But let's get back to Tory Lanez. So after after a new charge was added, Tory Lanez Tory Lanez had the following to say. Until folks learn how to disassociate from Robert Kelly or Kanye West, you don't get to tell me who to associate, period. I mean, I'm done. Like I've actually given way too much access to me. And I'm kind of done doing that now. Like we're gonna have to center all of this on YouTube, and then everything else that we do in the back, I'm gonna isolate the moderators so that the moderators and I can talk, because I have no problems with my moderators. But I think generally I need a wall up. Oh, damn it, sounds stressful. What would your therapist say? First of all, sorry, not sorry, that is $200. Like they some um so I'm gonna say this was a mistake. Um so the way YouTube do it, because I have reached out to people where I'm like, hey, if this was a mistake, email me and I'll give it back. I don't access the money. Well, I probably shouldn't be announcing this online. Please message me. If this is a mistake, please message. Well, we're not going to give YouTube this. So what we're going to do is you can contact your bank if this. I don't know why I think this is a mistake, as if you guys aren't adults, but I feel like this was a mistake because you said, Themis sounds stressful. What would your therapist say? This statement does not feel like you were trying to, not me trying to be a therapist. If this was a mistake, you should definitely email me and we'll figure it out. We can figure it out together. Yeah, we can figure this out. Please email me. Here's my email. There you go. That's my email. Oh, people are saying home and the home. Look at my hand. Email me, take a screenshot of, please take a screenshot of this and message it to me and we'll talk. All right. Oh, Annalisa is here. Hey, Annalisa. Someone is calling me from a spam number. All right. By the way, I'm kind of slowly building this up because I kind of don't want to get to this point. Anyway, to the watching of the video and talking about Keke. That's why I'm like, Tory Lanez says, I'm going to leave this here one more time and watch how it ages. No weapon formed against me shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against me in judgment shall be condemned. You sit and watch, and don't ever question the God I serve again. Wait, who is calling me? 1 second. Not should have said, not you sending more money. um I'll ask for nine. Yeah, please do. Please do. Message me if something happens. I'm definitely down to give it back. I don't know how to give it back, but I'm definitely down to give it. So I feel like you should try to get more than that back because you just gave $200. Yo, so people are in their feelings. People are in their feelings about this current live stream. I'm in the middle of the live stream and y'all can text. I said what I said. It is what it is. We'll sub the. I wish I could tell you guys what just happened. I wish I could tell you guys what just happened. Someone got it. I didn't even know they had my number. We usually talk Zoom. I mean, you're watching me live right now. Like, I am currently live. Like, if it's not pre-recorded, if it was pre-recorded, I probably would have deleted that portion. All right. Got it. What happened? I'm late. Oh, nothing. All right. So Tory Lanez found Jesus. I had a lot of jokes, but I'm gonna leave that alone. This live is not going the way that I want it to go. It is not. Actually, it's going really left. All right. So let's ignore all of that. Hopefully, if someone started watching the video, by the time they got to this point, they would have clicked off. Hopefully, they would have clicked off before they got to this point because of all the mess that was happening. Let's talk about Keke Palmer. Let's talk about pregnancy as a general matter. So let's do it. Let's do this. I don't understand pregnancies because in America, apparently, when someone is pregnant, you say congratulations. Now, I'm pretty sure you do the same in Jamaica, but I've always been nervous when people are pregnant. And my inclination is to say, literally, I hope you make it through. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, you could literally pass away from this. And so because you could literally pass away from this, like my inclination is not to say congratulations. It's usually to be like, all right, my congratulation comes after the child is here and you're safe, right? So like it's always a weird thing to me when people announce pregnancies just as a general matter, because now I am in tune. I now care about what you're doing because I'm watching out for the child. And I don't get these love feeling, and I don't get this like, oh my god, she's pregnant, yay, good for her. Like I get, oh my god, she's pregnant, I hope she's okay, I hope nothing goes wrong, I hope she doesn't have to work too hard, I hope that she's safe, I hope that she's loved, I hope that she's cared for because she's gonna need it. I don't treat like I don't treat pregnancy as this like I think it's an amazing news, but like it's an amazing news that comes with a ton of consequences, and it's in my mind really scary. But I'm not a woman, so what do I know? Anyway, Keke Palmer and the idea of celebrity announcing their pregnancy is, in my opinion, a call for crowd participation. You don't get to go on one of the biggest kind of comedy shows slash pastimes in America, and don't expect that when you announce your pregnancy, there's going to be discussion. The fact you see, oh, Amara, hey, I think you've been in here a while, right? I definitely, I don't know, I didn't see you. Hey, how are you? The fact that you see the consequences, but some grown women don't. Yeah, no. Yeah. So, but I do think it's a cultural tradition to like prop up the idea of having children. And so everyone is like, yeah. But let's talk about the show, right? When you announce, and I love Keke Palmer, when you announce a pregnancy, you're asking for discussion. When you announce a pregnancy, when Beyonce announced her pregnancy after performing, what was it? It wasn't Countdown. I think it was Countdown. I don't know. When she announced her pregnancy, there was going to be a discussion. I think she wanted a discussion, and now she has a discussion. And the discussion is messy. The discussion is messy. Love on top, love on top. Thank you, Giselle, for the win. Thank you. How did I probably need to resign from my post as a high-ranking Beehive member. I'm an officer in the Beehive, and I cannot believe I messed that up. So I apologize to the queen. All right. Watching her do this and a lot of people coming together to discuss her pregnancy and what it means for Black womanhood and womanhood generally in marriage and all of that, I think it's a great conversation with some caveats. Now, I will say this. I understand why a society has to socialize women, particularly, into wanting and feeling like they need to have children. I understand why a society would do that. Because if you're being real about what pregnancy is, ain't nobody finna get pregnant. Like the population would die off. Like if you really think about having a parasite, and I'm not calling children parasite, I'm just saying they functionally they are. So it's like, and it would be one thing to say, well, they're parasites when they're in the womb, they're parasites when they're children also, and then some of them are even parasites when they're older. Like they don't give anything, they just suck. They just take from you, right? So I understand that it is in the human population's best interest to promote that childbirth and having children is very important and you need to have it and blah blah blah. Like I get why the propaganda exists, because if it didn't exist, most, I don't know this is a fact, but I think most women would be like, I'm good. I'm good on putting my body through that stress. Like I'm not about to go through that kind of trauma, right? So I understand why the society would do it. So I'm not going to blame the society for promoting something that's in the society's, in the human population's best interest. But it's weird to see people buy into it so much. But let's talk about the rhetoric online and the idea that, like, if you have children, you become less valuable, right? Because so I told my hairstyle congratulations and asked how she was feeling and if it's what she wanted. She said no, and it was so normal. We happily planned her next steps together as this was her first time. Oh, that's nice of you. I'm constantly pressured to have children, even as a woman 40 plus, annoying it. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's in the society's best interest to do this. However, when I think about this society, I understand why they would do that from that perspective. Like, that literally makes a ton of sense to me. But when it comes to the individual and having children, I'm like, okay, period. You do you. That's not on that. But it's strange because in a society that needs children and needs women to want to have children, right? The idea that you become less valuable as a person producing children is ridiculous and counterintuitive. It is not in a society's best interest to shame women for having children, regardless of how the children come about. Because if you start shaming women for having children, like, what do you think is going to be the result of this? If you're like, oh, you're a single mother, if you start shaming women and women start feeling ashamed for having children and decide to stop having wait, wait. By the way, this has nothing to do with Keke directly. We'll get into this in a moment. Like, if women start buying into the idea that they become less valuable after having children, we cease to exist. Like, I don't understand. I don't. Right? So we cease to exist. Now, there is a secondary thing about families and how do you structure a family? And there is questions about the research, right? I'm about to drop the link. And the devil does not need an advocate, but I'm going to be pushing back. What I want to talk about, I want a couple people on. I want people who are saying, yeah, no children. Keke should not be with this person, should not have children. And then Black women general. I'm a wait. Instead of asking my compound question, I'm going to wait because I do have some videos. The Themis, I have, and I think you say insight. I need to come up. Yeah, no, you're fine. I'll drop the link. I decided to like push it back a little bit because we have two videos. And this is the perspective that I want, right? Because on one hand, I understood how the feminist would take this. And then I understood how various content creators in BWE would take this. And as a man who don't yet have children, I will have children, I promise you, because apparently you need to have children before you can talk. You need to have a wife before you can talk. Right? So watching how the content creators, the feminist and the BWE content creators and the divester content creators and the swirling content creators take this, I decided to take two people who I have a ton of respect for. Please, are my moderators here today? Is there any moderator? Oh, Yoko is here by herself. All right, I'm going to make people moderators temporarily, so that you guys can help. Concerned and Yogo are here. Oh, Tiff is here. Oh, they're here. Y'all are here. I was like, where are the moderators? Period. Never mind. I don't have to make me a moderator. All right, wake up. I'll just add one more person. I'll add you. because you're always here. Um, um, I have to talk to the moderators if I'm to make you a permanent moderator, but I'm going to make you a moderator for the live stream so you can help out on the live stream. So there you go. I didn't see my moderators, but they're here. All right, moderators. This is not about like I promise you, it's fine. Block again. Repeat. Block. Do not time out because we have to be good in the chat now, right? Block anyone who is being disrespectful. I don't mean block people who are opposing my views. I only mean block people who are being disrespectful to any of the women I'm talking about now. Please, if they're being disrespectful to me, here's the thing. If y'all want to be disrespectful to anyone, you can do it to me. If you add Themis and those or Themis and just dragged me, you're fine. You're fine. You can use whatever words you want towards me. These two women I have tremendous respect for. In fact, Kimberly Nicole Foster, I disagree with her on a lot of things, but I do still really like her. I like her content. I like how smart she is. I like her, right? I disagree with her. She said something about struggle and love, and I was like, oh, let me click off your video real quick. It does not mean I'm still subscribed to her, still care about her, still want her to succeed, still watch her, still a fan. Like, period. But I disagree with her. Yanni is like my little angel on YouTube. Yanni is the next content creator that I'm going to watch her video. Those are the two that I selected because they were well done. They were extremely well done. You don't have a right to attack any of these two women at all. Like, at all. If not, no. So, moderators, please, please, please block. I said block anyone. We lost 8 people. We gained like 400. We're about to lose some more. Yanni is so unproblematic in these YouTube streets. Like, I'm not about. No. All right, let's start with Kim. Because if y'all come for Yanni, I might block you myself. Or Kim.
And start with the announcements. The first thing I have decided that and make some quiz with y'all and have fun. It's movies where she was literally like a kid. I just still view her as a kid. That's real. So Keke Palmer is one of like 20 or something Black women who have ever hosted Saturday Night Live last Saturday. And she decided that that was going to be an opportune time for her to bust out her baby belly. And the joy and the happiness was overflowing. And when you know a little bit more about Keke and her background, you understand why she might have waited so long to reveal, why she had to reveal, and why this is such a joyful moment for her. So beautiful. Just a cutie. That video, I mean, that picture in the like brown at the table, you know, I don't have any desire to be pregnant, but I so appreciate, you know, the happiness that it brings to so many people who can carry babies. All right. So she is having a baby with her boyfriend, Darius Jackson, brother of Sarunas Jackson. Hollywood is way too small. Okay. Sarunas Jackson is, you know, light-skinned cheater from Insecure. And they have been dating for about a year and a half. After the show, she posted on her social media, on Twitter, on Instagram, how incredibly blessed she feels, how supported she feels, and how thankful she is to have found a partner like Darius. So there is no question about whether or not this was a pregnancy that Keke wanted, and there's no question.
All right. So this is the first misspeak. I don't like absolutes. And I don't know if she's wrong or right. But when you say there are no questions about whether or not this is what this person wanted because of what they put on social media, you're wrong. I'm not going to get into this. There's a lot of implications here that I don't appreciate. But when you go, oh, there's no question about they wanting it because of what they did on Instagram. Nah, I've literally seen people depressed posting laughing pictures on Instagram. So no, but that's neither here nor there.
question about how she feels about it, okay? Happiness, point blank, and the period. So Keke is really, really open. I love honesty. I love transparency and vulnerability. And she has talked about her ongoing struggle with PCOS. People make fun of her acne all the time. She has polycystic ovarian syndrome or polycystic ovary syndrome. When I was a kid, I thought it was ovarian. But anyways, so basically, a young woman who has said that she wants kids is now having a baby without getting married, wants kids, is now pregnant, likes her partner. This is a happy occasion. And I am tired of y'all trying to dampen that. If she is genuinely thrilled, I am thrilled for her. So the thing that has really been upsetting me, what's really been upsetting me over the last couple of days is the very nasty projections, the nasty kind of discourse that circles around Keke and these conversations about, oh, we shouldn't be celebrating getting having a baby without getting married. Oh, it's only Black women who do that, as if the Kardashians have not built a multi-billion empire by exploiting their unwed, out of wedlock pregnancies to Black men, right? Like as if we don't see over and over again so many young white women choosing to forgo marriage. That is absolutely a thing. Y'all, if y'all care about statistics so much, y'all look at the statistics for marriage in the United States. It is not just Black people who are forgoing it. Every demographic is forgoing it increasingly. So I don't know why y'all are sticking to these narratives about Black pathology that are not at all rooted in what is really happening in the world. Okay. So that is also stupid. But also,
to ignore the fact, and I don't fully disagree with her, right? Let me say this. I'm not approaching this from a woman and children and womanhood approach. I'm approaching this from the discourse around society and building, which would include everyone, right? Here's what I don't understand. There are legitimate concerns about what is being promoted. Now, you can say, I don't disagree with what is being promoted, and we can shape the conversation about wealth, who has it, and what that allows you to do and how that allows you to operate, right? But you have to divorce that from the larger societal impact about the people who don't have the kind of wealth, who look to people's action with wealth and copy that kind of action. What does it say about a community and our community when people engage in certain behaviors, right? Like, you can disagree or agree with her, but recognize that the conversation is more nuanced than, well, she's rich and let her be, right? No, she is rich, but she's very visible. If you are thinking about feminist theories and controlling images do not come up, I have a problem. I'm not talking about stereotypes, I'm talking about the dialogue around controlling images. But also, who gets to tell the stories of people with certain image? Who gets to tell the Black story? For so long, the Black stories weren't being told by Black people, right? And so I don't, by the way, I'm not saying I disagree with her. I'm saying that the conversation here feels like it is one-sided and the conclusion is already there. And to get to the conclusion, I'm just going to hit away every critique by dismissing it without actually engaging with it. An engagement with this is, well, marriage doesn't work, and I don't believe you should be married. Right? If that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But don't say people who are saying marriage first are predicating that on something that is irrelevant, because while it might be irrelevant to Keke because she is rich enough to provide for herself and her child if the man can't, what people are talking about is the sort of representation of Black womanhood that is that. It's not a singular experience of a singular woman who engage in a singular way. It's, is this representative? Like, is this a data point that is anecdotal by itself, or is it a data point that is representative, excluding the amount of money, of the whole, right? That is what I think the conversation is about. Let's continue. This video director contradicts our black woman in luxury. Oh, I think he said directly. Look, the black woman in luxury. Yeah, let me leave that alone. I made a video reacting to Kim before, and y'all went off in the chat, and then y'all came up here and went off. I had to private that video because I felt like she would misinterpret my intention. I'm not about to do that again. So moderators, please still be on the lookout.
So something that I've noticed, that I consume a lot of different kinds of media made by white people, media made by Latinas. I know there can be white Latinas, right? Media made by black people, right? And something that I have noticed, I'm not saying that the other media is better, but there is in black media that particular focus. I don't want to even say the actual white girl podcast that I listen to all the time because I don't want to give them promo, but they be problematic on a lot of stuff. And when they talked about Keke Palmer's pregnancy, it was only, I'm so happy for her. I love her so much. This is amazing. And then the very next podcast that I'd listened to, because I like to listen to stuff that makes me upset. The very next podcast was a black woman and a black man talking about, unwed black mothers, Moynihan, the 60s. Oh, since slavery. And I'm like, are y'all y'all don't see? Are y'all okay? And I really think that this preoccupation with trying to turn Keke Palmer into an avatar for what every black woman should do is primarily rooted in this fetishization of representation. Okay, look, I understand. Representation matters. Totally.
You don't believe that. You cannot understand how important representation is, the lack of representation for black people, black women specifically here, and then not understand why there would be concern, right? You can't fully understand how important representation is, right, on one hand, and why, not that they are right. Again, I have to be clear. I am not saying Kim's conclusion is wrong or right yet, right? I'm not even talking about that yet. I'm saying the approach he's taking is to dismiss. I don't like that. Let me be clear. I prefer engaging with. If you're going to take the time to make a video, I think you should engage as opposed to dismiss. But that's how I think you should do it. That might not be how she does it. I find it a bit odd to, in the same sense, in the same sentence where you're kind of grappling with Keke's pregnancy and the pushback that exists for how and the circumstances around how Keke got pregnant, to then say representation matters and say you understand that. I think you don't. Because if you did, you wouldn't be so vehemently opposed to the people who are pushing back. Again, you can be and should be if you want, and that's your belief. I think people should. It is in the conflict where ideas are battling that we grow intellectually. So I am here for it. I just don't like just saying representation matter dismissively, because it does. For a lot of black people, to be the exceptional person is to be the exceptional person. It literally, like, there are people who will carve in their mind that you are not black because you act a certain way. And as soon as you act in accordance with a stereotype, you become blackness, right? And to not recognize how this feeds into a larger narrative about black womanhood and why people would be perturbed by it, I think it's a problem. Now, again, you can say we are wrong. You can say, hey, it's not okay that this person doesn't get to live their life and they have to think about the community and we should be taken as individual. Yeah, you can do that kind of analysis. But I think to dismiss the importance of representation in the statement where you're saying representation matters is not the best. I'm going to keep saying I'm not a woman, though, because... yeah.
Okay, totally get it. Representation is a thing. It matters. We want to see ourselves in the people on TV. We want to see ourselves in movies. You know, I love Scissors Control because I feel like that perfectly encapsulated, speaking of, SNL, Scissors Control perfectly encapsulated all the kind of squishy, uncomfortable feelings that I was feeling at the end of my 20s. I love her so much for that. Forever, I will love her, okay? But you're not Keke Palmer. You're not. That lady is living an exceptional life. You're not Rihanna. She is living an exceptional life. So this idea that these women who are living very singular human experiences, that we can project what they do, the choices that they make, and make grand pronunciations about all of Black womanhood is fucking stupid. Stop doing that. And I understand that a lot of this discourse, frankly, is rooted in opportunism. There used to be a time, I've been doing this for a long time. There used to be a time when it was not common for Black women who want to make names for themselves on the internet to peddle in the same promotion of that toxic shit as the niggas do. There used to be a time. Oh, no, not anymore. Oh, now there are just as many Black women building brands, building businesses, building their social media presences off of repeating these ahistorical, stereotypical tropes about errant Black womanhood and errant Black female sexuality. That shit pisses me off. Because not only is it factually incorrect, not only is it not rooted in history, it is fucking opportunistic. Okay.
I can't speak to people's motives. I can't speak to people's motives for creating platforms. I do find a lot of the conversations toxic. I do agree with her. But again, to say the critique, by the way, it's not like I'm disagreeing yet, right? Like, it's not to say like I disagree with her. I don't think it's productive to dismiss critiques specifically at Keke by saying, "Oh, this is opportunistic," right? I think there can be wrongful but understandable critique, right? Like, I don't think someone who says, "Oh, you should be married before you're pregnant," to Keke, is really thinking it through. Like, let me leave that alone because I don't know this poor man. He don't seem to have much in terms of money and wealth or whatever. And so, like, that's not to say you need that kind of stuff, but I think when it comes to who one chooses to date, I think that is such a personal decision. And to make the assumption that, oh, you're going to fall into a stat, or you're going to be a single mother because there's going to be an absentee father. He doesn't love you. Why are you going for the pretty boys? You blah, blah, blah. I'm not here to engage in that kind of discourse because I don't know and I don't care. I don't understand their relationship. It's not for me to understand. What I care about is the dialogue that happens on a social level. And I don't think it's good to dismiss. The thing I don't like about what she said, there are a lot of white people who celebrate when we do what white people see as stereotypical behavior. Those same white people don't like when engaged in non-struggle of. The thing, that's a good point. The reason I don't engage with her point about white people saying congratulations is because it's useless. The point is absolutely useless. Here's why. That is also a reason. But for me, the very first thing I thought was white people generally aren't about to go out here and use tropes or drag a Black woman publicly. That's not how they're going to operate. You know what I mean? Particularly if you have any kind of social media following, they're literally going to say congratulations. They're not about to engage in the conversation about single motherhood in the Black community. They're not about to do that. And if they do that, they're probably a super conservative podcast person who is doing it to feed their base. But a regular like YouTuber, podcaster, white woman or white man aren't going to go in on a Black woman who is pregnant. They're not going to do that. Like, it's just not going to happen. So, like, the point, I was not going to engage with it because it was literally irrelevant. For me, it was irrelevant. And yes, we see the sort of propping up of Black people who perform for white people in a very specific kind of way. So yes, they would praise something like that. Thank you, Maya. Didn't Kim say she can never be with a high partner because of her brand? Oh yeah. I remember this. I do watch almost all her videos. And it's not dismissive to say this reminds us of a lot of Black women who are successful and very visible. Wendy Williams come to mind, who marry or date someone and they're with someone who then becomes their manager or like want to break into their same industry. Like we've seen this story over and over and over and over again. I'm not saying it's right to make your judgment of her relationship on this story. That's not great. But I do think to dismiss people who are pointing this out is ridiculous. Like Tia, let me continue.
So, yes. We understand that Misogynoir in 2022, sir, you know, I go off, I get passionate, so I have to go back to my points. Misogynoir on the internet, that is the particular hatred and disdain for women and girls, is big business on social media, absolutely. And this projection that is rooted in that has to be called out every single time. Regular, average earning people comparing their lives and options to the lives and options of rich, famous people is a disease that desperately needs a cure. Okay, arguing about how Keke Palmer feels about herself, the options that she is closed off for her baby, they don't make any sense. And while we're talking about this, we can also talk about how weird y'all are about Rihanna. Oh, the other picture? Gone. Okay, whatever. So that's Rihanna and her boyfriends, A$AP Rocky, partner, boyfriend. They just had a baby not too long ago. And it's so interesting to me that when Rihanna revealed her pregnancy in that rather iconic shoot now, that some of the first discourses around Rihanna were, oh, she's worth $1 billion and he's only worth 10 million. Are y'all okay? Like, for real, like, are you doing okay? Like, the idea of putting only, oh, he's only a multi-millionaire, not a billionaire. Look, my issues, my personal problems, my personal issues with that partnership have nothing to do with his net worth, because I understand that for any rich, famous woman, they're probably going to have to partner and procreate with somebody who has less than them, because the number of people in the world who have that much money is infinitesimally small. And one of those people is fucking Kanye. I'm not fucking wishing Kanye on a rich, famous Black woman. I'm sorry, I'm trying not. I get excited. I said I wasn't going to yell anymore, but I just. All right. The other thing. These conversations about.
You have to intentionally misrepresent the conversation about Rihanna to not get it. You are, in the same way you have to, like, again, I am not saying she's wrong. Like, I have not said I disagreed with her conclusions yet, because I need to figure out something first. But like, when someone say Rihanna is worth billions and A$AP is only worth 10 million, they are not comparing A$AP Rocky's 10 million to their negative net worth. Like, that's not what they're doing. And you have to know that. You have to know that. And I recognize, I so hate the discourse around money, because we've convoluted it so much. And this dating up and dating down, like, I'm afraid I'm gonna call it dating down and I'm gonna call it dating up. It is what it is. If you feel bad, you feel bad, whatever. But it complicates more meaningful discussion, because people just hear dating up and down and their mind go haywired, right? As opposed to really engaging in, like, financially, what people are saying is Rihanna is worth billions. He's worth only 10 million. It's not, I'm not comparing him to me. Most people aren't comparing A$AP to them. They're comparing A$AP to Rihanna, right? Someone said, now theme is the network doesn't have to be negative. I feel like those who pretend they can't tell the difference between Keke and the average person, white or Black, are being purposely up. Yeah, Thank you, DCD. The issue also is it doesn't matter if she's rich. The idea being espoused here is that on one hand, if you're poor or if you're not wealthy, we see quote unquote black men being taken care of by black women, and people, rightfully or wrongfully, think that's not good, right? And so seeing it on a different level, they are both rich, it still looked like it's happening. Aesop was a man who said he wants a woman to wine and dine him and take him out and heed the bad, whatever, right? And he wanted to be quote unquote kept, right? So that he is worth only 10 is being compared to billions and him getting what he wants in terms of being taken care of. To pretend like people don't have a right to their opinion here feels odd to me. To misrepresent people's negative net worth, comparing that to Aesop 10 million, I don't feel like that's doing any justice. Like, it doesn't feel right. Like, that's not what was being said. That's not the comparison that was being made.
The H word, hypergamy, truly have rotted people's brains because it erodes your ability to think critically about what we encounter and engage with in the world. You would be really hard pressed to find a white woman in Hollywood, a white woman entertainer who has not dated, partnered, married, procreated with somebody who has less than her. Y'all trying to make this a specifically black woman thing does not make sense. I went out of my way to look this up. Currently, if we're going to talk young, attractive, desirable women in Hollywood, Emma Stone, married to somebody, I don't even know. Natalie Portman, married down. Margot Robbie, okay? The white girl ideal, married a random Australian man, regular job, not even a millionaire. Okay, Scarlett Johansson, she getting all that Marvel money. Married that man from SNL. Who paying the bills? I don't know. Probably splitting. Anne Hathaway. Okay, these are white girl ideals, covers of magazines, movie stars, award-winning actresses. I didn't even really get into the singers. That's just a handful of actresses. And the idea that we are supposed to be, sorry, let me go back. The idea.
All right. So you might not believe representation matters then. It's very difficult for me to believe that you believe representation matters while saying this. Even if I don't like the comparison to white people, but to do this in the way that Kim does has to be done by Kim by ignoring all her previous work. Because we know Black women's image. So like, knowing Black women's image and how narrow the image is, it doesn't make sense to then point out that white women do this too. It is do this too. Right? I'm not saying this is right, FYI. Right? I'm not saying it's right to be stuck in an archetype that you can't get out of. When we think about controlling images, again, when we're talking about the conversations around controlling images, we are talking about what is typically associated with a group. White womanhood has a variety of images, a variety of archetypes. It's almost infinite at this point because it's so individualized. Black women do not have that kind of luxury. I am repeating to Kim her own words. When she talked about beauty, when she talked about Black women stereotype, the reason I can do this is because I am actually a fan of hers. I watch her media. I consume that which she produces. I think she's extraordinarily intelligent. So it is weird to me to see there's some person who has taught me so much about Black womanhood and the stereotypes around Black womanhood compare that which white women are doing in Hollywood to what Keke is doing in Hollywood when we know there is not a lot of Black women representation, and you have said that. You have said that. You have talked. And by the way, you can want to dismantle it. You can want to dismantle that. You can want to fight back against the system and say, no, Black women should be taken as individuals because Black women are individuals. But to pretend like you don't understand why people would be mad and have something to say doesn't make sense to me at all, because literally you have taught us, you have taught me about how narrow the image of Black woman is, and how when a Black woman makes a mistake, it is kind of projected onto all of Black womanhood, and why it is that representation matters, and why people have to, unfortunately, be almost perfect, because for them to mess up is for it to reverberate throughout the community. But you have taught me this, Kim Burley, and I still love you. So it doesn't make sense to then come on here and say, white women are doing this, white women are marrying down, white women are marrying down. Are they though? But also, if they are Black women being white women, are white women being called baby mamas and single mamas and like, I am not saying you should live your life this way. I'm not saying you should live your life caring. I'm saying for Kim specifically, in the conversation about this, how is all of that nuance now missing? Because if you're getting mad at women for being upset about what is happening to their quote unquote image, it feels very odd to me to not say you are wrong, which you can say, and here is why you're wrong, and this is why you shouldn't be upset. But I understand because you've accepted the media's portrayal about Black women stereotypes. So I get why you would think you need to push back here. Like, for me, it's very obvious. Like, I knew as soon as I heard about Keke that people would be mad. Like, I knew it. I knew it. And I knew it partly based on what Kim has been teaching me over the years, and still will probably continue to teach me, because you don't get to compare Black women to white women in this way when you know and stated that white women have a variety of images, they're taking it at face value, but Black women have to be almost perfect.
That this is a cause for all of Black womanhood to melt down and be in a state of disarray. Look, white women did not melt down and say, oh, what are we gonna do now, when America's sweetheart, Julia Roberts, married the cameraman. And when she married the cameraman, when she got with the cameraman, he was already married. So he had to go back from set, divorce his wife, and then marry Julia Roberts in like a quickie little ceremony. That is not brought up and thrown in her face every single freaking time we talk.
It's projection. Defending Keke's situation is defending their own current and possible future situation. They have accepted this okay and normal. And well, I think it's about the quote unquote dating down. So I've heard a lot of feminists talk about like being okay with being the main provider. I've heard Kim talk about this, and how she was like kind of upset when someone pushed the bill to her once, even though she said she was going to pay for it. So I think, I don't know, I'm not going to say I think anything, because I don't want it to feel like I'm like trying to get into Kim's mind. So I'll just talk about what she's talking about on the surface. I'll continue. Sorry, Keke, I want to engage more with your statement, but I realize to do that is to try to go analyze her mind. And I don't want this to be in any way. I don't, if Kim ever watches this, I don't want her to feel like I've disrespected her. But hopefully I don't know about allowed, because nobody ever allowed me to do or say anything. I'm going to do and say what I want to say. But I do hope she doesn't find it disrespectfully. Regarding ASAP, let's be real, y'all. There's a difference between rich and wealthy. Rich pays bills, gives comfort, and gets magazines cover. Wealthy is generational and access to history books, community building, and social change. Not only that, like, no, let me not say anyone is barely this. Like, we're not going to pretend like look, let me if 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 Kanye is any indication, be careful because no matter how much money you have, you can fall from grace like that. Thank you, Maya.
Talk about this. The white women did not get cataplectic. Yep, that's the word. The white women did not get cataplectic about their union. So the idea that we are, and that y'all truly is not me, the idea that we are going to talk about these people like they're the people that live down the street from you, please get a grip. It makes no sense. Let me look at the comments. Okay, so but the thing is, right, that, okay, when you say that comparing it to white women is not the same, people who live in a completely different echelon, okay? They live in a completely different world. This is where our conversations about intersectionality are really failing us, right? Only consuming these people as just Black women and not Black women who have the kind of wealth that only a fraction of people will ever amass doesn't cut it. If we are telling these Black women to only partner to wait for the men, and not just Black, who have a fraction of the wealth, like what are you saying? You're telling them to wait forever.
No, you're telling them to date in their circles. Keke is worth like, I think maybe 10 million or less. Let me not guess that. Let's go and look up Keke's net worth. All right. Keke's worth, oh. Yikes. All right. Keke is worth 9. Wait, how long is Keke? Wait, this can't be right. Let me put this on the screen. This is not cute. How long has Keke been in Hollywood? This is not right. I have questions. How much is Keke getting paid? We need a petition. Absolutely not. No. No. Oh, no. No. Keke is an actor, a dancer, a TV host, a musician. This is wrong, right? Like, this is not. Wait, what is the fraction of the fraction that she's talking about now? Keke. Yeah, Keke's my peer. What? Colorism and feature. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, agreed, but like, Keke has been working in Hollywood since like she was a baby. She had her own show, True Jackson VP. I mean, I didn't watch it, but like, Keely and the Bee, Jump In or Jump Up, some jump rope thing. I don't remember the name of the movie with Carbon Blue. She's hosted her TV. She's been in multiple movies, TV shows. She has the music. I am so confused. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is not planned here right now. I mean, Kim might be misinformed. Kim might be like, I'm thinking Kim and I might actually have thought the same thing. Because when Kim was like, oh, she's worth a lot and she's wealthy and blah, 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 like, Rihanna can lose all the money, but as the crown queen of Barbados, she will reign there forever, if anything, if nothing else. Period. Look, I'm gonna I'm not end it. I'm gonna go leave. This is depressing me. I'm just gonna pretend like we didn't see that, and we're gonna go along with, I am going to go along with she's wealthy, wealthy, wealthy. Um, and she doesn't need a man because no one needs a man. And I'm with this, period. We got this. Um, this is not bothering me. Keke is working too much and too hard and too long to not be worth more than most women in Hollywood. Like, she should be rich, rich. And I'm not saying 7.5 million is Themis. I was reading. Is Themis saying 7.5 million is not wealthy? No, I'm not saying it's not. No, look. I know my friends. I know their net worth. They're not theirs. Their family's net worth, and they'll be mad at me for like suggesting that they're not doing well or whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm saying Keke Palmer is Keke Palmer. Keke Palmer is to me, she's a legend. And the fact that she's not like worth, I jokingly said 10 million. Like, I was joking because in my mind, when I look it up, I was going to see 25 million because I'm like, well, Hollywood is still racist. Hollywood is still colorist. So she's not about to be worth 60 million. But like, I literally thought I was going to type it in, find it, and it would be at around like 20 to 25. Like, I literally thought it was going to be at least double whatever. Let's get at him. Where are you all in life that millionaire is no longer wealthy because I need to be there? No. I think, let me rephrase. Let me correct myself. This is a lot of money. She is doing amazing. To have this much money is like giving. You are giving, you're succeeding in life, you're wealthy, whatever you are, you are. Like, I'm not saying this is not a ton of money. I like, period. You're rich. Even like, you're rich. Period. I am saying she should be worth more. That's what I'm saying. Jelly Bean said, this video is disingenuous. I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I apologize. I'm not disingenuous about anything. I literally thought Keke was worth 20 mil. Themis, I can say Hollywood money is good, but it's not what you think. Yeah, I'm gonna start thinking a lot of these people are broke. If Keke is worth 7.5 mil, then these reality stars, like, honestly, I think this is where I would say Nene would be, and like I feel like this is where like, they're wealthy. I'm not saying they're not rich. I'm just saying this is where I would assume like D-list celebrities are financially. I don't know. Let's continue.
If we already
Look, see, this is the thing. You guys, not you guys, but I think people think I'm comparing myself to Keke. I'm comparing Keke to her peers in the way that we're comparing A$AP Rocky to Rihanna. I'm comparing Keke to her peers. I'm not, again, comparing Keke to us regular folks who have negative net worth. That's not what I'm doing.
understand the kinds of obstacles and hurdles that regular everyday Black women have to finding good partners, then what kind of life, what kind of future are you projecting onto these super rich, famous, visible Black women who have a lot of money? I just don't, it is not even. And again, a lot of this is like, oh, if she makes this decision, then what does that mean for me? It means nothing. Even as a comfortable Black woman, I will never know the life that Keke Palmer has. Never. Never. I don't know what it's like to be paid $10 million to film a movie.
I mean, but what she paid $10 million to film a movie? I feel like Kim and I are on the same page. Kim and I are imagining something different. Because if Kim thinks Keke was paid $10 million to film a movie, she must also think that her net worth is like ridiculously higher than it is. Because if you think she was paid $10 million to film a movie, look. Thank you, Jay. I don't understand how much more clear Themis can be about this. Thank you, because I feel like people just want to hear what they want to hear and then gaslight me into defending myself. My daughter gets paid $200 for 15 minutes of modeling. I did the math. It's not giving what my imagination gives. Period.
I don't know what it's like to be famous. I don't know, and neither do you. So what are we actually talking about?
Someone said payment is not net worth. Yes, it's your asset versus your liability. It would be a part of your net worth. So maybe Keke is in more debt than I think, but I'm going to use the payment to be close to the net worth because, like, unless she has like a huge debt that I don't know of, yeah.
I think that rich women, famous women, should be really intentional about vetting the character of the men that they choose to partner with. I think that they should be very careful about making sure that legally they're protected. But beyond that, this conversation is asinine. And the other thing about, the marriage thing is like, would I really be advising any super rich woman to enter into a very difficult to dissolve business contract with someone who has far fewer assets and potentially much more leverage than she does? I wouldn't. That's why I don't really care about marriage. Like, why are y'all trying to... All right. So that's...
All right. I'm going to drop the link right now. I need one person who agrees with Kim. Just one. Again, this link, do not repost the link, moderators. Do not pin it. I think I'm the only one who can pin it. This is for anyone who agrees with Kim. Again, who fundamentally do not play devil's advocate, just agrees with Kim. Because you won't advise someone with assets to get in a marriage, but you would support having a children. I'm not saying it's wrong to have children without a marriage, but I feel like one is more permanent. Like I feel like one of those two things is more permanent. And look, if you're marrying in 2022 without a prenup, period, do you? But like I don't understand that. Concern, go ahead.
Hey, can you repeat the last thing you said? You went out for a second.
Oh, it's fine. No, I just wanted someone who, thank you. Do not play devil's advocate.
Oh no, I'm totally on Kim's side here. And though
wait.
when I hopped on, my phone connected to another Bluetooth, I couldn't hear. So I just want to make sure I heard the literal last sentence you made.
All right. I don't remember what the last sentence, but it's probably unimportant. We have 5 minutes, and then at 5 minute mark, it's 7:50 now. At 7:55, all the conversation ends, and then we go back to the video. I have a strict limit. All right. So children and not marriages.
I think it's one of those things where I will start off with what I agree with. I agree with you, Themis, that to pretend as though this is something that can be brushed away because of the impact it has on women who are outside of her tax bracket is not aligned with your other desire, Kimberly, to uplift Black women as a whole, Rihanna's and the women around the block as well, right? I can agree with with the saying, hey, don't be dismissive. What I think is Kim is also a wealthy woman who she has brought up that when she enters the dating market, it is very difficult and improbable to find somebody who makes more than you without deliberately solving for that first. And as a woman that is dating right now, you never know who you're going to have chemistry with. And there's no way to, like, I don't want to go onto a website specific to find love specifically to find men over making it who make over a certain income bracket. Like, the intent of dating with that in mind as the first filter implies other things. That website would be likely for a relationship I'm not sure I want to be in, if the guy knows that I'm looking for specifically that. And so what I'm saying with regard to what Kim is saying is that once you get into a place that is a very, very small proportion, and you are female looking at trying to build a life that is dynamic, if you want to be a parent, if you want to be partnered, if you want to also be a businesswoman, in that very in wanting to have it all, some things you might have everything but it doesn't look the traditional way. So if Rihanna and ASAP stay together for a while, maybe it makes sense that Rihanna could entertain the idea, but while she's looking to get a kid or she wants to have a family, whatever, because of Rihanna's very specific circumstance, to pressure her into doing something that is not for that makes her vulnerable just because of a look that we want to have, this respectability we want to be able to elevate to, puts her in a very difficult position where she's being strong-armed, like some of the men who come on here and want to look down on people who are not married, who could be having healthy relationships, could be fine, whose life could be better, they're just not married, than this image that this person has. Like,
I am not at the point yet where I'm disagreeing or agreeing with the position on women, children, marriage. The question I asked, and I should have been clearer, is what is the harder commitment, the marriage or the child?
I think that for some women it's a child, and it's their call.
Wait, so the commitment to have a child is more difficult or easier?
It depends on that woman's mindset. And I'm not trying to be dodging the question, but I really want to leave space for the women who want to have a kid.
No space here, though. There is an objective. Maybe I shouldn't put it like that then. If we're thinking as objectively as we can, and we're thinking about dissolving something or ending something, which is easier to end?
I mean, a marriage is easier to end on paper. Some women are able to fashion a life because for a lot of women who get to a certain stage in life, they want to have a kid and they're not waiting to. They don't want to wait for marriage for whatever reason, and some of those reasons are legitimate to them. And if they want the kid and their belief system and value system leaves space for the marriage to not be important.
We're at the 5-minute mark. I'll let you ponder this before I go to Rochelle.
Okay, no problem.
When I asked, the next question I wanted to ask was, what is the bigger commitment? And I think a commitment, like when I'm thinking about the commitment, I usually think about how difficult it is to end, to determine how I should think about getting in it. And so that's what I was thinking about when I asked about the child. Rochelle?
Hello, you said my name right.
Period.
um,
We have 5 minutes together. At
oh, oh,
8, I'll stop.
okay. So I think because life is full of gray and not so black and white, there are so many complications to like a question like this, and definitely dissolving. I mean, you can't dissolve a child. I mean, I guess you could, but when the child's here, it's impossible to dissolve that because you're literally tied to that person for life in the form of that child. So it's much harder to work that out, but it's easier to dissolve a marriage. But I think women like
But even
Keke,
getting in the marriage, like, can't you, like, I know the answer to this. Can't you, like, create literal structures using paperwork to make sure you benefit in the marriage?
yes, yes, it in a not even in a perfect world, but if all the stars aligned at the right
No,
age.
in this world right now, if I get married, no, there is going to be a prenup. Like, I think
No,
people are marrying, but there is going to be a prenup.
but I think that's why these women jumped into having a kid before even thinking about marriage, because I mean, when you have a kid with someone, you can't divorce yourself and that person ever with a kid. So it's like you don't have to worry about an ugly divorce, an ugly prenup and finances like that, because you're stuck together with the person. So it's complicated, but it's not as complicated when you're super wealthy like these women in that case. So maybe they felt because we're comfortable, we can afford it. Why not? We love these guys. Why not just have a kid? I'm approaching my 30s. Let's just do it. But this is not something average women should ever try and consider, because it's much more complicated, and there are more serious consequences when you're not in a millionaire or billionaire.
All right, we're at the 5 minute here. So Concern and Rochelle can both come in on this, but it feels like the feminist approach is to say marriage is obsolete without saying it directly.
Oh no.
I don't. It
Mhm.
isn't her choice to marry him, and I think that for some women, maybe they might want to get rid of their partner, but most women will never want to, once they've had a kid, take it back. Like, some women want to have a child and put that as a part, as just as important to them as any of the rest of the things that they're looking for in life.
Right. So are people just like having kids to have kids and not like thinking
Well,
about a nuclear family? Because like a lot of my arguments, like personal arguments, not ones that I posit on here, those are backed by stats. But my arguments personally and to myself is that people are not just like having kids knowing they're going to be single mothers.
Some women do.
Yeah, but is that like a lot of like, is that what's happening?
I think more Black women get into the situation where they're single mothers out of circumstance than by choice.
That's my thought. That has been my thought. But in the argument by the feminist, it's kind of like, and Kim had said during the video that, look, she wouldn't give this advice to regular everyday women, right? So I can appreciate that, but the undertone isn't like it's not missing me, the undertone. Like,
I'm not
there is
saying
an
that marriage
undertone.
is obsolete or that
By the way, I'm not saying you're wrong if you are. I'm just like I am now having to like check myself because I didn't whatever.
But doesn't marriage? Don't most people? I think you said once that most people, when they get married, their net worth increases, right? So it's like, what if you? What if
No,
you're already
wait,
like a
wait,
multimillionaire?
that
And
stat does not work for everyone.
well, okay, I mean the average, right? The average. So I mean, if you're
I
already a
mean,
multimillionaire,
the reason why I'm pushing back on the stat is that for Black women who marry within the community,
yeah,
their everything decreases essentially health, finances. It's not a good look. Ralph Richard Banks actually points this out, that marriage is supposed to be a building institution, but like two people who can't read, who don't have any money, getting married doesn't increase the likelihood of them anything.
Yeah.
right. But I
So
mean,
marriage
isn't that
itself is, as a blanket statement, I hate the idea of like marriage, like just get married, like girl, no, keep that to yourself. But
right?
I just want to understand if we are like, is it the position that like, oh, marriage is kind of like over and done with?
I
Oh
don't
But let me
know.
no.
go. I want to agree, but after Halle Berry and how miserable those baby daddies did her, I'm cross-eyeing the ladies' responses. I
I
Well,
really
think
did.
I think in a perfect world, if everyone was financially stable and everyone was able to have as much money to be comfortable, where they wouldn't need to marry out of, status or just to survive, I feel like in that case most people would hopefully marry out of love.
By the
But
way, like I'm someone who is like, oh, you don't need any man, you don't need, like, I'm for this, by the way. But my
Mhm.
issue is I don't think it's right to have that position and then say, why aren't the men not there? Right? Like it feels odd to promote um being a single mother and then argue that the men aren't there. There's an a glaring inconsistency here that's like really bothering me.
I mean, it's an inconsistency, but when we think about what these women want for their lives, right? If a woman wants to have a kid and she has decided that she wants to have a kid more than she wants to try to make it work with a person or find a person that she can be sure it will work out with, like make the idea that we are going to be together for the length of the child's life be the price, like trying. If a woman finds that she wants to have a kid more than she wants to go on that adventure, then sometimes women will choose to have a kid with a guy that they don't know if they are going to be together forever. They intend that this is a person that they want to be with, but I am also a woman that needs to be mindful that if he divorces me, he has access to things that I built. And so I want to have a kid and I'm enjoying this relationship, but I'm not willing to risk what I'm trying to do to be it to mirror this ideal. And I think that the two
Then why be
coexist
with him?
because
Why have, wait, I don't understand. Like, you don't have to have a child with him if you don't want to be with him. Like, I get,
some women want to have kids. I'm not like
go to a
I the
man.
women
I
in the
don't,
chat can think that this is strange for me to say, but I have family members who have made this choice. I know this is a choice some women make every day where they know that they want to have a kid, and for whatever reasons they have, they know that the relationship could or could not work out, or there's no relationship at
you
all,
can
but
adopt,
they have the
you
kid
can
anyway.
you can decide to have your child on your own without him there, by you know how to do that. Like, you don't have to, you, that you want a child doesn't mean you get pregnant by the one you like. I didn't know this was like a, like, I know this, but like I didn't know it was like a conscious effort by a lot of people. Like, I
I don't
didn't.
think it's a conscious effort. I think it's something that she is, and neither of, and I don't know Keke. I wish I knew Rihanna, but what I'm saying is that
No, no, I'm not talking about them specifically. They're rich. Like,
mhm.
they'll figure this out, I think. I'll go back to Kiki and them in a moment. The conversation ends in 4 minutes. Rochelle, you can obviously join in whenever you want. But I'm concerned, I'm concerned that like the manosphere might have an argument here that like I literally overlooked.
Wait,
I
are we
thought that
talking
was
about
so
average
weird.
women?
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
concern that some of her family member did that.
But these are above average women. I have family members who are above average. They're not Keke Palmer, you know, wealthy, but they are women who wanted to have a kid and hadn't found a relationship that made sense for them to really have this man in her face. And so, but she wanted to have a kid. She just wanted to have a kid. So she had a kid with a guy that was flaky. And sometimes people do things because out of their own selfishness. And I don't think.
But yeah, that is super selfish because like
Some
I
people
don't
are selfish.
unless we're saying like, oh, we're in a gay relationship or lesbian relationship or whatever, but like to intentionally deprive a child of like to intentionally have a child that you know you are going to deprive of or going to be deprived, not you are going to deprive, that is going to be deprived of a father or a mother or like just a healthy relationship with the people who are supposed to be their
But
parents.
remember, you brought up a few times that you need to have men that can be an influence. And it unfortunately is. I'm not trying to dismiss the heart of what you're saying, like to deliberately.
No. You are right that the research shows that having men who are father figures work better than having a singular father in a community without men. Agreed. I am saying, why would you intentionally deprive your child of a father figure or a mother figure, two parents? Because that's what the study shows, two parents.
I think it's because sometimes as women get older, they just rather have a child than wait for a man to come in their life.
Oh,
and also in this same universe,
wrong like that. I don't. Let's clarify.
And maybe it is wrong, right?
Wait,
but what?
No. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying if you want to adopt a child, the child is without parents, so you can definitely go and adopt a child. They are better off with a parent who loves and cares for them than they are in like foster care, in my estimation.
But
right?
Themis, in this same world, they will deny people who want to adopt babies because they don't have a nuclear family.
No, I mean, I can think of like cases where that happens, but that's not a thing.
But also, I think, like, I feel like becoming a parent is like the most selfish and the most selfless thing you can do. And I think some people want to see their DNA recreated. Like, if you're that not selfish, but like, you know what I mean? Some people just want to see themselves recreated in their child and will go about different means of making that happen and like just forgo adoption and go to a bank or something.
And again, in these same situations, the women that I'm talking about can provide independently what in some other households that had a marriage partner could afford.
Because like literally Nick Cannon can provide, right? I don't know how long
theoretically, but yes, I'm following you.
But he's not there. Like he's not raising these kids. Like
in that same situation, what we're saying is that those women are making that choice, and we can
I'm not talking. Wait, if we think we're still talking about Keke, we are not. Keke is rich. I don't. This idea that like, oh hey, you need to be married. Like, I am not completely against the ideas about like women empowerment in the field of like being there by themselves with their child. If that's the decision you want to make, that's the decision you want to make. I am just very confused because I didn't know that like the manosphere was right on that specific issue. I've never addressed it directly in this way outside of stats, but I didn't realize that they were like,
how would you describe the issue though?
Concern, please let me finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would not actually, I'm in this conversation, we've been cutting each other off. So like I shouldn't have done that. Right. Anyway, when I think about the conversation in the manosphere, and they're like, oh, these feminist women are breaking up the family. No, you want to leave. But like, I didn't know women were like, this man is inconsistent. This man is not a good person. I don't see this man and I being one together ever, but I want a child with him. Like, I don't like concerned. That's what you just said. Like,
So
I didn't know people were
in this
doing that.
situation, you were right-ish. The difference is I want a child. And for some women, biologically, if you can have a kid, like, and I don't know. But what I'm saying is that for some women, they choose to have their own biological child with someone because they want a biological child. And when we think about the same situation, these men in the manosphere are dangling marriage over women's heads and making them jump through hoops and do tricks and have the kids first and then have the marriage hanging over their head. Like, a lot of the people who are in the marriage statistics had their children before the marriage contract was
But
signed.
here's the thing. Yes. And so women like, I don't need you. I can go adopt my child or have my child by myself is separate than saying, I
But personally,
wait, sorry.
leave aside.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, personally, I think it's very concerning or suspicious when a guy would rather, have a child with you before he gets married to you, because it's a completely like harder level of commitment when you have a kid. But I also think it's not really about like, oh, I don't need a man. I think it's more so women wanting to, I guess, in a way,
Wait.
have
Can you guys?
control.
I just sent out the link to people who were asking that I have your Instagram. I just sent it.
But
Sorry.
I think it's more not so that like, oh, we don't need a man or whatever, but I think it's mainly like women saying like, I can do it and I want to do it more so, and I'm not gonna like wait to do it. And I mean, I'm sure there are many women who would be like, yeah, if in the right circumstances, I would totally like have a child with, Mr. Right or whatever. But unfortunately, life is so complicated, and especially nowadays in this economy, I mean, there are lots of women who will choose to go it alone because the stars aren't aligning. So I think in a perfect world, if we could all have the perfect guy, we'd probably all have a kid with a guy that we love and trust and everything, but the world is so full of gray.
Yeah, no, I love that, but that's not what is being stated. Like, it is being stated that I am having children with a man that I think is bad. That's what was stated, and I'm like,
Oh, that's
very
horrible.
concerned.
But a man that I think is bad. Most women do it with you remember Insecure when Condola had.
But 1 second. I just sent the link. Is it just me? I sent the link on Instagram. Go ahead, concerned.
You remember when Condola had what's his name's baby?
Yeah.
Lawrence's baby. Mm-hmm. She had broken up with him before, so she knew she didn't want to be with him. But she said, "I'm having this baby. Do what you want to do with this information." And she was fully willing to have him not be there.
Wait, that's not what happened at all. What happened was she broke up with him, or he broke up with her. Actually, they broke up off screen, and she found out she was pregnant and decided to keep it.
Yeah,
that's not what we are talking about.
But what I'm saying is that you could, so that is a case in point that can happen. Another case in point is that you want.
Wait, no. You can choose after having a child, something, a fetus inside of you, to not be able to abort and be in love with it. I don't know how those hormones work. That is different than deciding to have a child with someone you think is not going to be there or a good person.
But why would you have a kid with someone you can't trust or you don't think is good?
Why would you break up?
Why would you have a kid with someone you can't trust in the first place? I don't understand that.
Amara?
Hi, things. I was just listening, and I just had to come up and just say this. If we're in a society or a community that we're trying to kind of change the narrative around when it comes to Black women and getting married before having children, it shouldn't really matter what the situation is. If the man isn't in the mindset to marry you and, you know, dedicate himself to you, and you guys build a union within yourselves and then bring the child in, then it doesn't really make any sense, because you guys are saying things like, oh, well, she just wanted to have the baby, maybe she's just being selfish. But that's not fair, especially to the people who are onlooking. You know what I'm saying? You have Keke Palmer is a huge role model. Rihanna is a huge role model, and these people are giving us the go-ahead to pretty much just have a baby with a guy that doesn't care enough about you to marry you. And it doesn't, to me, it doesn't make any sense.
All right, well, I'm going to push back on that, Amara. So I believe there are too many married single mothers for me to think marriage is going to solve anything. But I'm not going to push back against Black women generally wanting to change the image of Black womanhood, and deciding that marriage, because of the research, is the best way to engage in family creation. I'm not pushing back against this idea, because I think I would be walking a very thin line, so I'm gonna leave that alone. But I would caution and say, do not enter unions such as marriage with rose-colored lenses, because to think that people don't change, that you won't be a married single mother, that abandonment won't be a thing. Like, you didn't say any of this, but I do hold space for, in terms of the sort of heterosexual relationship and those kinds of discussion, I hold space for women realizing, yeah, maybe I should not let these men hang marriage over my head, and have me operate in that way to get chosen, which complicates my position currently.
And in that same situation, that decision to get married by Rihanna to a man that she has known for a while, that she has, you know, that has been people. One time, I think I'm getting feedback. I'm hearing myself.
Amara, can you turn us down or off in the background? I think there's an echo coming from you.
Can you hear me? Is
Yeah.
it me?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's an echo.
Okay, let me try something.
Go ahead, Concern.
So she might be interested in this person, but she's also weary because she needs to protect herself, right? Rihanna is the same person who fell in love with Chris Brown and it was in that situation, but was trying to protect him afterwards.
No, that's a false equivalency.
But wait till I didn't tell you what the equivalency I'm saying is.
Yeah,
just listen real quick.
All right.
She's had a lot of she's not somebody, well, we don't know. But what I'm saying is that, like, she's not turning 30. She's an old, I think she's around like 35, 36 or whatever. And she has had many guys talk her up and be their main or whatever. They've come from lots of different backgrounds. She's tried the dating thing and tried to do the long term and then see what it becomes. And she wants to have but so she knows that just because we're happy now doesn't mean that I need to sacrifice what I have now is billions of dollars. Like her being weary of committing to a lifetime to this man that she feels great about right now, but she got pregnant. She wanted to have a kid.
She's committed to him for a lifetime. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
But wait, you said let you finish because you weren't saying what I thought you were saying and drawing an equivalency between Rihanna protecting. 1 second.
Is my feedback better?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, I heard myself again.
Oh, damn it. I don't know what
Wait,
to do.
sorry. No, there's an echo. Please make the equivalency now, because you said I was wrong in my assertion of what your equivalency was.
Because, well, I assume that you were drawing an equivalency based off of the fact that we just had a recent conversation about Chris Brown to the idea that he could be as bad of a partner, or it's going to be Chris Brown being this horrible person. Like no one, I thought you were saying that it was a false equivalency to say that ASAP Rocky is like Chris Brown.
No, what you were saying was that Rihanna don't make good choices.
And I think that that's not fair. I don't know. I don't think that when you are, like I led with, I understand what you're saying and what you're saying, Amara, in that as a Black community and as Black women who are idols in a lot of ways to a lot of people, you are responsible for more than your own babies. You're responsible for the inspiration you gave to other people and babies that could have happened because of your modeling something for a community and a brand. I get it. I'm not disputing that there are larger implications to their fame and their visibility, but a woman who might have been the CEO of COO.
My friend, Monier, who is a friend of mine, came on. He said this to me, and I literally said he's lying. But like I've heard people say, women will have children just to have children, and not like anything, and then complain about the man not being there. I didn't know this was a thing. So for me, let me be clear on my position. If you don't want to be married, you don't got to be married. Like I've never said, oh, you have to be married. If you want a child and you don't care about the man and you know the man is horrible, like whatever, period, do you. What I'm concerned about is this idea that you then get to complain about these men. Like it's weird to intentionally intentionally be with someone you think is horrible, have a child with the person you think is horrible, and then complain about the person being horrible. That is 3 times, like, yeah, there is like, for me, I don't blame the person who stays, but like the reason I don't blame the person who stays because you are with someone, you don't know that they're not going to be there, you have a child, and then they leave, then I'm not going to blame you for them leaving. But when you intentionally engage with someone you think is bad, have a child, and then that child is without a father, like, obviously I'm not blaming you for her not having a father. I'm blaming you for the person you chose because now that child doesn't have a father. Still blaming the dad for not being a dad to the child because he's not upholding his part. But like that doesn't make sense to me. Like I didn't know this was a thing that people were, the key word here is consciously having children with people they would never marry, they do not like, and then coming out saying, woe is me. That's weird. Like I didn't think that happened. I didn't know that happened. I was being told by Money it happened, and I told him he's a liar.
Well, I'm not saying the women I know who have made that choice don't complain. They intend to, they take responsibilities for that. The women I know who complain about the father of their child not being active are the women that intended to do it partnered. And I think that some women go into having kids with different mindsets. And we have to also realize that we
Let
are
me just say, wait, let
socialized
me
as
just
Black
say
people.
that I hope what you're saying is true now, because like the fact that you said what you said earlier is like having me question my reality. Like I'm actually questioning my reality. Are women actually doing this, and like on a
But women
broader
aren't a
scale?
monolith, Venus. We
No, yeah,
know that
no,
women, all
I
women
mean,
are not,
I'm saying
don't,
on a broader scale than I originally thought.
yeah, and there's what, I mean, to clarify the thing about the manosphere men being right, these women are also socialized in a culture where they have seen women figure this out, and so the idea that they would have this that they would think that they couldn't do it if they really wanted to, especially, again, most of the times the women, maybe it's because of my circles, but the women who make this choice are financially well off and earn enough to be earning two people's salary, two hardworking full-time people's salary. So when I think about the idea that they are complaining, they did not go into it to complain, and these women, moms, did it. Their friends might have been married single moms, or they might have been people who have been left and they thought they were being together, got divorced. A lot of Black people were raised by single mothers. So
And we're trying to stop that.
Yeah. Wait,
That's
let's
the whole
stop
point.
there. We have wait, go ahead, Amara, and then we'll go to Annalicia, and then
Oh, hey, Annalicia, girl. Well, my main issue with the video that Kim made was that she was kind of like giving that excuse to women so that women are like, oh, okay, it's true. If I'm doing well, if I'm making good amount of money, I can have a kid. Forget if this man is a husband and a father. Forget if he has those capabilities or if he has that upbringing. I know that financially I can take care of myself and a child. So why not do it? My mom did it. My auntie did it. My grandma did it. But there needs to be like some type of like pushback from community. I love Keke. Everybody loves Keke, right? And when I saw that she was pregnant, I said, my response was like, okay, well, I was like, I support her still, but I don't like that she's not married, right? But I'm still going to support it. It doesn't matter. But there has to be some type of pushback telling women that, look, we have to stop doing this, because even though you aren't, you can financially provide for that child doesn't have that father influence, which is what we're lacking in this community. And if you don't feel like you could get to a level where you can have a cohesive marriage with a man, what makes you think that you're going to have a cohesive upbringing with a child with that man that you had a baby with? Why not just go get semen? You know what I mean? Why not just adopt? There's so many kids that need to be adopted. It just doesn't make any sense. And that's the reason why there's so much pushback from a lot of the people in the community. And it's not necessarily malicious. It's just kind of like we're at the point that we want to see better for our community as Black women. We don't always have to be single mothers. You know, at some point we can accept a marriage proposal. And if he isn't ready to get married, what makes you think he's ready to be a father? I can't put the two and two together, you know?
Yeah, thank you. Then I guess Nick Cannon should get a pass with that logic. Yeah, that's it. So, yeah, Amara, I hear you. SJ, thank you. And part of what I'm looking for a comment, sorry. Part of what I've not heard spoken out loud is, what is a woman to do if she wants a child, but the man is inconsistent and is not a good partner? Like, I've never heard that kind of questioning out loud, because you don't always get what you want. You don't always get what you want, but it's like, obviously you don't get what you want. And so what are you to do? Not have a child with a man who is inconsistent, like, and not going to be like, I don't, what, go ahead, and Annalicia, let me look for this comment.
Hello, Themis. Hi, Mara. Hi, everybody on the panel.
Hey.
So this conversation is interesting, and I think I'm just gonna go back to Kim because I agree. I love Kim. I think that she's brilliant. But what I thought was interesting, especially when she brought up intersectionality, but it's a problem. This is the first problem that I have with what she's saying. I have a lot of conversations with people in like different, like a lot of white people or others, whatever you want to call them, and their sort of main point of contention with Black, BWE and things of that nature, is that the dichotomy between Black and white communities doesn't really exist, and to the extent that it exists, it's not that bad. Because their whole thing is everyone engages in this behavior, right? Everyone engages in degeneracy. All races and classes of people sort of engage in the same cultural norms, so on and so forth. So my problem is with Kim, with what she was saying was, Black people, I should say Black women, the dichotomy between these communities. So the question we need to ask ourselves, when she's talking about women who are, Black women who are in a certain socioeconomic bracket, or Black people in general, does that really provide the insulation that it provides to other groups and other races of people? I think, and I think that that's the intersectionality that exists in that exists in this conversation, right? Does the wealth provide the insulation to actually prevent us from needing to have these conversations, from caring or worrying about marital status, what someone's net worth is, like the actual dollar amount? Because I would argue that it doesn't. That's my problem with what she's talking about, right? When you're talking about, oh, well, white women have been doing this for years, and the reality is that Black women specifically, I would almost say universally, well, maybe not universally, maybe in the Western world, are seen as baby mothers. There is a baby mother culture that is exclusively and unilaterally attached to Black women. That's a problem. I don't even think it would matter how much, I don't know if it would matter how much Black women are actually getting married, because that exists in the minds of most groups of people, including Black people. So that's kind of the problem that I have with what she's saying, right? I keep on saying the word militant, and I feel like it applies. If we want to actually change the Black imagination, the white imagination, or the culture, we have to realize that we can't actually engage in the same things that other groups of people, other races are engaging in, because we're playing catch up. We're still trying to catch up. The wealth that Black people have amassed doesn't seem to insulate us from how far, or I guess from the gap that exists, the cultural gap, the social gaps that exist between Black people and other races of people. The reality is we're playing catch up. And until we get to a place where our divorce rate isn't 3 times higher than our marriage rate, until we get to a place where 70% of homes are not led by women, whether it's financial, whether it's fiscal, physical, in general, until we get to a place where there's more equilibrium, and where we can see patterns and trends existing among all groups of people rather than just Black people, or being exacerbated among Black people because they are a certain class, and because problems tend to compound when you're living in poverty, or when you're marginalized. Until we get there, we can't really, that's why I feel Kim can't really do it. She can do what she wants, but for her to do it, I think, actually, that points to the fact that the intersectionality, she's missing the intersectionality. That is the intersectionality right there. That's the problem that I have with what Kim is saying.
Yeah, the intersectionality for me, well, I think it's a use of intersectionality in a very narrow way that she did, where it's very obvious, as you point out, that it could be used in a different way, right? So Blackness, womanhood, and stereotypes about womanhood and controlling images about Black women specifically is a part of that intersectionality. And yes, money does not insulate you from those realities. And so yeah, I agree with you on that. Like I agree. I agree with you there. Uppity.
Okay, I'm up here with my real name. I don't have a problem with that. I want to be very clear. I didn't come up here to talk about Rihanna, ASAP Rocky, or Chris Brown. I didn't come up here to talk about how other communities feel about us, white or other. Marriage is not for lovers. It is for the child. It is for the creation of a family. Your child, for the sake of their self-esteem, for their emotional well-being, for their psychology, for their sense of self, they deserve two parents. In the religion of Islam, everything is, detailed. One of the first things when it comes to making a family or the right of a child, the very first right of the child is that you pick a good parent for it. That means if you in all your years have not found a person who you can make a baby with, let it go, Elsa. Let it go, Elsa. You can adopt, you can do something else. There are so many children out here who are not loved, who have no families, and saying, well, I want a kid that looks like me. It isn't enough. It's selfish, and we should get away from that. That's when you get into that matriarchal sacrificing kind of thing. You're going to have to sacrifice that desire if you cannot put a child in a safe space. As a school teacher for over a decade, I can almost call out the children who come from married parents, the children who come from baby mamas, mistresses, a love child, etc. They have a different look. They walk different. They talk different. They hold their head different. Their self-esteem is different. If you can't find a person, study marriage and what it's for. Study marriage and what it's for. It's not for lovers. It's an institution. It's a foundation. It's the building of wealth. It's one of the things that separated the Black community of today from the Black community of 1960, 50, 40. Your children deserve that. Even if you don't feel like you deserve to be if you are out here, the 5th baby mama pregnant with the 6th kid and the 7th is on the way, shame on you for putting that child in that position. He was fine. You wanted a nut. You wanted a kid. Shame on you still. That's all I got.
I'm
Can I say
snapping my finger for that. I like
something?
that.
Because I think he was concerned. Themis, I'm not going to live in a world in which you identify in any way with the manosphere. That's number one. That's not going to happen. Number two, respectfully concerned, that's not a thing that exists in the zeitgeist among Black people and that's just not a thing. I don't know. I don't know any Black women. I don't know any Black women. I don't know any Black communities. I haven't seen it. If you're going off of your experience, okay, you've seen it. But with respect to cultural practices or norms, I still don't see it. I still see Black women who want to be in marriages. I see Black women who want to have nuclear families. I see Black women who are who have that mentality. But again, Black women in general, we don't control or initiate marriage. And that's not our that's not really our purview, right? Like it's on men to take the initiative and to value marriage. I think Black women value marriage. The idea that they're having kids without marriage, to me, in my mind, doesn't suggest otherwise. It suggests that there's a problem with the people who are not valuing and initiating marriage. But no, Themis, that's not a thing.
Yeah.
I think that
Wait,
what
before you
I'm
go,
saying
and let
is
the
in
church
the
say amen. Wait, I notice y'all keep bringing up adoption as an alternative. Adopted children need a 2-parent household too. Yeah, but I think for me, it was a question of putting people in a better position, right? So for me, like, if I am not married by the time I'm like 45, I am definitely going to be adopting. And I will be the sole parent and drop that child off to my mom when I feel like. I'm kidding. But
Yeah.
the idea for me, it's I don't know what it's like to intentionally, like, to know someone is bad. This is my problem. It is the knowledge part that is annoying me. Like, it is just the knowledge part. Like, if you get in relationship with someone and they are terrible, kick them out. Do not stay with someone to have a 2-parent anything. Absolutely not. But to knowingly reproduce with someone that you think is bad, that you think is not fit, like literally, like, my mind is blown.
Well, I think
Where is that
that
happening?
so.
Where is that happening? And what data supports that?
I mean, I think that we're also assuming that these women think that these guys are bad. Like, and I understand that this is not something maybe some people will consciously and politely talk about, but it's something I've surmised in people's actions and in people's and in people's in the consistent behavior. We have lots of data that does support that there are women who are the the breadwinner within their household, that are taking care of their kids right now as a primary provider. We know that there's a lot of married single moms that are not getting the support they need within their relationship.
Hold on. Concerned. I don't mean to cut you. That's the culture, and that's why some of us, that's what I would say. A lot of us are saying, yeah, there needs to be a shift. That's you're describing a cultural norm and reality in which women in this is in the Black community. I would almost relegate this to the Black community, where women are doing all the heavy lifting, physical, mental, emotional, fiscal, financial, and otherwise. That's the problem, and that's what we're trying to address through marriage. Now, I see a lot of people, not just through marriage. I want to say, it's not just through marriage. A lot of people are saying marriage isn't the answer to. It's not marriage. Who are you married to?
It's
Who are you
vetting.
married to?
Mm-hmm.
That is
But
going
we
to
cannot
determine the
vet.
quality of your marriage.
We've talked about vetting over
The
and
quality
over
of your marriage is
again.
going to determine the quality of that child's life and outcome. Marriage absolutely provides insulation, but who
No
are
one
you
is
married?
denying that, Annalicia. No
No,
one's
wait,
denying
wait,
that.
wait.
Go ahead. Sorry, things.
Yeah, so here's the issue that I'm having. Someone said it too. Oh, we're back to vetting. When I say it's impossible to vet, that is distinct, and I hope we understand that is very distinct from I know he's bad, I'm still gonna do it. Like, those are two very different things.
But
Exactly.
she didn't have the kid with she didn't have the kid with Chris Brown,
No.
for example, which I'm sure that if Chris Brown, if she said, Chris Brown, you can hit, and she wanted to have a sperm donor, Chris Brown would oblige.
No, wait. We're not talking about celebrities anymore. We are going to go back to Keke. Because I don't know Keke's man enough to know any. Like, I went to Google him and stuff. He doesn't come up. I don't know who he is, but that doesn't mean anything. She can be in love and he can be. I don't know. But the issue I'm having is not about vetting. It's not about, oh, you need to know if this man is good at first before you sleep with them, because if you have a child, it's your fault. No, absolutely not. My position has been clear on this channel that we gonna drag these absentee fathers who decide to leave their children and not take care of their children. We will drag, and I will be the first person at the front of that line dragging. My issue is not a vetting issue. My issue is you intentionally having a child with a man who is not there for it. And you knowing that. So he can not be there for it, that's fine. But you knowing that and having a child with him is weird. So we cannot use this to talk about Keke or Rihanna because we don't know what these men were doing. Did I miss the link to join the panel? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to drop the link. Well, we need to watch Yanni's video.
May I say something quickly?
Yeah, 1 second. Here's a single parenting, but we know the results. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think when two consenting adults think about, doing the act before even having the discussion of marriage is a red flag and very concerning, and it should be something that shouldn't even be on the table until you put a ring on the finger, because being committed to someone or connected to someone with a child is way more complicated than being connected to someone through marriage. So I think many people, and I don't think it's about vetting, but many times people show you who they are, and I think if you get to know someone for long enough, you start to see signs that if they, and even in their conversations, like if they start talking in ways where they're clearly not serious about like long-term relationship, or they're not even mentioning even having plans to marry you and having a date when you've known them for a few years, and they're quick to talk about having a child with you before even talking about marriage, I think that is a huge red flag. And many times I think I guess people or women just think like, oh, okay, it's fine, we can get married after. But many times I truly think that's the wrong way to go about it. I think you should probably get married first. And while marriage is not a fail safe for anything, but honestly, when women kind of partake in that, they do get harmed worse. Like
Yeah, wait.
women can contract
Yeah,
STDs
yeah, yeah,
more
yeah.
frequently, and all
Wait,
sorts of things,
wait.
and we could end up pregnant. So the risk for women partaking in that is much higher than it is for a man. So we should
Yeah.
take it much seriously.
I really wish women would stop rewarding terrible men by giving them a child.
Children.
Yeah.
Let me say this. Y'all are not rewarding these men. These men don't want these children. Look,
That's my point. What you're saying right now is my biggest point. Because one of the ladies on the panel said that, men
no,
control marriage, whereas women control, childbirth. And it's like men are gatekeeping their marriage while women are like, you know what, I'm just going to have this baby and connect myself to this man for the rest of our lives, since he isn't strong enough or like, I don't know, smart enough, or if he doesn't care about me enough to actually open up that gate to marriage. It's like,
yeah.
okay, I'm just gonna have
Wait,
a baby. They're trying to make it seem like it's something else, but it's really just, women trying to give the baby and hope that the milk comes later. But why would they buy the milk when they have the cow?
But some
look,
women want to have
Yep.
kids. And I'm
wait,
No,
not
that
telling you
doesn't
that
kind of say.
what I
Oh my
want
God.
for myself is not to have a child with somebody who I want to be the father of my kid, because I don't want to be a single mother on purpose. But I also know that for some women, they want to have a child, and they, for tons of reasons that we have shared several times over, look around and find it very improbable that they are going to be able to make it work in terms of being in a long-term, you live with me, you're my man partnership. But they look
that's
around and they're saying that they want to have a child.
concern.
And I'm not telling you that even I
Concern,
know the
you're not
levels of
wrong.
morality to judge it,
Wait,
but I do
concern.
understand
Wait,
how you could
concern.
get there, because we're talking about the same community of men who are.
So I just muted you, concern. I'm not sure if you heard me. I muted Rochelle also. That is not. I hope people aren't. I hope people aren't thinking that I'm saying you're wrong. Uppity thinks you're wrong, right? Um, I
So do
think
I.
it is. I think it is for you to develop the kind of relationship with your child and community how you want, right? My issue is not that. I am not, I don't mind you thinking like, I have enough money, I'm going to raise a child on my own. There is an issue here, and it's, is this in the best interest of the child? And if you to say it is, then maybe it is. Regardless, like, I'm not about to police how a person who can financially and hopefully emotionally take care of their child on their own. I'm not sure if that's fully possible, but I'm not about to fight you on that. I would never fight someone on that. My issue is specifically choosing to procreate with someone who you know is crappy. That is my issue in this conversation. My issue in this conversation is knowledge of how crappy someone is, choosing to procreate with them because you want a child, as opposed to like, oh, let me go do this and figure this out on my own. It's weird to me that we're conflating, I want to be fully independent as a human being and I want to have my child. I think a lot of people think that's wrong and selfish. I have my own opinions. I won't share them here because it's not fair. My voice is too loud on this platform. So I'm not about to share that. Do what you want. My issue was never that with what you said. My issue with what you said was specifically about family members knowing the person is horrible and choosing to procreate with a person you think is horrible. That is, you didn't use the word horrible, but I'm simplifying it. That's my issue. Now, if you're saying, yeah, well, whatever for them, then we can move on. I mean, we're about to move on now, anyways, because we haven't watched Yanni's video.
Can I say one last thing before we move on?
Yeah. Wait, before you go, I need Concern to respond because I just talked to her.
I understand what you're saying. I agree with the heart of what you're saying. I agree philosophically with what other women are saying. And in that specific use case, I would say that that man was horrible because it was whatever it was. I never talked to my family member about how it went down, but I know that she got pregnant and did not ever bring the man up. He does not exist. When I think about thinking that he is horrible, she is fully intending for this person for their behavior to not matter. Like, it's not, and I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that women make that choice, and I don't want to demonize them for it. And I'm not trying to say that those who are vehemently against it don't have a really good reason for that. My gut is telling me I can understand where she's coming from. And that kid is very, very well taken care of in terms of male support.
Again, I think this is why we need to get more succinct and straightforward in our point, because we went off. We're not talking about Kim anymore. We're not talking about Keke anymore. And I don't want anyone, I think people might be confused. My pushback is not about Kim. I know what I push back about Kim. My pushback is very specific about a very specific thing that was said. It is not about single motherhood. It's not about wanting to do it alone. It's a very specific concern that I had. This is why I wouldn't want to be famous off the backs of the Black community as a Black woman, because anything I do that my white and other counterparts did the previous week will be scrutinized and ridiculed. I think this is partly true, but I do think there is a difference, and I think we have to understand why this difference exists and how to approach it. And I don't think we should dismiss the critiques around Keke Palmer as people just hating. I think are not understanding intersectionality. I think people are concerned, and maybe we need to talk about why we shouldn't be identifying with individual and why one person's action should not be determinative of what a culture is. But if that data point is generalizable, then it becomes a problem, right? So it's not just, oh, you're just looking at Keke Palmer, she's rich and she can take care of the man and the child, she's fine because she's rich. It's representative in a lot of people's mind of what is happening in the Black community. And to say, oh, she's rich and it's detached, I think it's dismissive. Annalisa, your last words, and then we go to Yanni.
So I think I think I understand what Concern is saying, though I disagree. But I think it's important, especially for people who are listening. The the Kekes of the world, let's say, and this is hyperbolic, right? Because we're talking about extreme wealth. But even in your case, Concern, with your friend or your family member, I think on the panel, and I think that people listening can concede that that person in your life that you're referencing represents the tiniest, a very, very small part of the population. That they represent a much more progressive population, idealistic population, and that is also separate from what you said when you said that, you know, the data kind of supports the idea or the fact or the reality that Black women are engaging in this behavior intentionally. Someone who's progressive who says, hey, you know what, I'm accounting for this man not coming up. I don't need him. I'm affluent. I have community, I have supports and resources. That's different, and that represents a very tiny part of the population of any race. But especially Black women. What the data is reflective and indicative of is women who wanted to be in stable marriages or relationships, women who wanted to have nuclear families, and men who forego that, and men who are not providing and men who are not building. So I think we have to really acknowledge what you're talking about with your friend and the Kekes of the world. They represent a very tiny, marginal, almost abysmal population, or percentage of the population. And that's why it's not applicable here, because Black women, generally speaking, single mothers, they do not think like that. They're not getting pregnant thinking, I have the resources, I'm accounting for everything that's going to happen, everything that I'm going to need, the supports that I'm going to need. That's not a thing. That's not a thing.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how much money she makes, she forces men to have a child. Even if she didn't plan on him being around, that's wrong. I think they're talking to concern. Let's move on. I appreciate you all. There's a lot that I have to go back and think about. Like, I'm gonna move on partly because like I do actually need to think this one all the way through. And really step into a kind of well, I don't used to say it's not a reality. So like I do need to like think this through more.
It's not.
One last thing is that I don't believe that everybody deserves to have children. I don't think everybody needs children. Like, not everybody, just because you have a womb, you should use it, you know, especially if you can't. I don't know what's so triggering about the word vet. I understand we can't vet people all the way through, but if you can't find a partner who's there to be your partner for life and to commit to you to raise this child or children with you, then I don't necessarily think that we need to be utilizing our wombs in that way, you know? Anyways, that's my last point.
Yeah, no one respond to this. Let me get big on the screen for this. When I say vetting is impossible, I don't mean you shouldn't engage in it. Like, if you're out here dating future thinking, oh my God, I can't vet, you're lying to yourself and the world. Like, if you're about to go be with future talking about, oh, I can't vet, you're lying. You are lying, and that's not okay. So I don't like this idea of using vetting or the inability to vet to mean I get to consciously make bad choices. Like, no. If that's what you thought I meant, that's not what I meant. That is not what I meant. So please, when I say, I'm glad Amara brought it up, because when I say we can't vet, I don't mean you shouldn't do it. I mean, you should have some level of standards. Like, you should have something, and they should be meeting it. And then at the end, they stop meeting it, and you're like, oh, wait, but you were meeting it, but now I'm pregnant and I have children and blah, blah, blah. You didn't know. I'm not saying close your eyes and say I don't see. That's not... If y'all thought that's what I said, I promise you that's not what I said. That's not what I mean. So
I didn't think that's what you meant. Someone just threw me off guard when they're like, we can't vet. And I was like, oh, I know I can't vet, but you're not going to catch me giving birth to somebody's child when that person can't in that moment commit to me. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. It's such a quick amount of span of time for you to be able to be like, okay, you don't want to marry me, but I just so happen to be pregnant. That's proof right there. That's all the proof I need that I probably shouldn't have a child with you.
By the way, I loved what Uppity said. I cannot co-sign Uppity. And let me just say that I fully agree with her mostly. the reason I'm not about to co-sign uppity on that specific issue about sacrifice and it's about the child is because I'm not a woman. But know that in my heart, like, the reason I'm not having children right now is because, like, I'm way too busy. I have a YouTube career. I mean, let me stop. Let's watch this. let's do up. Let's go to Yanni.
Off by this experience, or I would say not this experience, but this news. A lot of people were in my comments for months saying that she was pregnant, and I ignored them because I'm like, no, she not. No. I'm like, no, she not. No, she not. She not pregnant. No, she not. And then when she broke the news, I'm like, oh, now I'm gonna have to talk about this. So if you don't know, her child's father is Darius Jackson, and Darius Jackson is the brother of the Insecure actor. I think his name is pronounced. Is it? Let me see. I wrote his name down. Where's his name? Because they were introduced by his brother, or he was a fitness instructor at Inspired Fitness. Okay. Now, Keke was introduced to Darius by his brother after she had an appearance on Insecure. Now, y'all remember the last season of Insecure, Keke Palmer made an appearance on the show. They reportedly met at a Memorial Day party in May of 2021, and they went public with their relationship in August 2022. Which I feel is pretty fast, but that's just my opinion. At the time, Darius celebrated Keke on her birthday in a post, but that post has since been deleted. And because that post was deleted, they both did a mass deletion of different posts that they were making about each other. And so when rumors sparked back in March that they had broke up. Okay. Yes, that was very fast, y'all. That was very fast. I'm not gonna lie, that was very fast. So then this was circulating on TikTok that they broke up during this time. So let me go ahead and play this real quick. I just need to give y'all a backstory regarding this situation.
Call it quit after 7 months of dating.
Wait a minute, it's coming.
Palmer and Darius Jackson have officially called it quits after 7 months of dating. No word yet on what broke the couple up, but all I know is that she wiped him clean off her Instagram page. Not that my opinion matters or anything, but I think that someone as famous as Keke shouldn't even have a random guy all up on her Instagram feed after 7 months anyway, giving him free promo and whatnot. But I digress. For those who don't know, Darius is actually the younger brother of Insecure star Sharunas Jackson. Just a little fun fact there. Sorry to Keke and Darius about their breakup. I hope they both bounce back and find themselves, either happily single or happily in new relationships moving forward.
Oh, you're 25 now.
25.
Now, wait a minute.
The thing I like about Yanni's video more than anything is that she struggles very overtly with her opinion of this. And what that means to me is she is still questioning her own beliefs and she's doing a kind of deep analysis. And even if you don't think it sounds that way, I love that she's doing, like, when she's talking and I'm listening to it, I was watching it live. I was like, she's actually questioning. She does not think she's right? She does not think she's like absolutely right. She's questioning what it is that she's saying and how she's approaching the conversation. I have to point that out before we get into this part because you will see it over and over and over again where she's like double talking, and it's not in like a way where she seems confused. No, she's very articulate in the way that she expresses ideas around this. It's not confusing, but there is a struggle that goes on, and I love to see it. Now, I'm going to tell you where I disagree with her when it comes up. There's one part that I very much disagree with, but we're going to do an analysis. But I love and appreciate the fact that I don't even think I disagree fully, but I like the fact that she struggles with her opinion on this. I think that's amazing, as opposed to like chastising people.
Now listen, I am a supporter of Keke Palmer. Keke Palmer, she shouldn't get all of this backlash, in my opinion. And the reason is because Keke Palmer will not be the first single mother and she will not be the last. Black women are not the only women out here that are becoming single mothers, okay? And if we are being completely honest, birth rates are down. They're not up. But we're going to get into that because y'all know I like to bring my receipts because we're not about to hold this woman to the fifth degree when perception is actually not It's not mirroring reality yet. I would say in the next 2 to 3 years, we'll start to see different stereotypes. We'll start to see a different perception or assumptions because, listen, birth rates are down. They're not up to the point where there's a global crisis, global. So women are not out here popping babies out like that. Not as you may think, or you may think to believe because of how old perceptions were.
Okay, this is an important point she made that kind of got brushed over. Birth rates are down. There is a panic. Roe v. Wade didn't just get overturned because it got overturned, right? There is an effort to get more children in the world. That is happening. Actually, the manosphere's position about single mother is inconsistent with bringing this reality into being. And so watching how people react to the manosphere attack on single mother might become a problem in the future if they want to increase the birth rate. But let's continue.
But after the pandemic, y'all, birth rates are down. They're not up. Now, you can be upset because you feel like, Keke Palmer is a Black woman and she went on national television and she, came out saying that she's pregnant and everything without being married. And you don't like that.
Sorry, people are saying leave Keke Palmer alone. No one is dragging Keke Palmer. And let me just say this, because I think we are confused about celebrities. And I'm going to say this. If you're announcing a pregnancy, you want someone to talk about it. I will defend Keke Palmer to the end of the earth. I actually really love and adore this lady. I don't think she's a great actress. Drag me if you want, but I think we get to have mediocre. We get to have people who are not great actresses. I think she's a better singer. And I think she's really a really amazing dancer. I'm not so much into her acting. It is what it is. That being said, when you announce your pregnancy in the way that she did, she is literally Kiki's an icon, period. Yes. When you announce your pregnancy like that, you want to be talked about. I am not about to sit here and pretend like it's not. What the conversation is, however, hopefully, is respectful. I'm not here for disrespecting Keke Palmer. We're not going to do it, and this is why and we're not disrespecting Kim or Yanni either. We don't disrespect Black women over here, but I don't think it is right to say, oh, you shouldn't have an opinion. You can tell me I shouldn't have an opinion. I'm here for you guys dragging me. Please drag me in the chat. Drag theme is 2022, period. But you don't get to insulate yourself from critique by ignoring that you publicly announce this as a celebrity. Absolutely not. Nope, you don't. I'm sorry. I'm not about to give that to anyone.
That because once again, that feeds into the baby mama stereotype that a lot of us as Black women face that other single mothers don't face, and it's due to their privilege. I can 1,000% agree with you, sis. But at the same time, there are so many other women becoming baby mama single mothers these days. We can start with the Kardashians, except for Kourtney. She's the only one, including Kris Jenner herself, that has a man. You know what I mean? The rest are all single mothers. They're all baby mamas. Okay. So I don't feel like Keke Palmer should be singled out entirely because it's truly the culture right now. Okay. But I can empathize a little bit with some of her fans that were disappointed because I get it. You saw this woman in such a highlight. You look to her as a role model. Okay. You maybe even had similar desires. You may have even had similar goals and aspirations in life. And you look to her as an example. And I get it. And just like Keke Palmer can disappoint you, I can disappoint you. I can be pregnant next year and be a disappointment to you. We are not exempt from making mistakes. And I just want to make that known. I get it. I fully understand, but none of us are perfect. None of us. And I'm not justifying out of wedlock births either. Two things can be right at the same time. I'm not justifying that because y'all know how I feel when it comes to out of wedlock births. I'm just not here for it necessarily because I don't feel like it's healthy. Okay. But I'm not about to go in on Keke Palmer. I mean, I'm just not, y'all.
So to y'all, that might have sounded like a rant, and it was a rant, but it was a necessary one. Sorry, I'm going to continue. It in real time showing her own struggle with covering the topic. And I don't know, I appreciate that kind of vulnerability. I appreciate that kind of honesty. And I appreciate that kind of humility where it's not, this is the answer, period. I'm going to get to the point though. Let me read this. Not speaking directly to you, Themis, where was the conversation about Janae Aiko getting pregnant by Big Sean, who she begged on live to marry her, and he still didn't, but got her pregnant? Janae, I think the conversation about Janae Aiko only would not exist, and would not exist for a lot of biracial and white women because they are not Black. And the conversation around Black womanhood is about either confirming or pushing back against a stereotype, right? I don't think it's fear. I don't think it is fear that Keke is under any kind of scrutiny. I don't think it's fear, but I also understand why it's happening. I understand why it's happening because of Blackness and womanness. And I think that's part of why the comparison that Kim made was kind of uncalled for. Yeah, I think that's why the comparison is uncalled for, because we are holding Keke to a very high standard. No, we're not. I don't think I don't I don't think we are. And I'm going to explain why I don't think we are. I think the conversation, Yanni is going to play this video, but I think we're being disingenuous around the conversation with Keke Palmer, because apparently Keke Palmer has a thing for dating men who do not have the kind of resource she does, quote unquote, pretty boys who do not have resources, right? Apparently that's the thing she does. And Steve Harvey, it was talking to her about you're used to taking these men and putting them in your life, right? And why that kind of engagement might feel familiar to a lot of Black women statistically, about dating down, and providing for men, and whether or not that is something that that women should be engaging in, Black women specifically, because the issue isn't partnering about, and it's not just about like taking money from men, it's about building together, right? And trying to uplift each other. But if your resources continuously being dumped into someone else's life, and then they'll take it and then move on, then that's the problem.
Can I jump in real quick, Themis?
Very sheltered. Her mom tends to be very hands-on with a lot of her decision making. And sometimes when you're sheltered like that, and it's alarming to me. Links, no nothing. It says writer, that's it. I said, oh my God. And then when you go to Keke Palmer's Instagram, she got a whole brand, she got sponsorships, she got so much going on. She's in acting gigs, she's promoting a book. I mean, she got her hands in just about any and everything. And I don't think she went into this with the proper understanding of why it's important to get with a man that is truly on your level, because they can become envious, jealous. They can start envying the attention that you're getting. How do we know that he didn't impregnate her intentionally because her career was starting to take off? It's just stuff like that. It's something that women have to stop being naive about. And I think that's what Steve Harvey was trying to explain to her. Oh, yeah, they feel emasculated. But let's continue, because Steve was giving her some really great advice, and I wanted to bring it on the platform because we can all take in this advice. We can all take in this advice when it comes to our level within society. We're not all gonna get a rich man, but we should be able, if you're middle class, you should be able to get a middle class working man, right? If you're lower middle class, you should be able to get a lower middle class working man. You should date on your status level, but not below it. And that's why I feel like a lot of Black women are triggered by this situation. It's because we done seen it before. We done heard it before. It's like, heard it all before. You know what I mean? It's like we've seen this. We want to see something new. We want to see something different. We want to see something like Serena Williams. You get what I'm saying? We want to see something like Eve. We want to see that instead of this. You know, it triggers us. It triggers our trauma.
that is why you don't hear other people, races of women being talked about, because what because maybe because of stereotypes and terrible stereotypes, it's, well, here goes another black woman in people's mind. Here goes another black woman finding a man who can provide and providing for the man and the child. All right, here goes another one. Here goes another one. Where it's not such a thing in other communities, even when it happens, because they're not. Someone keeps saying Lori Harvey dated Don. Here's the thing. If we're being disingenuous. Like, I think we've had these conversations on this channel, and it feels like we're not being consistent to recognize that black women, statistically, more than any other race of women, date down is something we've said multiple times to win arguments on this channel. We've said it over and over and over again. So to say it now and to be here pushing against it is very strange to me. Like, for us to literally be lying right now is weird to me. Like, it's so weird to have people in the chat like actually saying that it's not true. Why aren't we talking about this group or that group? Isn't it not a fact? At least what we've agreed. Let's say it's not real, but we've agreed on here that it is real. So, like, what are we doing?
Can I say
I think that black women do date down. I think I'm being consistent. I think what I am saying is
No,
that
it's not you. I was talking about the chat.
Okay. I think that when we think about the single woman who wants to be a mother, who does not believe that children who come from a single parent household are inherently defective for that fact, they are doing what they want to do to
They're
be a
wrong.
parent.
I'm gonna stop you there. They're wrong. Psychologically, if you are saying, if you believe coming from a single parent family doesn't cause issues, they're wrong. They're lying and they're wrong.
They do not believe it. And even if
who doesn't believe it? Sorry, who doesn't believe
there
it?
are people who do not believe that children who come from a single parent household have a deficient upbringing.
Because you believe or don't believe something doesn't make it right or wrong.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that these women have probably, like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the other people on the panel, but I really think that we're coming at this from a mindset of this morality policing. And I know that's a heavy thing to say, but I don't. Did you want to jump in, Themis?
Wait, no, Annalisa, wait. Go ahead, Concern. I want you to
I think it's a morality policing, not because of ill intent. I'm not trying to accuse anybody here of ill intent. But what I'm saying is that there are women in the same universe, Black women get labeled with these stereotypes regardless of whether or not that child was adopted or got here from a sperm donor. If you see that lady in Target, or if you look at the statistics, she's still a single mother. And so the women who die childless that wanted to have a child, that could have afforded a child, the women who die childless are not contributing to those statistics, but that is the alternative. Because if she does not find a partner that wants to take this on with her, and she knows that she has the means, and her belief is that the children that come from that you are not inherently defective if you come from a single parent household. I don't think she's a bad person. I don't think she's a bad person.
I don't know who we're talking about. Wait, I don't know what we're talking about, because she's not a single parent right now.
No, we're talking about, so the target is moving around a little bit, because we're talking about, what I'm naming right now is the women who are.
No, Concern, why? I don't understand. If I'm talking,
I don't understand, honestly.
Can I create an underpinning? Because this is like mind blowing.
No, because what's happening is Concern keeps moving the goalpost and changing the conversation, and then saying the conversation is changing, and she don't understand why the conversation is changing.
This is the first time. First of all, the first time I said I don't understand, because I feel like I'm gonna listen to this again, and because I'm trying, guys. I think that you guys are also moving the goalposts around, because a couple of minutes ago you said we're not talking about the Keke Palmers of the world. We are talking about the regular schmegular woman who has decided to not have a kid. And then now you're saying, wait, what?
No. That's not what happened. When I try to disregard, like, not disregard, but I want to make distinctions, because you're talking about a woman that you know, right? And her situation in some ways is parallel to Keke's. But you also said in the same breath that Black women are engaging or initiating these single parenthood or these fatherless homes intentionally. And I just try to create a distinction, because the Keke Palmers, they represent a very tiny population. When they're engaging in procreation intentionally because they have the resources and because they're accounting for certain realities and expectations, that's one thing. But when you are socialized and you are conditioned in a culture in which men don't value marriage, they don't value fatherhood, they don't value the nuclear home, and Black women and women are leading in households financially, emotionally, psychologically, that is a different representation, and that is a different that's a different thing altogether. I'm trying to create a distinction, because you're like, no, but women think like that. Women think like Keke. That's why they're engaging in this. And I said, no, they want stable homes.
One second. Beach waves. I'm so triggered, always blaming Black women. Themis, you are moving the goalposts. No, I am not. Let me be clear. If you are a Black woman who decided, I want to have a child with a man who is not going to be there, and you know this, yes, I am blaming you for that. I am doing that. So if I was confusing anyone, let me clear that up. I am. I don't think that is what generally happens. I don't think people look at Future and go, let me go have a child with Future because I want Future to be my baby daddy, and I just want a child with him. I think people are looking to Future and saying, maybe I can get some money off of him. I hope that's what they're doing, because if you think I am just going to hide my own honesty to be in alignment with a group of people on YouTube, you don't know me. Let me be clear, you don't. So I blame, if I've met concerned cousin or family or friend who did that, if she comes to me and says, hey, my baby daddy is not there and he's a deadbeat, I am not gonna say, yeah, he's a dead. No, I'm gonna say, you knew what you were. I would tell her she knew what she was getting into. If what concern said is true.
And she is saying, and so I agree with what you guys are saying. I'm not contradicting what you guys are saying, because I do believe that there are some women who make that choice. And what I heard from what Kim was saying is that these women are in a very specific set of circumstances that is not our general circumstance.
Right. So to the extent that it doesn't truly represent Black women and it doesn't truly represent a large part of the population, that's kind of like, that's the problem.
But then why is everyone getting upset about it? Because it's emblematic.
But you're also making correlations with that very unique experience and reality. You're trying to draw parallels with that, and 70% of Black households don't have fathers in it. And I'm saying, no, that's a cultural problem.
I'm not saying.
No. Wait. Let's stop this. So you can morality police absentee fathers, but not the women who purposely create children with men they don't want to be around. Yes, this is a huge inconsistency for me. People are here like, oh my God, I cannot pander because I don't go into I don't traffic in logical inconsistencies. Like I can't do it. My brain does not work that way. And partly because Black women today, thank you, mostly because that is who I am, but also partly because I have to defend everything I say on here. almost every word that I utter on here, I'm going to have to defend in real life. So I'm not about to sit here and just make stuff up because it suits some kind of narrative. No, if you're choosing this part of the conversation ends here, and we'll get back to Keke now. My position is this. Again, if you decide to have a child with someone you know, keyword no, is a terrible father, is it going to be terrible, has proven themselves to be terrible and inconsistent, and you chose to have a child with them, then obviously they're still wrong for not showing up for their child because that's their responsibility. But we're not about to sit here and have a conversation about woe is me. We're not doing that. I am not doing that. I wanted a child. I made arrangement to have one. I had the money. The man was smart, healthy, and a great background. We made a deal, and I'm happy. Period. Period. And hopefully, like someone like that is not going to just jump around and say, I was 36 at the time. Is not going to come here and say, oh my God, there's an absentee father. No, I'm sure there's an agreement, and you guys have an agreement. Team, if you're just I'm not, look, this is the last time I'm responding. I am not gaslighting anyone. I've stated my position. If you don't like it, you don't like it. That's fine. The link is the link. You can come up and we can talk about it. But I'm not gaslighting. I think you have to hold on to accountability. I haven't even made my position clear on Keke Palmer. We are sidetracked into a conversation about something Concern said. That's it.
Can I listen? I just want to say this because it's a little bit annoying, and I would also like to agree with Uppity. I've worked in the education system, and when I say that you can see the differences among you can look at a child, you can look at their work, their disposition, their confidence. It's seething out of their existence. You know what their family structure is. That is a fact. I promise you. But what I really do want to say, because it's annoying me, people are saying in the chat, oh, but is Keke Palmer responsible for the image and for Blackness and this and that? Listen, guys, to the extent that white supremacy exists and it breathes, it is live and well, unfortunately, and let's get on code here, because I think if we were all on code, at least with this matter, we could at least move the needle in our image and how it looks and why it's important. But unfortunately, to the extent that white supremacy exists and that white women can be some mothers, but not the face of single motherhoods in the minds of minorities and whites, to the extent that these very real dichotomies exist, you must care about your image. Like, I'm sorry, the world is round. I'm sorry, historically, things happened. I'm sorry, Black people lost. They lost the fight. They lost the war. But if you want to push back, if you want to regain control of your image, we need to get to a place where our image actually matters. And then maybe in the future, when again, we see that divorce rates are higher than marriage rates, when 70% of households are not being led, unilaterally led by women, where men are absent, then we can get to a place where we say, hey, look, we're good. We did the work. Okay. We created our own culture.
Wait, let me stop. Wait, Annalisa, I'm sorry because I'm going to do this quickly. I'm going to drop Themis. What Concern said is what I'm talking about. Look at my comments. Oh, Themis, you are a guest. All right, I'm going to drop the link. Please listen carefully. No one else comes on. I just want Beach Waves to come on because I am calling, like I said, criticize me publicly. So here is please come on and explain to me what is happening because I'm very much concerned. Because I don't gaslight people. I don't. I will literally say I own my stuff. I own my stuff. So that link is only for Beach Waves. And no attack.
I don't think you're
come up with his whiteboard because he said I contradict myself. And listen, I love to see. I love to learn. I love to grow. I love to evolve. I'm not linear. So bring your whiteboard. well, obviously, whenever Themis allows. But you let me know how what I said earlier about the dichotomy that and the intersectionality that Kim was ignoring, or unironically, actually. Tell me where I contradict myself. I'd love it. I'd love to hear it.
All right, let's continue. Wait, go ahead, concern quickly. Wait, no, Paris, if you're not Beach Wave, I'm going to remove you because the back chat is full and I only want Beach Wave.
I know that there was that I threw a huge wrench in what it sounds like I don't think I was going off topic because I truly believe that in what Kim was saying, and that's what you asked for. And I don't think it's derailing. And I think that we are agreeing to disagree here. I'll take back my comment about about gaslighting, because I do realize that that's a heavy thing to say, and I don't tolerate grifting or gaslighting either. And so I apologize for making that for saying that. I do think that there might I don't know what the crux of the issue is here. I do think that what Black women are going to be able to do to be self-fulfilled in a situation where we can't control what the men want to do, man. Like, we can't do this stuff ourselves. We can't control the fact that, again, in this same situation, Black women get a bad rap often just for being there. And so even if she adopted the kid, because if I remember correctly, Shonda Rhimes adopted a few children.
Let me stop you there and just say this. Ask you one question and just say yes or no. Do you think for self-fulfillment, you should get to do something that is going to cause harm to someone else?
For simplicity, no.
All right. Now, obviously, there's a lot of nuance there, but I just don't. Yeah, Theme is absolutely right. Absolutely right. The responsibility is also on women at the point for making certain choices. I don't expect anything from Black men at this point. It's not just. Thank you.
Can I say something?
All right, truth teller, you'll be the last person before we go back to this video.
I know, so we can get through to what Yanni was saying. I caught a little bit of it, but I didn't get to see all of it. Hi, everybody. It was great listening to the back and forth conversation. I'll say this. I take the point that, everyone is making, but I think, much to the point of what Annalicia was saying, and I get what you're saying, concerned or what have you, about Black women always being so judged, and it feels as if we have to be like ambassadors for the race almost. And it's so funny because I actually even as like a teenager, I sort of like became aware of that fact, because growing up in Canada and where I grew up, the area that I grew up, it was predominantly white. And so I always felt like I had to, be exceptional all the time, which is a heavy burden for anybody to carry. Just so that, I represent my race properly. And it's not right and it's not fair, but unfortunately it is what it is. And the issue is that as it pertains to like mainstream media, there isn't enough, and I think it's what Annalicia was saying before, there isn't enough multiplicity of examples of Black women in different facets of life. Because the reality is, yes, we are not a monolith, and I think Concern said that. So you're gonna have like, the Pookies and Ray Rays amongst women and men, and you're going to have like the educated ones, and you're going to have the artistic ones, you're going to have the athletic ones, and what have you. But the issue is that by and large, the representation that we've consistently seen of Black people has been predominantly negative, right? And so that is the idea that we're fighting against. And so, we have to be very mindful and careful the things that we uplift and glorify, right? Like we have to be careful that we're not glorifying an action that while Keke and other affluent Black women can, effectively take on, I mean, they are influencers at the end of the day, right? And so young people who look up to her and admiring her may mistakenly think, oh, okay, well, it's fine if like Keke is doing it or whatever. It's not such a big deal. And we all know that like, in reality, it absolutely is a big deal to be having, you know, babies by these men who are not going to be around and are not going to support you and whatever. And the children, to Uppitty's point, are the ones that suffer immensely. And that's the reason why when I first came on this platform, I don't know if you all remember, it was about surrounding a discussion about single motherhood and how I'm the oldest for my mom. And I am 39 years old and I do not have any children because of the agony that I saw my mom went through. And I'm an empathetic person. So I feel people's energy very, very strongly. And the hell that she went through to raise 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls by herself, I decided that I will never put an innocent child through that, ever. And so if I cannot find a man that I can rely on who's going to be there with me to raise this child, then Managa have no picnic. Period. Because I swear to God, as much as I'm a Christian, I'll have to kill him. like
Yeah.
you're not about to do this.
And I think a very good part of the conversation is, well, it didn't get there. Like saying, oh, get married before you have children is not a fix, because the person you are marrying is important. And I think a lot of the times we hear this catch-all like, oh, she's not married and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, for me, I'm like, yeah, I don't think like getting married to have a child with a person who does not value you, our children, is going to be a fix. Anywho, let's continue. So I don't take the kind of Christian approach fully. I am a Christian. I'm a good Christian boy.
Themis?
Yep.
And I promise you, it's not a long diatribe. I just wanted to say one thing, because I think that when people say, when we talk about being representatives for a community or a culture, I don't know when this happened or why. It's not a bad thing. It should not be a bad thing. It's just taking pride in something that is important to you, and it's important because it's going to render positive outcomes sort of globally and among other groups. I'll get into that more later, but it's not a bad thing. It's okay. It's a good thing. You're proud of who you are. You're proud of where you come from. So act like it.
Yeah, can do it.
How much it triggers our experiences, it triggers some of the things that we have gone through in our personal lives. So that's why a lot of women a lot of her fans were a little disappointed, was because of just yeah, y'all get it. Now, you guys, this interview is so telling. Now, he said, I told you about these pretty boys. Y'all, he said, I told you about these pretty.
Agreed. It's not always intentional. And I argue that it's mostly not intentional. It has to be mostly not intentional for me to occupy the space I want. Don't occupy anything right now that I want to occupy, because to be intentionally doing a lot of this would be to intentionally tying yourself to poverty. Like, it is what it is.
Boy, so that tells me Steve been in her ear, been telling her for a very long time. And you know what? It makes so much sense. Now I understand Lori Harvey. He be talking to her. This is how, can you imagine the conversations he has with Lori Harvey? Can you imagine? So do you know how many women wish they were in the position of Keke Palmer to have an uncle like Steve that got access to certain caliber of men? And you're not listening? Oh my gosh. And you guys, when it comes to, I know not all of us grew up with fathers. I get it. But I will always advise that when you are considering taking on a man seriously, you need to get him around other men. Other men are going to vet him in ways that you may miss, okay? And so if a man is introducing you, like a father figure like Steve, an uncle like Steve, someone that truly wants to see you happy, they love you, they adore you from an authentic place, I'm going to always tell you, bring that man around other men that care about you, because they're going to vet him in ways that you may have missed. It's not a knock to you. It's just sometimes, we get the googly eyes and, we got the rose covered glasses on. We don't see everything. And so it's best that you bring that man around other men that you trust, that adore you, love you, appreciate you, and care about you, so they can vet him further. Okay. So let's continue, because this says a lot. I would trust Steve's judgment. You know, I would trust his judgment if he's referring me to a man that he knows. I would trust his judgment because I really do. I think he cares about Keke on a very personal level. Like he treats. I just need to highlight that part. I need to highlight that part because I do. I feel like some women feel like you're gonna find the perfect man. You're not. Okay, you just need to have your deal breakers. Deal breakers. That's it.
Okay, so I think I know what happened. Unfortunately, I'm not going to play anymore because I wanted her to react to the video. I wondered what she edited from the video because her chat disappeared. Whenever you edit a live stream, your chat disappeared. I just figured out what she edited. She edited the Steve Harvey clip, and I think that might have been a copyright issue. So she edited them, and I actually wanted to play the Steve Harvey clip, but I'm glad she went through it and edited it, so now I won't play it. But essentially, Steve Harvey was telling Keke that you need to choose better men because you have a tendency to choose men who have nothing to provide to you, and bring them into your lifestyle and then be with them and then end the relationship. So you need to start choosing men with a goal, a plan, and resources. I was like, fair enough. But when he was doing that, Keke wasn't listening. And I promise you, if I'm talking to someone that I care about and they do what Keke did, I would be so annoyed. Keke was not listening. She was making all kind of sound talking about the gag is and just like fighting literally every word. And I'm not a fan of Steve Harvey, FYI. I've met him once. He was super sweet. He was nice to me, whatever. But like, he walked up to me and he was like, "Oh, my son," because he was like, we looked alike, and I was like, girl, no. yeah, no, we don't. In any case, actually, I should show the picture of he and I. But anyway, I thought what he was doing here was he was trying to help Keke, and Keke was just not having it. I really wanted y'all to hear that you kind of look related. Absolutely not. He made that joke and I was not here for it. I mean, I laughed, but I was not here for it. I wanted to be a mother. And when I'm my upper 30s, when I got in my upper 30s, I made a choice. I knew that I would potentially be a single mother, but that was okay. I could afford for private school nannies and all of that I needed. I didn't want to leave here childless. And I hope you had like people around, like a community for support. You said you had your nannies and all that you needed. I hope part of that is like other people. I am not against reshaping how we raise children. The best we have is the nuclear family, and part of that is capitalism, and capitalism requiring certain kinds of structure, right? And so I'm here for it. I'm here for whatever works for you. What I'm not here for is on the other end where people come out complaining after they've made very specific intentional choices. Force majeure, not being able to vet, not being able to see into the future, and having issues pop up, I'm here for. Intentionally making a choice to cause problems for yourself, I draw the line there. Someone said, "Where's Keke's father?" I've heard a lot about her mother. I've not heard about her father actually. But was it Nolly?
Yes.
Go
Hi,
ahead.
famous. How are you?
Go ahead. I'm doing well. How are you? I'm going to be Googling Keke's father while you talk.
Oh, I think her father is actually active in her life. I know her mother is. But I think the biggest thing, like you said, was the fact that it was mentioned that women are choosing to have children by themselves. That's just not true, especially not in the Black community. Most of Black women, I can't say all, statistically want marriage, statistically actually value family, but we do not have partners that do the same. Okay, so we're not just opening our legs and a baby just shoots out and I'm okay with it. These women are struggling. Okay, they're struggling to make
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that's
Nobody
what
is
I.
signing up for poverty. I guarantee you nobody's signing up for that.
Yeah. And the thing is, like people always say, oh my God, then why go through with the pregnancy? I think a lot of things happen when people are pregnant and just saying, like, a lot of people make decisions when they're pregnant. And
Right.
that I will never hold that against someone. But like that's how I thought, that's how I think about it. The way you just articulated is how I think about it, not people just deciding to have children with people they know are not going to be there. I didn't think that was a thing that just happens generally. I want to be. Oh, thank you, Get Lucky in Kentucky. I appreciate. Oh, that was 49. That was $50. Thank you. It sounds like you can afford. It's more than money. Children is more than money. I know that.
And another thing, since we wanted to speak on women that are well off, like Rihanna, like Keke Palmer, I think in their case, um, I'm not for sure if this is what concern is trying to get across. I don't know if she's trying to say that financially they're better off single than married. I don't know. But only thing that I can think of is that will be the only reason why they would not want marriage, because they would be considered considerably dating down, and nobody wants to end up like Mary J. No one wants to end up like Wendy Williams with no, like, they will literally drain you dry off of a life that you created for yourself. So if you want to
Yeah.
come from that standpoint, okay.
Yo, so let me underscore the conversation that we're having with this part. I, instead of saying it, let me read it. So Chris has said the following. I've been seeing this a lot and I don't understand. If you can't trust a man enough to marry, why trust him with your womb? You can owe child support without being married. You also can't undo a child. It's a permanent decision and ties you to someone forever. Someone please explain the logic before I piss y'all off with a video. I'm practicing a lot of restraint right now. And this was like my feelings in a bottle, um and then put it out, because again, it's not specifically about Kiki, it's not specifically about marriage, it's not specifically about children. What I'm confused about is this idea that, well, I don't know if I would want to marry him, so let me have a child. And like people are like, oh, they're defending Kiki, and it's your right to defend Kiki. But like, if your defense is, well, maybe she doesn't know him enough to get married, you have to get like it's like a bizarre like concern I take. I don't want to marry him. I am woman enough in my womanhood to do this. I am a feminist. I have the power, I have the resource, and I can figure it out. Period. Do you, but don't complain that he's not there, right? I'm here for that. I'm not here for that, but I understand it and I care about it and whatever. Gay, straight, whatever you do, do you. Period. What I don't get is using the fact that you don't trust him to be married to him, or you don't know him to be to marry him, and you don't trust him to not take your money. Like, the reality that you don't know him and you don't trust him and he doesn't seem to be that good enough of a person to marry, but it's okay to have a child with him. Bizarre to me.
No.
Bizarre.
Mind-boggling
I
almost.
agreed. That is agreed. Like I said, I think the only way that I could even just fathom that, and even like Annalisa said, you also have to take into consideration you're still representing the Black community. Keke Palmer is not just like me. I'm just a regular person. People know who Keke Palmer is. People know who Rihanna is. People know who Wendy Williams is. So that perspective too. They probably don't want to be a martyr for the Black community, but at the end of the day, they are influencers, and people look up to them. People look up to them. So,
Wait,
like I said, the only way that I can see it is financially.
wait. He's good enough for you. Yeah, I just read that. Thank you. I want to read this. If a woman tells a guy she's pregnant and he tells, no, that's not the comment. Something about a marriage thing. Up here it is. Female, she can drop a baby if she wants, if you marry someone and become a married single mother. So I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm interpreting this as saying marriage doesn't solve you being a single mother. Agreed. You can be a married single mother, all of that. That's not my argument. I don't know if that's what you're saying, so I apologize. My argument is not that. I am pushing back against a very specific defense that you don't know someone enough and you don't like someone enough or you don't trust someone enough to marry them, but you are fine with having a child with them. That don't make sense to me. And don't explain it to me because it won't make sense to me. Because I feel like a child with a person is a bigger commitment than marriage. I promise you I believe that. And there's nothing you're going to tell me that's going to change my mind. Because there is no way, there's not a way you can structure a child. You can structure a marriage. You can literally have a marriage where you walk in broke and you leave broke. You walk in rich and you leave rich. Like, the way you can control marriage means that it can be as useless as a commitment as you want it to be. Fine. You can't do that with a child. So no, you don't get to say, oh, it's just too much. I don't know him enough. I don't get to get married. I'm not saying get married. I'm saying don't use that defense to explain why you got a child. Don't you say, I want a child because I want a child. I want a child because I'm that girl. I want a child because I got that money. I want whatever you want a child. But it's not making sense to me when you're saying, I wanted a child because he's too inconsistent for marriage. I wanted a child because he's not a good person to get married to. That don't make sense to me.
Right.
So in this Venn diagram, right? She's saying, or decision matrix, she's saying, I want a child because I'm that girl, blah, blah, blah. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Separately, I am not ready to commit to him in marriage because I am not sure I want to put I want him to have access to my wealth in that way. They're separate yes and no questions. She's not saying I want a child because I'm not sure that he's going to be that guy. And I'm not saying that you guys have to do this. I am saying that that the Black female experience is more probable and more common, that most Black people are not in this camp, right? You don't have to want this for yourself, but for the women that make this choice, I just don't want us to put so much pressure on them that
no, well, the pressure is off because you can choose what you want to choose. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense with that explanation. Like even
for
and you
some
can still
women,
do it. Wait, no, you can still do it. That it doesn't make sense doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying it still don't make sense. Like you can do things that don't make sense. We do it all the time. But it doesn't make sense that you think marriage is too much of a commitment, but a child isn't. It means we are not valuing, and maybe you're right and I'm wrong, but you're not about to convince me tonight. But maybe we're just valuing things differently. We probably value marriage more than we value a child. And that is weird to me.
Or value a child more than we value marriage. But I think that we are also talking about a world where
wait. No. Our what?
Or we are valuing the child more than we're valuing the marriage. The opposite of what you said.
That couldn't be the case. That
No, yeah.
that could work.
No.
Because if you're vetting process vetting, I'm using that loosely. If you're vetting, you vet more that which you care about more. So if you're vetting more for marriage, it's because you care more, not care, but there's a higher premium in your mind on marriage than there is on the child. Because if you're saying, oh, he's a terrible person, so I can't marry him, but I can have a child with him, it doesn't sound like you value the child in that way. It feels
It's
like
more
you
that
value.
it's more that the gatekeepers of marriage are men, and men do value marriage more than they value children, and women should value their wombs more than they value marriage, and it's
Wait,
just
wait, I'm
not.
gonna pause you there because I'm not saying that. I'm not telling anyone what to value. You guys can have that conversation. I just have to make that clear. Um, for me, it just seems inconsistent because, like, I am not telling women to go and fight for marriage. We know these men are using marriages out here to weaponize against you. Don't let them, blah, blah, blah. My specific concern is not that. And I feel like my concern is getting lost in the conversation up
So let me
here.
say it
I
directly
understand
then.
it.
I
I
understand
understand
The
your concern.
women are not the same women that are complaining. The women who are doing this deliberately are not the women who are saying these men con them. They're not
We
the
don't know
same.
that. We
However,
don't know that. We don't know
statistically,
that.
they will be in the
Hold on.
same bucket.
I have to say something. Concerned. The reason this conversation is becoming so convoluted and kind of we're going to get to a point where we're past the point of like no return. The reason that it's so convoluted is because what you're talking about doesn't happen as much as the idea that black women specifically, right? Think about socioeconomics. Just think about the position that black women are in, okay? The idea that they are intentionally, with intentionality and purpose, cultivating or facilitating procreation, having these children on their own, and they are accounting for the struggle in order to mitigate the struggle. That's not happening. Black women are just socioeconomically not in a position to account for a struggle and then mitigate it financially. Like it's just that's not happening. So what's happening is black women are becoming single mothers because they have to. It's cause and effect. There's no option. They didn't choose the single mother button. They chose the nuclear home. They chose the two-parent home, but they ended up getting what they got, and that's what the numbers support. Like the idea that women are just like intentionally, that's not happening. It's not. And having this conversation, even to suggest that it's happening, like it's not only disingenuous, the numbers just don't bear it out.
Yeah, I was married 2 times and did not trust having kids with either of my husband, but I know I wanted a child. So a friend of I don't want to give this away, but someone I know did this, and I was like, period, because she was like, I found out later that this person was terrible because I was trying to figure out if once, not twice, once. And she was like, I'm not about to have children with you. Like, I'm not. Like, I'm ending this marriage and I'm not having children with you. Like, it's not going to happen. Because, like, in my mind, that's like my bubble is burst. That's just, I'm glad I'm learning, though. Who didn't? Oh my God, we've been on for 4 hours. This is not cute. Some truth teller spoke. The Moynihan girl, the Moynihan report, then Keke, and then Prince Petty. The Moynihan report. You're muted. The audacity to come up here and name yourself the Moynihan report. I can't with y'all. All right, Keke, go ahead. All right. You're muted too. Prince Petty, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Did not have my thoughts together yet. I was certain there were going to be people in front of me.
There were two, but they're not here. Keke, I thought would be up here. Let me remove them. All right.
May I
You can
say
get your
something?
thoughts together. I got dragged on here before for having this stance. Oh, you did. I'm sorry. We drag people, man. Drag me. Y'all can drag me in the chat. I'm sorry about that DIY. Go ahead. I don't know who said may I say something, but you may.
Oh, that was me. Um, I just wanted to kind of go back to the representation point, where I feel like the the fact that we as like Black people feel that we need to like represent our whole race of people is like so unbelievably stressful, and like that's a huge amount of pressure that like no one will be able to meet. And I don't think like we should kind of feel that we need to like live up to this huge like standard where we represent a whole race of people that we probably won't even meet 95% of. So I think that's a huge kind of misstep in that thinking, just because it's so much pressure, and it's kind of, I feel like it's so much pressure for what? Like I don't understand. Like I get having like pride for your race and everything, but like feeling like you have to represent a whole collective of people, it's just, I don't know.
It's a
It's
lot.
not possible. It's not it's not
Can
possible.
I respond?
Yeah. Wait, no,
And
wait.
oh, I was just gonna say, like most times the media only shows and chooses to represent like many of the like Black people in the most negative light anyway. So it's like trying to live up to this huge standard where it's like you're trying to be the best and trying to be perfect. It's like if the media is not even going to show the most positive light of like Black people doing the good work and doing the good fight 95% of the time, it's like it I don't think we should hold ourselves to that huge like level of perfection. It's just not possible. And I think we should start kind of realizing that we represent ourselves and we are individuals, and also that we represent our families. But aside from that, it's like it's not possible to represent a whole community.
Can I
Not
Yeah.
respond?
possible.
Hey, Finn. Thank you.
Can
I'm
I
actually
respond to that?
married again for a third time. I would actually have a child with him, but unfortunately, I'm 41 now, and I'm not having any more. Period. That is too. Having children is stressful. I don't know why anyone want to do it. I'm kidding. Let me stop. Let me stop promoting that foolishness.
Venus, can I respond to Rochelle?
Yeah.
Okay, so Rochelle, I understand. I understand that position. I'm going to give you an example. It's not exactly analogous, though. I feel like there's some truth to it. But if anyone's worked in like a corporate space, or if you've ever worked, I guess anywhere, you probably understand the importance of representing that corporation or a brand and being very mindful and intentional of it, because there's risk involved, right? There's potentially negative consequences involved and positive consequences, right? Because consequences can be both good and bad. But I don't think it's a bad thing. I think that when you are a part of something that is important to you, right? Being a part of a corporation, being a part of a business, being a part of a brand that is advantageous to you, I think that you can kind of look at the image in that same vein, because there are benefits to caring. There are benefits to making sure that you represent your corporation in a way that is indicative of something that is prosperous, of something that is, something that is good, right? So I think that when it comes to looking at yourself and being part of a homogenous community, or just even your neighborhood, right? That's a community, even something like that. Hello, Cynthia. Oh God, I don't want to get distracted. Okay. I think it's important for it. Yeah, people are saying, yeah, it's stressful. What do you guys think life is? You think life is like rainbows, Skittles? Like, no, life is difficult. But guess what? When you belong to something, when you are part of something that is greater than you, and it matters to you, and you make sure that you represent that in a way that is positive, you're gonna get a reward. you're like there's a word in the corporate space. I can't remember what it's called. But all I'm trying to say is when you're talking about the Black image and, I guess white people putting out, Black people are doing that. They're doing that more than any other group of people. We don't need to rely on white people to poo-poo on our image. We don't. We do a very good job of that ourselves, ma'am. Black men have no problems as long as, and again, you see, and this is where it's interesting. Black men don't have a problem if you put the cash in their hand. Right? So when it comes to trying to preserve an image and foster a positive image, we can't get caught up on not getting, maybe that there's like a cash exchange or being monetary. You get rewards. It might not be monetary. They might not put cash in your hands, but it creates a universal culture in which people can not only respect your image, but they also see you and they see your image as intrinsically linked. Black men don't have a problem. Put the money in their hand, and they will poo-poo. They will shit on anything that is Black. I think that we have to have that same mentality, and kind of forego the cash and forego the monetary benefits, and look at things long term. Be militant. Be intentional. It matters. Life is hard. Boo-hoo.
May I ask a question related to that?
Before you do, I actually thought there would be a lot more people upset and leaving. So I'm proud of myself and the channel because I actually thought y'all would be more angry about my position on this. So period. It won't change unless it change. I'm not about to sit here and lie to y'all because I love y'all and love this community. I'm not about to lie. So I just wanted to drop that in that like it is not lost on me that a lot of people are uncomfortable. And I appreciate you sitting in that discomfort and respectfully either disagreeing or agreeing. Like I actually agree like that. But don't expect me to come up here and lie about how I feel and what I believe. It won't happen. Listen, if you're being smart about having kids, it's beautiful. I'm too great to not replicate. LOL. Period. The thing, well, I don't think it's beautiful. I actually think childbearing, like again, seeing women have children, like I get scared because I don't know how it's possible. Don't even look into it. I'm like, oh my God, I hope you make it out all right. I hope you make it out. Do y'all think most women have children because they are unexpectedly impregnated or because they want? Look, so this was, you came in an hour, 4 hours too late. That was what the big part of this conversation was about. And I was under the impression that people who are like single parent or whatever, and I still believe this, by the way, I think that they get pregnant and then they're like, I can't abort. I don't believe in abortion. I cannot. This is a child. This is a sign from God or whatever it is. I think they're pushed to not abort or whatever. But like in the initial stage, I didn't think people were intentionally deciding that the person they're with who is terrible, that they were having children. I didn't believe that. All right. That out of the way. Thank you, Sin.
Can I respond?
That was the conversation tonight. Before you go, Prince Petty wanted to ask questions, I think.
Oh yeah, I'm waiting for you, Prince Petty. I'm on your time right now.
I forgot the question, so she can respond if she wants to. But it had to do with
where was the contradiction? Because you said that I had contradicted myself earlier, right?
When my part, like it's been a while.
All right, yeah, I'm throwing the towel with you. You were in the chat talking that talk. I don't know if you forgot. I'll help you.
Oh.
All right. Well, Prince Petty, it sounds like you forgot.
I think it had to do with it seemed like respectability politics, the idea of policing your image to appease kind of.
You know what I think? I think it's interesting, and maybe only Black people think about this. And you know what? Now that I think about it in real time, I think it is only that Black people who think about it. It could be, it could be historical context. It could be slavery, blah, blah, blah. But do you guys really think that other groups, other races, other cultures don't police their image? Is
They
that
do.
the general consensus? That's also
No,
that is what
no,
you
they
think.
do. No, we don't have to say it. They do.
I don't
That's
think they police it as stringently as the Black community does.
You're right, but do they have to?
That part.
No, I mean,
wait.
do you?
No. Pause. I don't think we police our image at all.
At all? No. He's saying listen, Prince Petty.
Wait. I think other groups police their image. I don't think we have any real standards in the community.
Exactly. That's exactly what the problem is. And the idea that you guys are saying, oh, well, that's so hard and it's so stressful. And like other groups of people could not be where they are socially, economically, or politically.
I mean, a great example is how Kevin Samuels could rise and have power and money and influence, and Tate was going up there like, oh, what? They're like, yeah, no.
But I think this is so serious, like, because the reason why Kevin Samuels could be put up on that pedestal is because so many Black women were so convinced that they needed this marriage thing that they were willing to hear anything from any man that could purport to be a high value man. They're willing to literally take any potion, any story, anything if they can crack this code on what it takes to be partnered.
Do you think those Black women actually went on there to get marital advice?
I don't know what they were doing. I don't know.
No. Question about your opinion, not that you're right or wrong. Do you believe the women who went on Kevin Samuels actually went on there for marital advice?
I don't know. And I'm not trying to be difficult. That is so layered. I don't get it. I don't get why I don't get all of it.
I think there is a social dynamic that happens, and when people start growing or whatever, people engage, and wrongfully, I don't think they should be on there. But it feels weird that, I don't believe anyone goes on Kendra G looking for a relationship for real. Like, it seems odd to me that people would believe that, yeah, these women actually believe Kevin Samuels was going to give them some good advice about marriage. I mean, maybe they think
fact that these women's channel, these men's channel, these channels that tell Black women that they have the secret sauce to getting partnered get so popular is telling.
No. We can't use this is why. When we think about these channels and these men, we know statistically who the group of people who have the worst result with relationships are. That we look to them for marital or relationship advice don't make any sense. That is a fault in and of itself. But to say, oh, we are so desperate, Black women are so quote unquote desperate for marriage that they're going to these men. Part of that might be true, but the reality is that's not the kind of marriages that work regardless, right? So it doesn't cut either way. Like, it's a red herring in this conversation. Like,
I don't think so, man.
About marriage, huh?
I don't think so, because when I think about the idea that you need to be married before you have a kid, and I'm not saying that there aren't benefits.
Wait, see, this is why we're confused. I'm not saying that. I think a lot of people uppity thinks that, maybe a lot of people up here thinks that, but that's not what we're going for, unfortunately, the lowest hanging fruit. The lowest hanging fruit is, why would you decide to have a child with a person you don't like? I am not saying you need to be married to have a child. You can be self-determined, self-actualize however you want to without harming other people, and that's fine. That is not my contention. My contention is, how are you going to say, oh, this man is terrible for marriage, but I'm going to have a child with him? That is confusing to me. That's it, point blank. We're not going above that, because yes, the conversation gets more complicated above that. I agree, but on that basic level is where we are at.
the woman's point about the representation, I liked how you compared it to the corporate world, because I mean, I don't have much experience in that yet, but
Yeah,
but I do
period.
get it where you're saying like it's about realizing that you live for like something bigger than yourself, right? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're a part of something greater than you, and I think it's a beautiful thing. I think if you want community, you value community. You have to value how your image and how it represents and reflects that community. Like I feel like it's like 1 + 1 = 2. It's really only because I see a lot of people in the chat. It's so funny. Even white people police. When I say white people have whiteness, what's white supremacy. They cannot maintain it if they don't police it. That's the reality. Other
I
groups
mean,
cannot.
wait, pause. One of the biggest flex in terms of white supremacy is deciding that one drop of blood makes you black.
Boom!
You don't sit up here and say they don't police their race when they literally made it exclusive. Absolutely not.
but
when they say it's a members only club,
Big
it's
facts.
to the that
Very
even
big.
black people having race
Alternatively, wait. On the opposite end, we're like, everyone is black. It's like, yeah.
no.
And how is that working out for the people who are not black, who can't identify with the experience fully? How is that working out? Meanwhile, white people are like, oh no, like, you know, you're black. You're oh no, you're black. It's like white people are fine. And then you have biracial people or people who are not black in these black communities who are struggling, and I work with them. They are struggling racially to identify themselves, to ingratiate themselves, to understand themselves and how they fit in and what it's extremely difficult for them. So the idea that other groups, and someone said earlier, oh, it's exhausting because I have to constantly be aware of stereotypes, negative stereotypes about me. You don't think other communities are cognizant and fully aware of stereotypes that are superimposed onto them as a result of white supremacy and whiteness? Of course, you think Asians don't feel typecast as being like geniuses and having to actually live up to, oh, I'm mathematically inclined, I'm so good at math, I'm Asian. Like it exists for all groups of people. And the idea that black people are crying about it, then don't cry about your image. Don't cry when other groups of men say you're undesirable because black men said you're only good enough to be a baby mother. Don't cry. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah. Wait. By the way, Thinji, your first comment is what my position. I don't think women are just out here like, oh my God, I want a child. Like, it would defeat my purpose of like saying these men are wrong. So I agree with you. They do police, they just aren't public as we are about talking about. Yeah. The thing is, we just talk. We don't actually police anything. Exactly. Thank you, Sanderson sister. Oh, the Sanderson sisters. Oh, man, I don't know. I hate you for that.
But I
think
definitely see
it's
where you're
a
coming
case of
from.
policing done right. Huh?
I was just gonna say I definitely see where you're coming from with that. I am starting to get it. Like maybe it's because I don't know. I guess it's like a character thing where like how I am in my everyday life. I kind of like I'm just a nice decent person. So I never like, and I kind of always knew like the stereotypes about like black people weren't like really ever true. I never really internalized them. So like I never took any of that to heart because I was like I always knew like they were never true, but like I see what you're saying. Like we need to like kind of counterbalance the negativity with the positivity in that way.
But here's the thing, though. Wait. When we think about stereotypes, I don't like stereotypes, but when we read, feminist theorists are gonna kill me for this. I like to think about controlling images, right? And what you can step into. Like that we have negative stereotypes, yes, but we also can take on, like I walk around the world thinking I'm a black man and that means something, which means I need to behave a certain way. It doesn't mean I have to acquiesce because like I'm going to be aggressive when I need to be aggressive, but like even what Michelle Obama took on the matriarchal figure and became the mother of a society. She stepped into a role that is often placed on Black womanhood, but she does it in a way that benefits her. These controlling images aren't to make, for me, it's not just about, oh, you are this and only this. It's, can I use this, hopefully in a way to better who I am and my community? Yes, I want you to think I'm aggressive in certain like circumstances, to leave me alone. But in others, I might want to change that. And I think honestly, we don't get a chance to play a lot in the variation of our personhood, and that's my problem. But I don't feel, I mean, there is a burden in saying you walk around with the weight of the community, but it's also, for me at least, I think it's a privilege. It's a privilege that I like, and I'm willing to fight to protect said community and hopefully change and uplift the community. But I don't think of it as a burden. I think of it as a privilege. And a lot of privileges comes with a lot of requirements to act in a certain way. It is a privilege, in my opinion, for me to be Black. I see the problems with our community, and I'm willing, when people are wanting to work with people who want to fix it. That's just that on that. I'm going to go through these super chats quickly because I saw a bunch. Well, I don't know if a bunch, but I don't. Policing done right is white media automatically screaming mental health about school. Yeah, are promoting. Every single movie had the white man being the leader, the lead, and the protector, and then the darker skinned person being the villain. That is them controlling and protecting their image. Like I said before, I didn't find either of my husband fit to be a period. Curry Up and Eat says, not policing is Black women looking at white women, buying their features and not reading We Are the Standard. Period. Yeah, and calling them out, and don't care about people calling you bitter. I believe most are having children because it's a milestone that has been placed on women and girls since young. Boys had GI Joes and girls had Susie Bake Oven, Susie Bake Oven, and even Cabbage Patch Kids. Yeah, I mean, again, thank you, MJ. The society has to do that, because when you look into pregnancy, ain't nobody about to do it. If you actually really thought about it. In the Black community, they want marriage because of what is symbolized for them. The ring is basically the indicator that they were chosen by a man. Actually, thank you, Pamela. No statement. We should be focusing more on function, healthy relationship more than marriage. Marriage doesn't do anything. So I think the only way you should be married is for a functional, healthy relationship. Like, I don't think they're exclusive. Like, if you are just getting married to get married, like, again, two people who aren't mature, aren't financially stable, don't care about each other, don't like each other, don't want children. Like, if you're together just because you're together, I don't know why you're having children. I also don't think marrying that person who you're incompatible with in that way to have a child in a terrible circumstance is a solve. So, like, I hate when people point out, oh, marriage is the band-aid. No. Who you are married to is absolutely important. It is absolutely important. Like, I no, I'm not about to sit here and say, oh, Keke should marry this man after the child. I would prefer y'all not be together at all. No, I don't know. By the way, I'm assuming the man is terrible. Like, I just threw that out there. I'm not saying they might be in love, girl. And my first assumption about what they're doing is probably wrong. I hope it's wrong. I hope I'm wrong, because I have my own opinion and it's not good. I will put that out there. It's not great. Based on the Steve Harvey interview and how Steve Harvey talked to Keke about what Keke does as a general matter in terms of how she dates, it feels weird to me. But look, These men said choose better, and y'all still not choosing better. So period. All right, we have 2 more minutes. Anyone can take it. It's open. Actually, Prince Petty hasn't spoken. Did you get your mind right?
Oh, I mean, I still disagree. I think white people police behavior more than they police image, and then it's kind of the
It's one of the
opposite for
things.
black people.
You don't see how policing. You don't see how that leads to the outcome of your image being protected. You don't see the cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, but
between
I still think they police behavior and not image.
Sorry, no.
I mean, I
But
think they police image. Everybody does, but not as much as behavior. I think that was one of my biggest issues, that the conversation in the black community is usually about optic and not behavior.
no one said it's about optics and not behavior. I'm sorry. Maybe for me, maybe I'm assuming we're talking about behavior. I'm assuming the behavior, i.e., getting married to someone that is obviously on your level, marrying right. We'll say that. I don't know how you want to characterize it. But that's a behavior. That's a choice, right? Like, I'm absolutely talking about life choices, i.e., your behavior. I don't care how things look. Because like I said, it doesn't matter whether or not white women, what's going to happen in the next 10 years when white people want to have an excuse for white single motherhood, they're going to blame it on the economy. Like, white people will find a way to repackage that and put a pretty little bow on it and say, no, it's not, they're not engaging in degenerate behavior.
Isn't that what black people do?
Sorry?
Isn't that what black people do as well?
What do you mean?
Like, my ideas about the black community prior to, I guess, the discovering black women empowerment is that we're all like doing well and kings and queens and everything's good. But now, after having been here for a year, the data is revealed and the actual behavior of the black community has been revealed to me, and it's kind of degenerate. Yet, optics wise, it seems like we're like very in love with each other, black men and black women, and
wait, is that
that's what you see? You see.
Well, that's what I see.
Right. So in the rap videos, it shows black men that love these big booty black women, and they're getting married to them, and they're
wait, Alicia,
that's the other way around.
No, this might be too antagonistic in the way that I am hearing it. So let me rephrase and ask, where do you see this, Prince Petty?
Online, I think mainly in the manosphere.
You see in the manosphere you see love, black love, and kings and queens.
Yeah, well, not this year. I haven't been in the manosphere this year.
Really? How about this?
Females, and this goes back to what we've talked about before. Like, these men are. I think that when we're thinking about this conversation, it's difficult because Black women are in a position where we are often left to our own devices, and we cannot make these choices about the outcomes of the relationships on our own. So when we think about a woman who wants to be a mother, but is raised in a community where socially, within that community, it is very common. And I don't think that kids that come from single mother homes are defective. I came from a single mother home, and I am by no means defective. I have had literally.
Nobody said they were defective. Saying that they're defective. People are saying that it is not ideal because of the struggle that the single mother and the stresses and strains that children have to endure as a result of that materializing. No one is saying that. I come from a single mother home. Probably a lot of people, unfortunately, because the statistics bear it out in the Black community, do come from that. But the thing is that what we're trying to say is that it is not ideal. It is very difficult, even in two-parent households, to raise a child, much less 2, 3, 4, and multiple children, and particularly in the economy and the uncertainty going on there or what have you. It is better, it's more ideal to have a village type of mentality to raise up your child. You're not doing it by yourself. And that's all the thing that we're saying. And one of the things I do have to mention is that within your chat, I've noticed.
No. Wait, stop. Someone said, Demas, please stop cutting people off. I will not. I will not. I will definitely not stop cutting people off. And the reason I won't is I just cut Truth Teller off to respond to your comment. And I also cut Concerned off because I don't like being misrepresented. And I don't think she was intentionally misrepresenting me or the panel. And like Truth Teller was just saying, yeah, no one was saying that. No
Well,
one is
let
calling
me finish
Susan
your thought then,
defective.
because I hear what you're saying, that ideally this is not what's going to happen.
No. And
But
no, hold on. This is not
Wait,
an
no, wait,
idealistic
wait. I'm gonna let her finish. Marriage is valuable only with people who are in healthy relationships. Marriage is only valuable for those children in that period.
Yeah.
Annalisa, you can go next and Truth Teller, but wait, we can go back
Concerned
to
first to
Story.
finish our thought, I guess.
Yeah, but we can go
Concerned.
to Concerned.
Okay.
So what I am saying is that we do want healthy relationships. Black women overall, nobody in any situation, even the people who do marriage tons of ways, because there's tons of ways that society enforce marriages too, right? And so some people get arranged marriages in their community. Some people, there's tons of ways that marriage has been set up to make sure that everybody has someone, and that the men have also been trained to value marriage. So we are talking about a very specific community, which is the Black community, where this person is her own person, and she could want to be in a situation where she could have a relationship first in order to raise a child, because that is ideal, and what our social systems and all the above say is the best way to raise a child. However, this same society has made it very improbable for her to do so, and because of how many Black men are raised to be good partners, which is something that psychology today and everybody else is talking about. How many men are raised to be good partners, and then even less so in a community where men have not been asked to have any responsibilities at all. These people hate expectations.
The assumption there is that you're only limited to Black men.
Totally, but the thing about it is that even if Black women go and try to find other men, it is not everybody ain't gonna find somebody that they want to be in long-term relationships with. And
so
some people,
Keke couldn't. Let's do.
I'm not saying Keke couldn't. I'm saying that forget Keke. Like, we can't go in and out of which avatar we're talking about.
All right.
Not every Black woman is going to be partnered. Not everybody's going to find somebody by the time they die. Yeah. And most of the time we see in these situations that these women are taking care of their partners up until the day they die, and they don't have partners. A lot of married women, as we have talked about several times over, are not the happiest people either. So I'm not saying that this is a simple discussion. What I am saying is that with the same vitriol you have for your argument, I am saying that the women who choose otherwise are not villainous people who are trying to destroy the community with their selfishness. Because the community has, if she had adopted, she would have still been a single mother. If she had had a sperm donor and had a registration that said that she did not do this to a man, she would still be a single mother.
You're lying. Here's
what
where
do you
lying.
mean? Wait, how?
Let me tell you. The misrepresentation of single motherhood right here is a problem. She would be a single mother by definition if she adopted. If Keke went out and announced that she was adopting a child, it would not be received the same way. It would not. Anyone who believes that is lying. It would not.
But Keke Palmer is a person who is a public figure who can cast that narrative. If I sit down, even you, Themis, if you were not on the internet, if you were female and got to 45 and did not have a child and adopted that child, you would be a single mother if you were female. most of us don't get to decide what people look at us when we're in the grocery store, and most of us don't get to chart our own narrative of what the statistics do not say. Like most of us don't get to have a well-known other story under other. Like in day to day, you would be a single mother like every other Black person. No one would know if you chose to have adopt a Black baby that you adopted. And I don't know if it's this.
Concern. I don't think that it's anyone's intention. Well, it's not mine. I don't think it's our intention to villainize or to even be pejorative about women who are choosing to be single mothers. What we're saying is, I don't even like the idea that it's like an idea or what the science and the psychology and the sociology and the anthropology, what all of these things that are very comprehensively researched, what it says is you render the poorest results for the child emotionally, psychologically, financially, and socially. That's the reality of the situation. So to choose to go into that situation, we live in a world where absolutes don't exist for a reason, right? Nothing is ironclad. Nothing is absolutely definitive. And even science, evolution, things change. But the problem is, Famous, did you want to say something?
Yeah, no, well, I agree with you, but the comment on here is what like I am like it's what I'm like fully talking about, right? Paris says, as a member of the village, we're tired of helping raise kids created by women who need to create kids with men that don't want you or kids. Well, I'm not. The thing is, I'm not tired. Like, I'm for helping the children. The woman can choose, but like the child didn't. And so, like, I'm always going to be first and foremost invested in the welfare of the child. But yeah, that's what we like. The argument being made, like, concern just went on about something that we are not disagreeing about. It is not my place to tell you how to structure your life. It is my place to point out a logical inconsistency, which is what I'm doing. You can go and choose to be a single mother if you want. Do that. But know that in the choice to do that, you don't get to complain. And you said they're not complaining so good, that they are single mothers who choose to be single mothers. That doesn't make sense to me. And it actually drives the point home, if it's true, it drives the point home that people have been making that a lot of these women, quote unquote, are being reckless. I actually disagree because I don't think I hope a lot of women aren't. And based on my understanding of stats relating to single motherhood, it's not that these women are like, oh my God, I know he's terrible and I want a child. So that's not how I perceive Black women. But my contention isn't about you being a single mother. It's not about you trying to be both mother and father, or like you trying to be mother and mother or father, whatever. It's not that. My contention is, again, I will restate it. Thankfully, no one is clipping my videos. It is that you don't get to say he is terrible, so I'm not going to marry him, but I'm going to have a child with him. I will keep rephrasing that because I don't want it to get lost in calling children defective. No one said that. In saying you can choose to structure your life how you want. No one said that. My contention is very specifically with the excuse that, well, I'm not about to marry him because he's not good. He's a terrible person, but let me have this child with him. We finally hit the sweet spot where Black women are reacting the way I've seen some of the Black men responding before. Personal anecdotes are not the answer to the question. Well, rest peace. Curry up and eat, period. Listen, Finn, marriage can be trash, but as a woman, I live in Kentucky. You get taken more seriously if you're married. I want to win, so I play. Period. She said, I'm going to play this game. Ain't nobody talking about no love. I'm playing this game. My question to concern is if she sees single motherhood as a first or an option at all for herself. You don't have to personally answer that question, but you can if you want quickly. You don't. I feel like it might be too personal, so I wouldn't answer the question.
No, but
I
concern.
don't have an answer to that question.
He wants
I
to-
see it as layered, complex, and entirely out of my control. That's it. It's out of my control. And I don't want to label
Right.
something as complex as motherhood and all of the for the same reason that you're saying I shouldn't answer it, is the same reason I'm saying that I am split multiple ways on it. I'm split multiple ways on it, and I've been consistent in what I'm saying. Yeah, that's on that.
Why do we as women accept men not raising their children just because they're not married? Oh no, we definitely shouldn't be doing that. Drag them. Absolutely not. You have a responsibility, married or not. This is an issue with our community standards and expectation. A man doesn't need to be married to raise his period. They sure don't. They sure don't.
We
I
saw
agree
this
with you there.
example. Sorry, I just wanted to mention we saw this example. What to your point, Themis, with what's his name? Ti's daughter, Zonique, I think is her name. Where she, pardon?
Zanika, I don't know her
Zanique,
name.
yeah, I think is her name. Anyway, I remember seeing a clip on Fox Soul or whatever, and they were asking if she got pregnant for her boyfriend, and they're like, "Oh, like, are you gonna get married or whatever?" She's like, "No, I think that's too much of a commitment." And I was like, "And having a child isn't?" Like, it's just backwards. Like, if I do not trust you enough to marry you, and you can get divorced, and as you've said, Themis, repeatedly, you can structure your marriage in a way that works for you in whichever way you want to, and a child is literally permanent. You're tied to this person for the duration of the child's life and your life. I do not understand how you are allowing yourself to procreate with a person that you do not trust enough to enter into a legal, arrangement with, but you trust them enough to enter into a biological, more permanent situation with. Like, that don't make no damn sense. Like
Yeah.
that, logic, please. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And more to the point as well, with regard to like dating and marriage and all of this, I think one of the biggest issues is the point of like the men and the role that they play in it. Because no matter what the woman does, ultimately, I mean, all we can do ultimately is control ourselves and our own actions as individuals. And I think, at least for myself, the point, what I would like to see happen in the Black community, particularly on the part of Black women, is that we take full ownership and control over our agency in terms of the way in which we engage in relationships with these men or not. And to be realistic about the truth of it. And, to Concern's point, like, it's the culture is what it is in terms of, the men clearly do not feel a responsibility to their children, because they feel no issue with abandoning them, whether they're married or not married. And it is a problem, a serious, serious problem. And it is one that we obviously cannot solve. The men have to solve that on their own. And so then the Black women have a choice to make then, and this is where my contention comes in. Why are you choosing to still engage romantically with these men when you have seen their pathology played out repeatedly? They absolutely cannot be trusted. And so you, in order to safeguard your own self and your own future and your potential offspring, need to make a choice that's better for you. You cannot control what they're going to do. You can only control what you do. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. And so we need to acknowledge the agency that we have in that regard. No man is going to impregnate me unless me want him to do that. Period.
Let me say this.
But
Someone
you could
said,
be wrong about that, truth teller.
Someone, let me respond.
You know how much
Wait. Let me respond. Someone said, why Steam is talking about this? It's not like he has children. Apparently I do. I am uncles to a bunch of children. That I go and give. there is school supplies, there is homework being done, there is mentorship, there is calls late at night, there's go pick up school children, getting off work to go pick children up from, I don't do that anymore, pick children up from school. The dad is literally not in their lives. Like I met these two people that I'm thinking about through friends. So like now I'm part of the community and I'm not about to be quiet because you don't think I have children. I'm not about to be silenced because you're like, oh, you don't have children. The young man who said that, I'm assuming it's a man, your issues and your absence has caused me to have to fulfill your role, and that's a problem. So that's why I'm going to continue to talk about it, and you're not about to come over here and tell me to stop. We cannot pretend that we don't feel the deficit of growing up in a single parent household. Many of us are still working on ourselves to be, period. Like I ended a friendship, and the lady that I ended the friendship with, it was so difficult because I was so involved in the children's life that like I didn't know how to obviously it's not romantic, but like she was like a close friend. And because I was so involved in the children's life, it was so difficult to detach because I was the one of the only male figures, their father isn't there, that was in their life. Y'all don't get to come up here and y'all don't get to come on the internet and talk about, oh, you don't get to talk about it, you don't get to do. Nah, maybe I wouldn't be talking about it if you were there in your family's life. That's it, that's all.
Exactly.
Davis, did you?
Point. I think it's probably there are benefits when you have someone who's not so close to the plight or the situation from the outside, being able to look in, because a lot of times when we have these conversations, and it's happened tonight several times, people are having these conversations from the place of their own unique, distinct experiences, and they're speaking from their own anecdotes, which can sometimes, again, it can sometimes make very reductive conversations or make it difficult for conversations to push forward in a really meaningful way. I'm like, we're all guilty of it, but when you're on the outside looking in, it's harder to do. So don't worry about how many kids he has. Shut the hell up and enjoy the content.
I mean, and I'm not taking that away, but like, did somebody else want to jump in? I'll hold my comment.
I feel like
oh no, you go.
No, I want to hear the pushback. We're gonna end in like 2 minutes. Go ahead.
No concern. No, I was just going to ask if you said the African American out of wedlock birth rate was like around 70%, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, excluding like celebrities and excluding women who are single parents by choice, maybe we'll have, let's say we have, I don't know, around maybe 50% that have become single mothers by circumstance of not their choosing, right? So to me, I feel like in that case, like it just makes the child's life and your life exponentially harder by being a single mother, especially when it's not of your choosing. But it's just one of those things where, I mean, I might be a little personal for a second, but my parents are married and all that stuff, and to me, my mother's been able to like stay at home, and my dad works. He actually works from home, but with my like medical stuff and whatnot, I've had like to go to doctor's appointment all my life, and still will have to do that for the rest of my life. But I noticed that with my mom being there, she was able to like take me to my appointments, be there to help guide me through my education and my brother's education. And my dad, since he was working, the standard 9 to 5, he's usually like getting his like head, working and bringing home income, right? And I noticed that, like, I know for a fact that my life probably would have been exponentially harder if either one of my parents were like single parents, just because it does take a lot to raise children. And like, I mean, there is a reason why it takes two people to make one kid. And I think like just how our society's structured, it is unfortunately made so that you can thrive most times, in most cases, with a two-parent household. So I think it's one of those things that if
if it's kind of one of those things where Black women especially have to just kind of survive and kind of just make do with what they have, I think we kind of start getting into the pattern of just getting used to struggle and survival mode. And if you're stuck in survival mode, you can't even get your head out like further enough to even dream or imagine or picture bigger, brighter things because you're so busy being stuck in survival mode, trying to survive, trying to provide for your kid. And it's just one of those things where I think it's just much easier for everyone involved if, at least if you don't have a partner, at least have support systems like grandparents or aunts and uncles, just a village period, just to raise and support the family household, if you
Yeah.
know what I mean.
Yeah. No, I mean, wait, concerned, keep in mind that people have these children are young and usually don't have the experience to choose wisely. They wanted forever with a temporary guy. Oh. Concern, you were saying something. I
I
felt like
agree
there
with what
was.
you're saying, Michelle. And I think that I think that when I think about um, the most women can get pregnant if they want to get pregnant. Men don't really gatekeep sex that much, you know. So if a man wanted to if a woman wanted to get pregnant, most women could. Most women can get partnered with a guy. Most women that are single. It's not because they can't get anybody. So I mean, Truthfully, you're an obviously beautiful woman. You're very intelligent. I don't doubt that you are that girl. I am saying that when I think about the centering of marriage first and that table, right? We are seeing in the manosphere so many conversations where the mindset of making sure that marriage is on the table and making sure that the woman feels shame if she does not have that ring before she gets pregnant. You lose a lot of leverage in the conversation. If you and a man looking at each other from across the table and he's saying, hey, you're not like, we'll dangle this carrot until forever day come. She can date around or whatever, but in I think that we should just not judge the women who make different choices. I think that we should not say that they're being a stain on the community. I'm not talking about you, truth teller. I'm talking about I'm talking about in general. I don't think that they're tarnishing the Black woman's image. I don't think that it's this. I don't think that we should leave with the shame that we feel for the single motherhood rate is the reason why we're being controlled by it. And I think it perpetuates the single motherhood rate because we are literally giving away anything for the idea of a marriage one day.
No. So I'm for structuring relationship how you want, blah, blah, blah. That's great, all of that. However, when it comes to the single motherhood rate in the Black community, the shame isn't fundamentally about marriages. And it's not about, oh, don't shame, don't do this. All right, yes, there's a religious aspect. We know this, yes. But they didn't care about that religious aspect when they were having premarital sex. So let's ignore the religious aspect for a moment and say the issue isn't that you are not married, it's the result of not being quote unquote married. Because, like, even when you're married, the question here, why are the women who benefit the least from marriage desperate to have it the most? Someone please make it make sense. That question has implicit in it the realities of just getting married. The issue is within the community, the cycle of poverty continues when we continue to engage in procreation the way that we have, right? But poverty is not just simplified in, oh, you are not married. No, there are structural issues that we are deciding to bring children in. So I agree with Kimberly Nicole Foster when she says a Keke Palmer is in a different socioeconomic bracket. It's very different, right? But when we try to extrapolate from that and talk about the everyday Black woman and the everyday Black man and them engaging, well, maybe marriages is not going to be the answer. If you're married, a marriage is to someone that can support, you can support yourself, and the person you're marrying can support himself or you. Ain't no amount of marriage to that person going to change your circumstances. It's not just
Exactly.
the marriage, it's the circumstance for which people are getting married in. And I think that is important and shouldn't get lost. But when we're thinking about it in the Black community, the reason why it's so bad is the it seems the research is implying that the single motherhood rate in the Black community and poverty goes hand in hand. There are exceptions where there are women who are doing extremely well. And I'm only talking about this from an economic level. Like, we're not even talking about psychological and all of that. I'm talking about economic only. There are women who are exceptions. And from an economic standpoint, yes, because I would much rather be the child of a single mother who is rich. I know this sounds horrible, than a married couple who can't even provide me food because I might actually die.
Right, like we're
I
not.
think that we need to. I'll leave. We're not. What do we want Black women to do?
Concern.
Like,
we what we
cannot do
want
this
is
without.
concern. Just listen for 1 second. We're talking. This is I don't know what lens everyone's looking at this through. I'm looking at the kids. I'm looking at the children who are in these communities, who are the future of this community and the society. That is almost exclusively. This is what at least I am looking at. And to the extent that you have enough foresight, that's what you would be paying attention to as well, because that is depending on that's if you want to render the best results for a child. Obviously, there are no absolutes, but there are likelihoods. There are statistical likelihoods. There are statistical probability. There are things that we can. There are variables we can account for, right? There are variables, of course. Things happen. People change. People get sick. So there are so many things that are unpredictable in life, but that's life. But there are things that we can account for. There are variables that can be accounted for. There are longitudinal studies that have been observed that can absolutely track the outcomes of these children, these communities, and these women. Like, we're talking about the kids. If you care about the kids, you care about marriage, and maybe you don't care about marriage, but if you care about the kids, you care about 2-parent households. You care about the quality of a relationship between your counterpart, between your husband and your wife or your girlfriend. You have to care. You can't have one without the other.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that's the whole point, is that, like, oh Lord, it's so much. It's so much. It honestly is so much. And it's very disheartening.
Sorry, I realize we all kind of cut Concern off, and she has the opposing voice, so I'm so sorry. I'm going to cut you off, Truth Teller, to get Concern to have a space to speak.
Yeah.
I don't have much more
I get where she's coming from,
to
though.
really add. I think that my stance has been consistent, and my objective is to be as humane and weigh the woman's desires in as well. And I think that it's a part of broader things that I just generally disagree, and I've disagreed with consistently when it comes to, like, the perspective of what Black women should do about it. I don't want Black women to decide that I've said what I had to say. I'm happy to like continue. I'm not saying anything different. I respect your guys' opinion, and I'm not asking anyone to change their mind. The original conversation started with, Kim needs to hold space and respect that there's another very valid perspective, and I still hold space and respect that, but I believe that Kim's perspective is valid and deserves the same amount of space of saying, hey, let's also realize that that Rihanna's children and Keke Palmer's children, regardless of what happens in these relationships and what these ideals are not like are not bad off. You wish. Most of us wish.
Yeah, I mean, I
And
wish I
so
was Rihanna. Wait, no. So yes, I wish I was Rihanna's child. Agreed. Not the issue though. Is when we extrapolate from that and say women should be able to actualize by having children, I'm not saying they shouldn't, but I'm saying, okay, I hope in your actualizing that you're considering the reality in which you're trying to bring a child.
I also think I think that we should acknowledge that while we acknowledge the truths to what Kim was saying, I think we contextualized it a little bit, just to say, hey, Keke and Rihanna represent 1% of 1% of 1%. Right?
I would not want to be Keke's child, but I would definitely want to be Rihanna's child.
Listen, I want to be my mom's child. That's it, period. But I think that
I did not know her net worth was there.
I think that to acknowledge that, like, what part of the population they represent, I think that matters when we're having these conversations, especially in the Black community. And I think B, it kind of, it's not an indictment. We're not indicting Keke. We're not indicting Rihanna. What we're saying is, well, how many Rihannas live in the hood next to me? Like, how many Rihannas live on like 125th Street in Harlem? Like, I think what we're talking about probably is more applicable, and it's probably more apt to the plight that actually does exist, which is fatherlessness, which is children who are not being raised in two-parent households, and very low marriage rates. I think that's how we've contextualized it, and it's still applicable. Two things can be true at the same time. I also want to say to the people in the chat, listen, you guys keep talking about, oh, why value marriage? But people say drop those kids off 2000, drop Black men off. Drop Black men off.
Not drop men off. Not drop Themis off.
No, not Themis.
Except for Themis.
Drop these Black men off to infinity and beyond.
And Petty, we're keeping Petty too.
And Petty, yeah, we keeping Petty.
Yeah, after Petty talking about the in the manosphere uplifting Black women, drop Petty off.
No, we're keeping Petty because I understand what he's saying. These men come on here and tell us and start their buffoonery with Queen. They think that they are pro-Black.
In what manosphere?
I'm not talking about I'm not trying to say that they're right, Themis. I'm trying to say that their pitch is.
No. I have never heard a man in the manosphere refer to Black women as Queen.
I haven't heard it either. But doesn't mean they haven't said it, but I haven't heard it.
I've heard it, but I've heard it in very condescending and sometimes pejorative ways. I'm not gonna lie. Black men will say it, but if you say something they don't like, you go from being a queen to a baby mother, and a bitch. So let's be honest here. Okay, Black men they don't have decorum. They shouldn't be talking about kings and queens.
Why didn't marriage keep Derek Jackson in the not way too much?
If I may say and chime in.
Already have a new woman.
If I may chime in.
Nah, she knew about her husband before she married him. That's what it is. Not using foresight.
That part.
So marriage ain't gonna keep a man faithful or make him a good father. I say this. Let me tell you how to run your life. I'm kidding. No, I'm not going to do that.
But I personally think that maybe the African American community needs a cultural reset.
Nope, I'm going to push back on that.
We need
I
a cultural
African American community because the Jamaican community need a reset too, girl.
Okay, well, okay, like every community with a heavy Black population needs a cultural reset, and I think we just need to like get our priorities straight, have standards, and just have certain principles that we follow and that we stick to. That way we don't end up in situations where we end up getting with men who watch manosphere videos, because who needs that?
I've seen women come together and say, I want children and I don't want a man. and I've seen them attempt to live happy lives. I'm here for this. I don't care. I'm restating my point because I said I would do that again. Ain't nobody up here, not me, saying, "Oh, marriage, oh, whatever." You can do what you want. I'm pro feminist approach to children and needing multiple people and figuring out and rethinking marriage and all relationships and family and all of that. I am for that. FYI, I am not for you lying about that. If you want that, claim it. Claim it in the name of the Lord. But don't sit here and lie to me and then make some foolishness up. Not you concerned. Now I'm going to you. Now, and don't say that, well, say it, but it seems odd that you would think someone, I'm going to keep hammering this home, so you're going to hate me. I think it's awful that someone would think the person is a horrible person to be married to but procreate with. I'm making a moral judgment. I think it's a bad decision.
David,
But what
there
if
was
the guy's okay and
there was
you go ahead, Rochelle.
no.
No,
I
wait,
just wanted to say there.
wait. No, I was speaking directly to concern. You can respond and respond.
Can I go next, please? After
I think
concern.
that no, like most of these women are not deliberately choosing.
Oh,
I
great.
think
Fine.
that in the
Perfect. I
world
agree.
where
That was our original position. Now we've come full circle.
Annalisa, though, I hear what you're saying. I'm not fighting you.
Oh, I love
I'm
you. I'm not fighting.
saying that most of these women are not coming off saying. I think that people don't appreciate the wall that you're putting Black women under. You're saying that, and I encourage you guys to listen to this again, and then think about the Black women you know in your life, for real, the Black women you know in your life who are single mothers now, and analyze the way you think about them and the way you think about what womanhood and motherhood does and does not mean. How much does that center what men's choices? Because the truth is that we have also consistently realized that Black women, we struggle when we are single mothers, but we also struggle when we marry these people too. If we go out there and date other people, we know anti-Blackness is worldwide, and the same narratives that are told
Wait,
that
no. Pause.
put Black
See, this
women
is
under
why
the ugly
people
category.
people are saying don't cut off. I agree with you. That is not the issue. People are Themis, you're beating a dead horse. No one said the women who choose to have children on their own are complaining. Concern specifically said they're not complaining. I am not beating a dead horse because apparently, Lady M, you still don't understand what I'm saying. It's not about whether or not they're complaining. It is the standard for marriage versus the standard for a child. Even if you don't want to get married, I'm not saying you should. All I'm saying is if you don't think this man is good enough to be married to, which
Why
you
would you
don't
want to
have
have a
to
child
marry to him, why are you having a child with someone
with
that you
him?
don't think is a good person? Like, you know, it's one thing to say, oh, I have a child with this person and I find out he's a bad person or he leaves or whatever. But to intentionally be with someone who you know is bad and have a child with that person is my problem. So apparently I have not repeated myself enough time for my position to be clear. Honestly, this wasn't even going to be a part of the conversation. I was just going to go through the two videos and kind of talk about where there are logical inconsistencies. And I think Concern pointed out just now that she does not believe that's majority of people who are doing it. And she's saying specifically that happens to one person that she knows. And even if I analyze the women in my life, I don't pathologize. Single motherhood exists. I think people who literally, I consider it like climbing an uphill battle with like a ton of weight. That they can do it is amazing to me. And I don't look down on any single mother. I think it is amazing that you can do that on your own, because like it shouldn't even be possible. And the fact that you found a way to make a way is beautiful. It's amazing. It's not beautiful, it's a struggle, but it's amazing. So I am not looking down, but I know in my life at least, the women who became single mothers didn't intentionally go out and say, oh, I want to be a single mother, even though I can't do this or I can't do that. I know that.
If I may go, one of the things I hear kind of where you're coming from, concern in terms of not wanting to stereotype, and I don't feel like any of us up here are trying to do that to the Black women that are single mothers or what have you. And even I can even see those women that as they get older, they want to have a child and like whatever. And it's actually probably cheaper for them to just have a child with a Dusty than to go pay for IVF or do adoption. It's probably easier to do it that way. But I think the point is that like, it's almost feeling like where you're coming from is saying that the Black woman is fighting like a zero-sum game. Like we're out of options here, because it's like, and this is what I'm saying is that like, you cannot control what the man is going to do. All we can ever control is our own actions and the way in which we choose to engage or not engage romantically with these men, right? And you know, we cannot like stick our heads in the sand and pretend like we don't see what's been happening, because it's happening too often, and the statistics like bear it out in terms of like the proliferation of single parent household and the severe impact it is having on the children and on society at large, and the dysfunction that has materialized as a result of these situations in the Black community particularly. And it cannot be ignored. And so the question then is, and I hear your point to say that like the burden shouldn't be solely upon Black women, and how it can be perceived that way when we have these conversations. But the thing is that like men cannot get pregnant, only women can. And so while it may not be fair, because we are the ones that, whether you're married or not married and you end up having a baby by these men or what have you, and that's not the situation that you wanted to be in, being a single parent or what have you, then it behooves us to be more mindful, again, like I said, of the ways in which we engage. And as Cynthia always says, having the standard boundaries of an expectation, I feel like oftentimes us women, like we get so caught up in the rapture of love, as Anita Baker says, or what have you, and we look over a lot of the signs that this person is not a good person to have a baby with, or what have you, and we make excuses after the fact when there were signs all along. You know what I mean? And we can give grace to those women if you're young, and again, if you get caught up in it. But like, at the end of the day, I mean, we cannot continue like this, because it's literally like killing us. Like our society is so confused and so like messed up compared to like other societies. Like, how do we then cultivate like value for like children and the importance of having two parents present and, you know, all of this stuff, right? Like, you know, and you can't force the men to do it, right? So it's incumbent upon us as the women to be like, no, like I'm not going to have that happen in my life. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me okay, this is strictly personal. My brother got married to an African woman, Black woman. He had to pay $100K to. Let me leave that alone. It was a gesture to say, you know, what, that this woman is of value. Pay up front, not pay. All right, I don't like the structure. I know where this is going, but I don't like the structure.
I'm familiar with that too.
Do you have another brother? Do you have another brother? That's what I want to know.
He knew she was beneficial. I mean, Dory, yeah. Thank you. Get lucky in Kentucky. I appreciate that. When Dusty say men cannot get pregnant, he must interrupt. Now y'all want me to interrupt. All right, literally, we have 5 minutes. Tiffy, go ahead. And we're done. we will redo this conversation apparently, and I will be more of a moderator because I've invested too much in it. And you guys have a right after this end to drag me in the comments because how dare me. Go ahead, Tiff.
Okay, hello.
Hey.
I have I have a totally different reason why I decided to get pregnant. And Themis, I don't want you to put this on private or anything like that. But I had my son when I got pregnant when I was 17, and I had my son when I was 18. And I knew what I was doing. And I'm sure that it's not like this for a lot of women. But in my household, like my mom was really strict. And she had a boyfriend. Well, yeah, I'll say a boyfriend. She had 2 kids for him, and he was a lot younger than she was. And he used to always like try and touch me and try and do stuff with me. And when I had a boyfriend, I decided that the only way I can get from under my mom's thumb was to get pregnant for my boyfriend because she wouldn't want me to come back home. Because, yeah, I'm sure this is not a lot of other people's story, but that's mine. Yeah, so I think that women have kids for a lot of different reasons. I had a kid because I didn't want to go back home, basically. So I guess that's another perspective.
Themis, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. I am so sorry. Oh my God, that's sad. I'm so sorry. I actually have a question, but I don't even feel like it's appropriate.
No, please ask. Like, I've been through therapy. I'm married now. I'm fine.
All right, I think we're gonna end it here. But before
No,
we
you don't
do,
have to.
no. It's not that. I was just like, I think I need to digest this because I do think, even in the conversation more generally, I have probably a huge blind spot, and I will have to reach out to Concern behind the scenes, and we can talk, and she can educate me on my blind spot. Because maybe I've been a bit unfair to her. And the reason I'm saying that now, and I'm going to do it, is because like hearing your story like moved me to like a different frame of mind, and I prefer this frame of mind as opposed to being aggressive. I haven't my work week is bad, and I've slept a total of 5 hours in 3 days. So I'm a bit angsty tonight. So sorry. But did you think about like running away as opposed to getting pregnant?
Well, I did. My mom would always find me. I actually did run away a few times, but she would always take me back home. I knew that if I got pregnant, she wouldn't. I don't know. I know it sounds stupid. But...
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna say no. No. I think we do the best with what we have, and we hope in a forgiving God, whatever God you believe in. So like, I'm not gonna say you were stupid. You were what, 17? I'm sorry that happened to you, and I'm sorry that you felt that was the only way out.
Oh, yeah. I also wanted to say, Tiffy, that experience is shared frequently, actually, in the Black community among Black girls. I just want to, because I know you said that maybe, a lot of people can't identify. Girls in my sister could identify with your story, and it happens a lot more, unfortunately.
Wait, no.
No, well, when I say identify, I'm talking about, trigger warning, sexual abuse. I'm talking about things of that nature. How a person responds to sexual abuse, maybe it may differ. It varies, right? Some people, I'm not going to say Tiffy responded by having a child. She felt that was the course of action that would remedy this situation. My sister went a different route. What I'm saying is, sexual abuse is prevalent. It's rampant in the Black community. That's the only. I want you to feel resonated with. And I'm not judged. I overstand, and my heart breaks, and it happens, and we need to do something about it.
Yeah, I never thought about this perspective. Me either, at all. Like it never even crossed my mind. Which is why I was like, I probably need to talk to some more women behind the scenes about childbirth and all of that stuff. Because I do think we all have some learning to do. This, by the way, is why I focus so specifically on one singular argument. But I do think it's important that we educate ourselves generally, and we have grace for people. I appreciate that, by the way, Tiff. Like, thank you for sharing. I am glad you felt this was a safe enough space to include us in that part of your life. So thank you. I appreciate it. Like I actually do. Um Prince Patty, I'm assuming you still don't have anything to say.
I don't think the criticism Keke is receiving has been fair.
Who is Keke?
Keke Palmer.
Oh, what were you criticizing Keke just now?
No.
You think we're criticizing her?
Throughout the, I was looking at the comments, not the panel. So no, not throughout the panel. I don't think so. Well, I do. I think there was a. It definitely seems like a push for marriage.
Wait, do I pause before we go there? Do I agree with Keke Palmer's decision? I don't think my opinion of Keke Palmer matters actually, but would I prefer for her to be married to this man before she has children? I actually would not. I'm assuming again this man is not a good man, but I also would not want her to have children with him. So I guess whatever. But like my opinion of Keke Palmer doesn't matter. Who am I to tell Keke Palmer, a multimillionaire, a 7.5 millionaire, what to do with her life? Like she is that girl. She can do what she want to do. It is what it is. I don't like it is, but I will admit something. When I saw Keke announcement, I had to check myself because immediately I said, there we go again. Literally, that's the first thought that came into my head. And that's wrong. I don't know if it's wrong, but that was the first thought that came into
Can
my
I
head.
say one thing before we go?
Yep.
Oh, I just wanted to say, women can also propose to men.
Okay,
To-
that's oh my.
No, they can.
Listen,
Yes.
well, women can do anything they want, but I mean, if actually, you know what, Rochelle, I like this point. I like this point.
Yeah, and there's this story I heard of like this village of women who were so like upset and like so mad at the men in their village and how they treated them that they actually withheld intimacy from them, and like within like I think a week the men like got their act together and like started treating their women right.
Well, that's different than women proposing, right? That's women as like collectively engaging or abstaining from a particular behavior to render a particular result, and that works in most cases in life, generally speaking, right? Like that's just like it's not conditioning, but that's a way to get results. I also wanted to say, listen, I it's always good to reset. It's always good to, maybe we don't know as much as we think we know, but I also think that we can acknowledge that this is an extremely nuanced and esoteric conversation. When we're having these conversations in the Black community, because there are so many things going on, it's going to be an extremely textured conversation. It just is. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. It just makes it a little bit more difficult to flesh ideas out in a more sort of conclusive way. And sometimes we're not, like it's like people have these conversations and they think, okay, we're gonna have an answer. It doesn't work like that, right? Like it doesn't work like that. When we think about like cancer, for example. I know this sounds bad, but let's just akin some of these problems in the Black community to cancer, right? In cancer, you have it's not the oncologist who is it the oncologist who diagnoses it? No, it's the oncologist who treats it, right?
I think so.
Well, all I'm trying to say is this is not necessarily a solution-oriented conversation, and I don't think it should be. I think we should take that pressure off of our shoulders. We're just having the conversation, and we have to go through all of the layers, and it's a lot to penetrate. It's a lot to think about, but it's a good thing to have these conversations. So at the end of the day, we have to have these conversations. It would be great if Black men could like actually engage, because you know they're the counterpart. They're kind of, you know, they are the
problem.
Yeah, I will say it. They are the problem. And again,
They're
but
the
if we're getting
problem.
on to the problem, then again, drop them to the precinct, drop them to Value Village, bring them wherever you need to bring them. If we know they're the problem, I mean, like, what are we talking about here?
But I think it's hard to like raise up a community when you have only one side raising it up.
That's the point.
That's the point.
There are other no, I don't like the idea that Black men, there are other groups of men in the world that exist. I understand that Black men have made Black women's image so undesirable. They have really, like, it's a problem. And it was, I would venture to say, it was intentional. It was a way to put Black women in a box. It was a way to manipulate them. And it was a way for them to say exactly what you're saying. Well, what other groups of men are there? Oh, what are we going to do? Oh, these are their only options. No, they're not your only options, as a matter of fact. There are other options. There are other groups of men. There are other ways of socialization. We have to explore them in a meaningful way and stop putting ourselves in the boxes that Black men meant to put us in.
That's true.
I agree with that. My only thing, though, is that with regard to the existing issue that's within the Black community, right? Like Black women who swirl or are divested and date out, that's fine. And I'm 100% for that. And I think more Black women need to open up their options, like that professor said, because then that will sort of hopefully light the fire in the Black man's asses to like change their actions towards Black women. And when they realize that we do have multiple actions, options, regardless of them trying to defame us as unsuitable, undesirable partners. I actually wanted to point out, I don't know if you saw it, Themis, and that would be a good video for you to watch. What's her name? Cerebral made a video a little while ago that I watched last night. I think it was like within a week or so ago, about the whole thing of it's an enslaved man, or at least his mind is enslaved, that acquiesces to the beauty standard of another man. And the way in which Black men like to throw Black women under the bus in terms of dating and our mating options, saying that, according to the OkCupid research, Black women are the least selected on dating websites or whatever, to gaslight Black women into staying put into these go nowhere relationships with them. And she fleshed out some really good insights there that I agree with. That unfortunately a lot of Black women still ascribe to, that our options are limited. But for those Black women that are still within the community, and for the children that are coming up now, and for those who will still choose to largely want to date Black men, Black women who are heterosexual and mainly want to date Black men, it's still an issue for the culture to change.
Can you send me that video? I'm going to admit, I was working on a video. I saw Annalisa on a panel, and this came up. We're not talking about it, but a guy said, "Oh, Black women are the least desirable, and Black men have options." And then he went into like, "Oh, they might not want to marry us, but they want to sleep with us," and essentially saying we are good for sleeping with, but not dating. But neither here nor there. The other part of the conversation was about women and not being desirable, and from a Black man's lip about Black women,
it's problematic.
No, it's not just problematic. It is a colonized mindset. You have accepted that you're conquered.
Yep, 100%.
No group of men, none, that should elevate any group outside of their own.
100%.
I don't expect it. I don't want to see it. I don't care about it. So when Black men aren't elevating their women in their community like other groups of men do, that for me is one of a major sign of acquiescing to your subjugation and admitting defeat.
Exactly.
It is that simple.
Exactly.
Like for me, there's no further nuance. But I want to see your video because I want to see what they said. Because hopefully that's not what they. Well, I guess I just said it, so I don't have to do a whole video about it. Period.
Yeah.
That's a
No,
whole
that's
bunch of
what I wanted to.
baloney.
Sorry, if I could just finish my point. That's the point. That's the thing that I've been discovering as I've been joining your lives, Themis, and participating in these discussions and listening, is that it has become so obvious to me that the crux of the issue, and I mentioned this last time, is that fundamentally, and it is a problem. I'm telling you, it is like an existential problem that Black men minds are still so chained that like they literally do not love themselves. Like that is abundantly clear. And so hence why
I'm gonna pause you because I'm not getting into the Black men discussion. We're gonna have
no, but I'm saying like in relationship to, because it affects Black women. Do you understand what I'm saying? And the thing is that even if you choose like myself or whatever, I've always been open and dated all different types of people or what have you, but you have family members. I think somebody else mentioned in the chat, like you yourself, Themis, end up having to, be surrogate parents to these kids that are being raised by the single mothers through, and it may not have been any fault of their own. They thought that they could trust this man. He misrepresented himself to them, whatever, what have you, but the child is here now. And you care because you love them, because they're your family members or whatever, and you care for children. So it then becomes a community problem. Even if you yourself have chosen differently, it still affects you in some way of a sort. If you're the auntie or the cousin of your family members or friends that find themselves in this situation. And so hence why I feel like you're absolutely within your right, Themis, even though you don't have any kids, to speak about it. And even though I don't have any kids to speak about it, because I have been the aunt for so many cousins and so many people of like my friends and family, like a surrogate parent, right? Since I've been a teenager. So it is a problem, and it's something that we have to understand, like what is the root cause of the problem, right? And that's why I mention it, to say that they literally do not know themselves. And so they're running around like chickens with their heads cut off, like sticking their thing into everything that moves and like creating this problem over and over and over again.
But can I say, and just to what you referenced, Themis, the idea that Black men, that a Black man made the point, his point was, and he said it with pride and confidence. The idea that being a bedbug, that being great in bed, but terrible in marriage, terrible at fatherhood, terrible as a leader and a builder, that was his position, and he was happy. He was happy to say that. He was happy to say, "Hey, Black women, you're undesirable in every way, but we're desirable in one way." And you know what? Like it's not our fault. Don't be mad. Like he really used that as a point. He thought that was a got you. And this is the problem I have. Like Black men think that they're playing. They think they're playing checkers. Or no, they think they're playing chess. Black men are playing tic-tac-toe, and they're still losing. You are saying something like this on a public forum for hundreds of thousands of people to hear. It is the most embarrassing, disgusting thing that I have ever heard. And even when I have conversations with Black men in real life, on a personal note, Black men will ask, well, but what's wrong? Like, but what if a Black man just doesn't think a Black woman's desirable? Yeah, well, what if you just hate yourself? Why don't you explore that? Leave Black women alone. You are not equipped to date any race of women if you hate yourself, because your children are going to be as problematic as you, and you are problematic. You just don't understand. You're so colonized. You're so defeated. And I will say, I can't just say it's Black men anymore, because this conversation and the response that some Black women have had that I've actually witnessed and been privy to tonight. Some of their positions are just as colonized and just as defeated as Black men. Some Black women are okay with the positions that they're in. Some of them don't think that there's anything outside of that. And to me, that's white supremacy. To me, that's colonization. That's you leaning into it. So yeah, it's majority Black men, but I can see where Black women who also lean into these ideologies and this sort of defeated mindset, they're just as problematic.
I mean, I think that
All right, we're in the after show. I think Concern wanted to respond. Themis need to play the Oscars wrap-up music. Wait, I can play music on here. Can y'all hear this?
What?
I don't know what these music are on. Like, what is this? So apparently StreamYard has music. Anywho, I wanted to announce something. Concern will respond, and then we're done. Next year, we're starting a podcast, and I'm thinking it's going to be on Tuesdays, but it might be on Wednesday. I will make more announcements. So how we're going to do it is it's going to be two people. I'm getting a co-host, and we're just going to I love this phrase. We're going to chop it up. And so we're going to be talking. It's going to be obviously a long form because whatever, but it will be myself and one other person or two other people. That it's going to be limited. I'm trying to do it on StreamYard, and then we'll take the audio and upload to the other podcast platforms. But I'm excited. I'm not going to announce my co-host yet. I'm thinking about having 3 co-hosts to rotate. Having 3 women to rotate.
Not the PIMP.
When wasn't it Mitt Romney said he had a binder full of women and ended his political run for his presidential run.
What?
Anyway. Oh, you don't know. Anyway, whatever. Please not. Someone said, please put money. Wait, is that what they said? So I'm thinking about 2 ladies and 1 gentleman, but I don't have a gentleman on here that you guys know and like. So
Now you know how black women feel. Now you know how black women feel. Black men that they know and like.
It's easy. Famous idea spinning, please. Look, I was trying to get 2 women and a man. Someone said, leave Money alone. He stays lost. Money came on here and gave y'all his time, taught y'all about credit, and y'all about to drag him in the comments. Y'all fake. Y'all ain't right.
Obi might be a good one. Someone mentioned Obi in the chat as a potential person.
Obi
what's
has
that guy?
responsibility.
That former he's really smart also. That former 7-Day Adventist guy, whatever his name is.
Someone said Prince Petty. Prince Petty and his monotone voice will put y'all to sleep, just like Money.
Yeah.
Right, Prince Petty.
Good night, Cynthia. We love you.
Good night, Sim. Prince Petty.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm already parallel with the floor.
Wait, I don't understand.
My body is parallel with the floor.
Oh, you're in bed sleeping?
I'm not sleeping, but I'm ready to be there.
Finally, the podcast I've been waiting for. Come on, Finji, for co-host. So I will announce the co-host. I'm in talks with people currently. And I would honestly, I would prefer it to just be me and one person, and that's it, and we just talk. But I realize that that's too much dedication for one person. So yeah, should I announce this? I was convinced. All right, let's do final the podcast. Thank you. There will now be merch for the podcast. And I haven't really thought this all the way through because I want to create a fund where we give scholarships to young girls trying to go to college. But I don't want to pay for it out of pocket. I want my channel to pay for it. So we'll see. It will be very transparent. So I'm really, really excited. I think we need to start building, and part of the building requires this kind of investment. It feels terrible. I'm talking to my therapist. We will be upping the meeting sessions with my therapist, but I'm kind of excited. I want to start with people who are like not huge on YouTube. Um, and part of that is like I want us to build our little own thing. Um, and I want them to feel a part of it. And I will make a dedication where if there is an issue, I'm not going to announce this out now, but I'm drafting. I will get into contract negotiation about ownership and all of that because I don't want people to make videos about me scamming them and using. Like I already see it coming. So like I'm going to get into negotiation, and I will be coming out soon. Coming out, coming
First of all,
out soon with more details, but it's gonna start next year.
can
So
I say one thing because I think that this is amazing.
But
Wouldn't
before you do, someone said NDA. I will not have my co-host on an NDA. I mean, it should be, and I think a lot of things should be private. I'm thinking about what the NDA should include, but if they have bad experience, I want people to be able to drag me. But the NDA will probably cover something. So, like, I saw the NDA, but whatever. Go ahead, Alicia.
First of all, the NDA is a good idea. Second of all, I think it would be amazing. And this is me, like, I want to get everyone's feedback. Wouldn't it be amazing if you could co-host with someone like in real time? If you guys were in a room together in real time, having these conversations, engaging with each other, engaging with the community, engaging with the chat. That is the ideal podcast situation. And I think that it would be amazing for you. Put a 1 if you guys agree, or if you guys like this format. I just feel like when you're with someone in real life, it's so much more intimate, and sometimes like online can be so clinical, and it can be.
We don't have to vote because I would prefer to have someone who is physically there with me. That would be amazing. But I doubt that will not happen. I doubt that will happen. I don't think that's feasible.
Yeah.
I can buy one plane ticket a month. I'm not about anybody about to fly in and out. I'm not flying people.
We're not getting flued out, people.
We're just turning them. Every week I fly in.
I think once you get to the point of, like, for example, like the dusty fresh and fits of the world, once you get to their status, because I think they're flying all these girls out so that they can poo on them. But you'll get there. I know you're gonna get there.
Yeah.
Is it Hafiz? Y'all want to hear Hafiz? Let me go. I'm going to email Hafiz. Hey, Hafiz, I really like the standard and everything that you do. Lie. If the merch says chop it up, I'm going to buy it and then throw it in the fire. Look, y'all, I have phrases, and chop it up is one of them. So I'm excited. LB, yeah, you can send out the meeting for Sunday. Most of what we're going to be talking about, though, for the moderator is what the podcast is going to be, how I'm trying to do it. We're going to have a debate every month. I'm trying to standardize the debate to make it I want the channel to be more academic, but I also want the live streams to be a mess and for us to have fun. So I'm trying to integrate a lot of that. I want to have an outline each month, make it more flexible so we can add like random messy topics on Fridays, but also be able to have our debates. I want to streamline everything because next year I want us to just say smooth sailing. If we never get another subscriber, I am very much happy with like the fact that we have 1,000 people on live stream randomly each night. And right now we're not talking about anything and there's still over 500 is like ridiculous to me. We have made it. We did that. I was successful.
Yes, you are.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So
So
I'm
we're
excited.
are you still doing, I'm sorry. Are you still doing these live streams? Or are you saying that you're adding the podcast on additionally?
I'm adding the podcast on additionally.
Okay.
Yeah, the live stream. I'm learning. I'm taking another class to learn to use my equipments. Like I promise you, I have so many cameras and computer. I buy things to upgrade the YouTube content creation process, and I never use them because this is simple and easy, and I already understand it. So I'm going to be using that. I've been taking classes. So the first month, hopefully things aren't shutting down. We'll see. I'm excited. I'm excited for next year. Please be excited with me. Members, you guys will be getting a ton of content, a ton of updates. I will definitely be in the membership tab a lot, doing a lot more streams that are unprompted, impromptu. And yeah, we're gonna do a lot. We're gonna do a lot. I'm excited. We'll see. Maybe this crashes and burns before next year, but hopefully not. I wanted to make my most controversial video today, which I did. This is my extreme thought. So yay. Also when I announced the co-hosts, please just say welcome and congratulations. Don't be dragging them people in the chat. Do not be dragging them people in my community tab. Do not message me dragging them people. You can drag me as always. All right. Prince Petty, what say you? Still sleeping. Please have a minute.
I feel a type of way after I labored and toiled to make these fruitcake shirts by hand, and now they're being discarded for new merch. But you know,
I haven't made any merch yet.
Oh, okay.
I just we've been discussing ideas and people are like, no, you need to actually, if you want to help people, you have to start now, and you can put merch in and think about like the young girl that's going to have books and stuff like that at school, and hopefully you can grow the scholarship into something that happens each school term, right, in the fall and the spring. So I have widened my view because I've been like very paternalistic, like don't send me money, don't engage this way, don't do this, don't do this. And it's like people don't know how to manage their own money, and I think that's wrong. But also if we can help other people, why not? So we're gonna help other people. So it is what it is. People are gonna be mad, hate, whatever. I don't care. Yep. So I haven't made anything yet. It's just a thought. Yeah.
I will say to you, you know what? There's someone in there. His name is Nelson, I believe. And Nelson has a lot to say. And unfortunately, you've come at the end. Probably a good idea.
Nelson? What was Nelson saying?
Yeah, what was he saying?
Nelson's talking about why is it self-hatred for Black men to date? He's asking for us to justify his self-hating or Black men's self-hating pathology. So I'm going to say to Themis that as something that you should maybe have in your merch, it could probably be like the whole Nelson slap yourself. Like put that on a t-shirt. Right? If this is your position, and like you are in a space of predominantly Black women. If your girlfriend is not Black, why are you here? What are you doing? Slap yourself, Nelson, and think about what you're doing, and think about what you're asking. Think about it, sir.
Yeah, too much energy for Nelson. Good night, Nelson. Have a great night. You do you. Period. I think there is like a Passport Borough conference. Good luck. I think that I'm excited again. I'm actually, but because I haven't slept, you can't tell. I'm actually kind of delirious now.
Okay, so you need to go to bed, Themis. We love you. Get rest.
Thank you all. Appreciate you. Love, love, love. Concern, I said you had something to say. I don't remember if I said that, but 2 seconds.
Basically, I think that in the conversation about renegotiating what Black womanhood is going to look like, we cannot center Black men in it. And
Agreed.
if we are thinking about, going to other men and cleaning up our image by going to by partnering with other people, patriarchy overarchingly is problematic, and many women have legitimate complaints with the men in their community, though they are married to them. So when we think that, and they come from quote unquote more stable households, which oftentimes it's true, I think it's just one of those things of Black women can't. Black women are facing very specific problems. We're still women. Many women want to have children, and many women want to be partnered, but not very many women are in our circumstances. And so I think that it's important to point out that tons of respectable and amazing Black women are going to make a variety of choices here, given the circumstances we all outlined. And I just want to highlight that very fact that we need to give space for tons of choices under these circumstances. Because if we decide that, oh, we'll just go find somebody else to go be the father of your children if you want to have children that bad, I mean, it sounds great off the top. It sounds great to say. And I'm not saying that anyone has bad intention to say it. I think that that's not I don't think we're thinking about how practical all of this is and how many different people are up, how many different ways Black women can get to the choices that they've made. And that's what I am trying to highlight.
Concern, I love you, but I know you did not just quote, you didn't just quote unstable homes or unstable environment. You didn't quote an absolutely provable and well documented and well studied discipline that is children who are raised in these households. You didn't just put it in quotes. You didn't do that. Like it's a reality. And again, none of us are saying it. Listen, if you like it, I love it. That's generally how I approach life. I don't like, we're not, this is not a judgmental conversation, and it's not an indictment on anything or anyone, but we're talking about the outcomes of children, and the outcomes of children, unfortunately, the way society is set up, the way institutions are set up, the outcome of children is predicated on the relationships in the home. It's predicated on two-parent households and economics, and oftentimes, the more parents in the home, the more money. Like this, it's just a reality. Like, I'm not an economist, but I know that that's true.
Wait, I have a question. Truth teller, how does it feel to not be the one in the hot seat?
It's a nice change of case, I will say that. It's quite lovely. It's quite lovely.
For 2 weeks straight, Truth teller was in the hot seat. Tonight, it's concerned. But I appreciate you concerned. You and I don't agree here.
Yeah.
I will talk to you at some point, and hopefully we can have a different conversation offline, because I do have some points that I want clarified, but I don't think it's right to ask them here. And Alicia, thank you. Tiffy, I truly appreciate you for sharing with us. Nelly, she dropped off. Thank you for being here. I will go again back to Prince Petty, because Prince Petty just be up here not saying things. Are you good?
I'll just be waiting my turn to speak, respectfully.
Period.
Oh, I thought you were dropping asleep though, Prince Petty. I thought you said you were horizontal or vertical or parallel or whatever.
I'm waiting on y'all.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna end it now. I do appreciate you, Prince Petty, for coming up. I will be reaching out to people this week. After I bring the names up in the moderators meeting, I will then talk about this more publicly with other individuals that I'm considering, and we'll see. It will be a kind of elimination process, and the moderators will be dragging me, and that's fine. But I need their input. I want their input when it comes to this. But ultimately, I'm going to make my own decision. But I do want their input. And yeah, have a wonderful night, everyone. Bye.
Good night. Love you.
Yes, we love you. Bye.
Bye.
We love you.
Get some rest.
We love you all.
Love you all.